what's up, everyone? Sorry, it took me a moment to get. I was just messing with some technical stuff. So, Happy New Year, everyone! Great to be here with you. I'm wearing my Uncle Rob, who I rarely get to see, got me this awesome Penn State shirt for Christmas. So that's what I'm wearing today. Great to talk to you all. I hope everyone had a great New Year's Eve. I'll tell you a little bit about what my New Year's Eve entailed. What's up, Aftershock? I'll tell you a little about what my New Year's Eve entailed. Happy New Year to you. I think that we can have a great year this year, so I hope we do. A lot of things going on in this country. We'll talk about some of them. We'll take some calls if anyone wants to call in on Discord. And as you may have guessed, I'm still incredibly busy every day, so I didn't really do a ton of research for the show. Once I have my baby, I'll be able to get more in a groove of things. But I had some time here this evening. As always, if I have to run out because my wife goes into labor, then I gotta go. I'll be unapologetic about leaving. So just a heads up, if I run out, that's what's going on. So great to be here with everyone. So yeah, my New Year's Eve, it was awesome. We did nothing. We got a Stromboli. And we watched guys' grocery games, me and my wife. We fell bed at about 11 o'clock. So that was it. But it was great. We've had between having COVID, switching jobs, having a baby, all of this stuff, feels like we haven't had a day where we could just relax and sit around. And it was wonderful. I used to be quite the partier, especially on New Year's Eve. I didn't miss it at all yesterday. I had a great time with my wife. So I had a great, by the way, I should have mentioned this. New Year's Eve, also my wife's birthday. So she turned 31 yesterday. So yeah, it was nice. And then this evening we went to her mother's for a birthday dinner for her. So it was nice. I've officially finally got to see all of our immediate family. So with the exception of my two brothers. But we finally got to go visit my parents. We visited Courtney's mom and her stepdad, and Courtney's dad and her stepmom. So it's been good. It's nice to see people. And so I hope everyone had a pleasant New Year and a pleasant Christmas or any other holidays that you might celebrate. We'll just take a moment not to be a bummer, but to say it's someone who worked in kind of the home healthcare and the mental health field for a long time. The holidays are always kind of a double-edged sword. I love the holidays, and I'm extremely lucky that I have one of the best families and one of the best in-laws in the world. And they live close, and so I get to see them frequently. I have a lot of good family members, uncles, aunts, that I don't get to, and cousins that I don't get to see as much as I would otherwise like, but still I'm pretty lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. Working in the mental health field, so many people that were born with autism and other kind of disabilities, it's a struggle for them if they're in healthcare facilities to be able to visit their family. And the holidays is one of the most difficult times for that because you're kind of reminded everywhere. Everyone's in a good mood and they're seeing their family and talking about seeing their family. And then maybe you haven't seen your mom and dad in 2 years. So for a lot of people, it's a unique challenge. So I always do think about that. And fortunately, one of the people that I worked with extensively, that I tried to maintain a friendship with, I actually got to talk to him on New Year's Eve. So that was really special for me. And it's great to know that I could be of just a small part. And by the way, it's really tough too in the healthcare field with, I didn't work in a, long-term care facility like a nursing home or something like that. The facilities I worked in was the state's kind of paying to rent a home, but it's the client's home that you're taking care of. And they're not necessarily elderly, but a lot of them have comorbidities. And because of that, the regulations with COVID, because the state's paying for a lot of these services, have been very stringent. And as a result, many, many, many people in the mental healthcare domain have been unable to see their family for a long, long time. So it's sad, but I hope, I'm honored to be part of at least one person's life that hopefully I can make that holiday a little better. But just, I try to think of that and remember not everyone's as lucky as me. So not to be a bummer here or anything like that, but I just wanted to throw that out. If you're thinking about it over the new year and things like that, if you could, one of the things we could do, I don't care if you're on the left or the right, I'm really big on the idea of personal responsibility and personal liberty. I fall short every day. I do. I always could do more. But, some things that, I want to do more this year is working with people whose relationships that I've developed in that healthcare field, and maybe volunteering more at things like nursing homes and things like that. Because I think that the way our culture treats the elderly and people with disabilities is kind of lacking in a lot of ways. And so, there are a lot of nursing homes around here, and I think that, it's something I would like to do. We will see with having a baby coming along. I know how it is. It's not that people aren't as charitable as they can be because they're malicious. It's because life's busy, so hopefully I could do a decent job with that. But yeah, if it's something you think about, it meant the world when I was young. I used to visit my grandparents in the nursing home 3 days a week. Not because I was a great kid, because my dad said, "You're going." And that was that. But it meant the world to a lot of other people in that nursing home that I kind of became friends with, some of the elderly people, because they'd see me every day. They'd be sitting in the lobby or, playing bingo or playing cards. And so me and my brothers would stop in and say hi to them. So it's something you could do. You don't have to have any special talent. You can go to a nursing home and just see if you could just stop and chat with people. And it actually, some of the stories you could hear, people talking about stuff back in the day, I thought it was wonderful. I'm a big Pittsburgh Pirate fan, so I would be able to talk to these elderly people like my entire life the Pirates have sucked. And so I get to talk to people telling me about, watching Ralph Kiner or, watching Willie Stargell. It was amazing. I thought it was a really cool experience. So just something to think about. Anyways, no one tunes in to hear me be sappy. So I don't really have much of a topic. I'll just riff. What's up, Modus? George? Courtney? Sounds familiar. That name sounds familiar. Oh, yeah, that's my wife. Yeah, Mrs. Robb turned 31, so I hope she had a good birthday. It felt not special, but it's exactly what I wanted, just sitting around with my wife, so I hope that she enjoyed it. So yeah, if people want, we could take call-ins. That always makes the show go smoother and longer. If you tuned in the other night, it was supposed to be a 45-minute stream, which turned into an almost 5-hour stream. Yeah, no one tunes in anyway. I hear you, Courtney. What's up, Biggs? What's up, man? Things are doing well. Things are. Shout out from Winnipeg for a hoser. Hockey fan? I love hockey. So if you're in Winnipeg, perhaps you're a Jets fan. Yeah, thanks, man. It's going good, eh? When I turned 19, me and some friends of mine spent like 3 days in Niagara, the Canadian side, because you could legally drink at age 19 there. And so we crossed the border and we got detained. It was after 9/11, so like in around that time. So we got detained at the border because beards, I guess. I don't know. And it was weird because I thought the U.S. border, because the U.S. would attack, would be more stringent. It wasn't. They let us right through, no problem. But anyways, the reason that we got detained was they asked me, my friend, I had two friends that were dating each other, a man and a woman, and they asked us why we were there, and me and the other man were like, to drink. And the woman was like, oh, we came to sightsee, and so they're like, why are your answers different? And I was like, I didn't lie. It's legal. We're allowed to drink here. But yeah, I spent 3 days getting drunk in Canada. And it hardly qualifies as Canada because the actual real Canadians I met, because we drove kind of like a couple hours north and went to a bar there, they're like, yeah, Niagara's garbage. It's just touristy America light. That's all it is. No, the falls are beautiful, don't get me wrong. But anyways, I came back and I was talking like this for a while. He was like, hey. It was weird. It just also took us 3 days of drinking to kind of get a slight accent, eh? My friends are like, what are you doing? You're gone for 3 days? You come back with an accent? But, I already have the Yinzer accent, the Pittsburgh accent here. So I got some weird mix of Canadian. But I love Canada. To me, it's the exact same thing living kind of in Appalachia and Pennsylvania. I'm so stupid. All the technology in my life, Not that I'm wealthy or anything, but just in all of our lives, got a show here, got computers and PlayStations, Xboxes and stuff like that. I live right next to a national park called Cook Forest, which I go to maybe 4 or 5 times a year. And every time I'm there, I'm like, damn, why am I not here all the time? It is amazing. It's amazing. That's how I felt in Canada too. When you start to go a little bit north past Niagara there, it's beautiful. Just absolute beautiful. Just my type of living. I'm not someone who really likes an urban environment. I kind of feel uneasy when I'm in crowds and things like that. So, they kind of see that rural area in Canada. Now, you're in Winnipeg, so I know that's a little different, but still, my experience in Canada, I really enjoyed it. So that was forever ago. Give me a number, I'll call in. All right, Modus, it's just on my Discord, so that's the link to my Discord, Modus. Let me get my headset on. And, we'll take any topic. Agree or disagree with me. If you go to that link on my Discord first, if you would follow me on Discord, that'd be great. I'm going to try to use it more often. But under there, you'll see it says voice channel and you'll see my name there. Just click on that and your audio will come through. If you want to do video, I could probably hook that up as well. I know that more than one person could jump on at a time, but I ask that only one person speak at a time just because I don't know. It's just my personal preference. It gets out of sometimes a conversation with 2 people, maybe 3, 4 at most, could be all right. Thanks, Ozer. But you start to get more than that, and it's no one's fault. You can have 10 of the smartest people in the world with the best diverse takes on a topic, and if there's 10 people, it's hard to have a focused conversation because everyone's taking it in a different direction. So, I try to keep it limited. I understand. Look, my channel would grow leaps and bounds, particularly on Twitch. If how many people just do shows that are like, we'll just have 16 people get on my Discord channel and I'll just hit record and I'll let these 16 people talk. For some reason, those channels do well, but not. Yeah, feel free to join. Yeah. So first come, first serve, I guess. But we'll try to keep it. If there's multiple people, we'll try to, make sure everyone gets a chance to say something. Now, again, I do apologize if my wife goes into labor and I cut you short. I'm not trying to be a jerk. One thing that I want to talk about that I was talking about a little last show I did, I guess it was 2 days ago, was I need to find it. Hey, what's up, Aftershock? What's happening? I was just going to say, Aftershock, I'm trying to find a sweet spot for treating people that I think are arguing in bad faith with being honest that, hey, I don't respect this, but also not being over the top, just yelling at everyone I disagree with. Is that something that, you find difficulty doing?
Yes, I do. You're a better man than me, Rob. I'll tell you that right now, because that man you were debating yesterday was clearly bad faith, and you handled that very, very well.
Yeah, I didn't want to look. I sounded like a younger person, and here's the thing: I talk to a lot of people on Twitch that are younger, and so a lot of people that watch me regularly are like, well, what do these younger people know? Like, what's their lived life experience and things like that? I get that, and there is something to say of that, but I also, regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on, if you're taking an interest in things and you're brave enough to talk to someone disagrees with you and you're younger, I think that's great. So I hesitate to, but it was just too much. I mean, it was obvious by the end of that it was like, this was someone who was just like, oh, here's a streamer I disagree with. I'm going to call in and I'm going to win an argument with them. And it wasn't happening. I mean, I feel bad to say this, but when his original premise was you misrepresented the CDC data, and within 2 minutes he's like, oh, never mind, you didn't. Like, probably not a good start.
I saw the bad faith as soon as I saw his name. He had ACAB, yep. BLM, Antifa. I was like, oh, this is either going to go very well or very bad.
Yeah, and look, I'll talk to the Black Lives Matter people, I'll talk to them. ACAB's a bit of a stretch for me. I don't know how you could, in good faith, think that you're going to have a civil conversation with someone when you say all cops are bastards. If you didn't know, ACAB, if you see that said, those listening, ACAB means all cops are bastards, or when I called one person out for saying that, I mean all cops are bad. Okay. I don't know how you could, what is the level of conversation you could, on the other token, it would be like me saying, like, all leftists are scumbags. Okay, now I'd like to have a good faith conversation with someone on the left. They're going to be like, why would we want to talk to you? you've already prejudged everyone. So, but I tried to plow through it.
Sure, I think at that point it's just a matter of giving your audience a show.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So I wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
Well, I know you probably have something you wanted to, but real quick, me and you were both on with Dylan. We did a video with Dylan Burns, which, by the way, Dylan's traveling to Georgia, I believe. For those of you who don't know Dylan, he does a Twitch show. He kind of hosts debates. He's a left-winger. He's going to Georgia to kind of rally for the Democrats there in Georgia. But it's kind of, I just, hopefully he gets there safe. I hope his candidates lose, but hopefully he gets there safe and everything works well. But we had a discussion with him over what we perceive as his hypocrisy for calling out a gym owner for opening his business because he was violating COVID orders, but then he himself violated COVID orders to go to rallies. Did you have anything more that you wanted to add on kind of what your take on that is?
Well, it's kind of tricky because I don't think Dylan is arguing in bad faith. It's kind of like when you debated Destiny.
Right.
I personally watch Destiny a lot and I'm somewhat of a fan, and that's kind of what I want to go into as well. But I don't think they're arguing in bad faith. I just think their agenda is too strong to just like you said yesterday when somebody asks you a question when you're debating and somebody asks you a question and your first instinct is to answer it honestly instead of okay, what's he trying to do? He's obviously trying to get a slam dunk on me. What? Okay, so if I say yes, how is he going to use that against me? I think that's what Dylan and Destiny do, and no matter how much evidence or logic or facts that you use against him, I don't think it really matters because it was kind of cut and dry. I used his own evidence against him, and he doesn't even he linked the CDC. He linked this, and we actually got into it as well because you left and I stayed there, and he actually invited me on a panel. But his own CDC, or I don't even know if it was the CDC, but he sent us some information about like guidelines and regulations that we need to follow, and on that same page, he went against probably 90% of that stuff. So and I called him out on it. And he doesn't care. Like you kind of just reached the, and I feel like we both saw his hypocrisy and agreed on it, but we both saw it like from a different angle,
right? Yeah, and I agree.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, right? Like this is why I think it's easier to kind of be on my what I would call ideological side, which is kind of personal responsibility, because my whole take on this has just kind of been like, look, if you're really worried about it, no one's saying that you have to go outside, right? Like, I don't care. I don't care at all that someone on the left, as long as they're not damaging people's property or attacking people, if they want to go march 10 million of them for Black Lives Matter, no problem. Do it in the legal way. You have the right to free speech. I disagree with your conclusions, but I'm not going to blame you for me. I got COVID. I'm not blaming the Black Lives Matter rally that occurred in my town for me getting COVID. I chose not to go to that rally. Look, it's a disease that it is quite infectious. It's not very dangerous for people in my age group, but it is going to spread to a decent amount of people. I got it. Not the end of the world. Even if I would have passed away, I assure you, if I was coherent enough on my deathbed, I wouldn't have been like, curse those lefties for having a rally and spreading COVID. Like, it wasn't going to happen. One of the pet peeves that I have then is when people and it's predominantly on the left, want to say, well, the reason that these people are dying is because of my political ideological opponents, because those individuals aren't following the orders. Almost every single time I see someone do that, within 5 sentences, they then articulate how they themselves have violated those orders. And that's that. Like, so if Dylan's take was like, look, personally, I think this guy's an idiot, but so be it. But he had to go further and say, yeah, there should be some sort of government enforcement mechanism. And that to me is where the hypocrisy is. I understand his argument. It's like, if I think weed should be legal, but I think heroin should be illegal, like, and that's not me being a hypocrite. Well, no, the hypocrisy is saying that you should be allowed to violate the law the very same type of law that you're advocating other people should be punished. And the other thing is, the only way that you could possibly conceive that Dylan's stance makes sense is if he somehow is more credible than the doctors that he's claiming that we have to believe, right? Because his argument is, well, the doctors are wrong about the social distancing when it comes to large groups, but they're right about the need for masks. And I'm sorry, I don't believe that he has the qualifications or the educational or whatever, the facts to back that up. I don't. As you could see when, all it took was a Google search. The very first article was World Health Organization saying, yeah, we're recommending you don't wear a mask while you exercise. So it's like, why should I trust you over the World Health Organization? And his response is like, well, here's Bloomberg. Here's some other sources saying that you can wear a mask. Okay, fair enough. So then there's a debate to be had. But the left makes it seem like it's this open and shut case. Oh, masks are awesome. They prevent, if everyone would have just wore a mask, we would have only had 2 or 3 people die of COVID. That's garbage. And this happens all the time, I see on the left, where they'll take a position and then they act like there's this complete consensus. But then with any small amount of consensus there is, they magnify that to then claim, oh, and so if you disagree with me, you're against the consensus. So like with climate change, there's a consensus. Yeah, there's a consensus. The climate is changing. Heck, I'll go a step further. There's a consensus humans have something to do with it. But that's where the consensus ends. How much do humans have to do with it? How bad will climate change get? What will the consequences of that being bad get? How long will it take for that to happen? What can we do to prevent it? How many emissions do we need to reduce to be able to do this? Are there other things we can do? Like, there's no consensus on any of this, but they just act like there is. They just go from step 1, climate change, step 2, all scientists say there's climate change, therefore step 3, Green New Deal. Oh, if you disagree with me, you're against the consensus. That's what Dylan's doing with masks. Step 1, CDC say masks work. Step 2, this guy said I didn't force people to wear masks. Step 3, he's immoral. Okay, but you also disregard CDC orders. That's the hypocrisy, and I don't mind people, like, if you're just like, I think that guy's an idiot for not wearing a mask, but I don't think anything should happen to him. That's fine. It's this kind of moral superiority complex that, oh, even though I violated the orders, I did so in a moral way. Nope, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's disgusting to see, honestly, and that's why I really do believe that the left is probably the biggest threat to America that there is, because it's not a matter of both sides want the country to be better. It's one side wants the country to be better, and one side thinks the country is evil to its core, and we need to start everything again. And their own way is it's their way or the highway. And once they get in power, it's suddenly, after being called racist, being called a transphobe, being called a bigot, once they get in power, it's all about, well, now we can heal, now we can unite, now we can come together. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. And going back to Dylan, yeah, the hypocrisy, the hypocrisy is just blatant. It's almost bad faith, but I feel like he really believes it, because I asked him, so you think it is better to have it the system the way it is right now, where restaurants are closed and the ones that aren't are, you have to wear masks and stuff, and obviously I live in California, they're all closed and you always have to wear masks, and it is crippling restaurants. You would rather have that now, but you're out there protesting? And he was saying, well, protesting is, it's one of our greatest rights and everything. And I was saying, I'm not saying you can't protest. I'm not saying we're taking away that right. I'm asking you're choosing to protest, right? And something that can wait. Mm-hmm. No one's telling you can't, but they are saying that these restaurants aren't allowed to open. And if they are open, they have to do all of these drastic changes that is going to cripple them. If not, close them. what's the statistic? Isn't it like 1 in 3 businesses that have closed like will never come back?
Yep. That's what they're saying. 40%. I saw 40%. The number as high as 40% of small businesses that closed will never open back up. Yeah, it's tragic. And I get it. Like, I get the clever rhetorical trick where he's saying, "Oh, you don't think protest matters?" Well, the founding fathers. No, that's not what we're saying at all. But also opening, like, along the First Amendment and the right to free speech and protest and all of that stuff. It's combined for a reason, right? And your ability to unimpeded go to work in a legal manner, or go worship in a legal manner, to go to church, or to go visit your family, that is equally as important. If it's not worth splitting hairs, which is more important. They're on the same level as being able to petition your government for grievances, right? So the difference between us, I believe I could speak for you and him, is we're not telling him you couldn't go protest. We're not. We're saying, if you say, well, this business shouldn't be opened right now, so that kind of your First Amendment right there to kind of freely do what you want, that needs to be removed because it could potentially be harmful. Why would that suddenly not apply to just your protest? Exactly, just yours, right? Exactly. All of a sudden, your protest is important. And that's one of the, look, let me be straight up. I like Dylan a lot. I do think he's a hypocrite in this instance, but let me be honest. I've been hypocritical in my life. So when I say that, maybe I come off as harsh where I'm like, you're a hypocrite. I want nothing to do with you. Now, I do feel that way about his producer, Mr. Geck, who basically said that me and my wife deserve to get COVID. He could eat shit, but Dylan, he didn't say that to me, so I'm not going to hold Dylan to that standard. But I do think he was being a hypocrite here. What does bother me, though, about Dylan, and I see this all the time on the left, maybe someone could point out when I've done this, and I'll apologize if that's the case, but I think that there is some obvious obfuscation and just bullshitting going on. So like when he says, "Oh, at our rally in DC, everyone was 6 feet apart. I stayed 6 feet apart." That's garbage. Right.
Bullshit.
We know that's garbage. And that's the type of stuff when you hear that, you just roll your eyes. You're like, come on, man. Now how can I believe anything you say after that?
How can you argue against that?
Right. I mean, it's like, and he's like, well, look at the clip. There's a 30-second clip out there. And I'm supposed to believe that's indicative? You didn't get shoulder to shoulder with someone and say, "Hey, man, yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, our cause is good." Come on. It's not a big deal if you did, by the way. I'm not judging you for doing that. I assume you're outdoor. I assume Dylan wore a mask the whole time. I'll grant him that. I don't think that's an unreasonable. But you didn't stand 6 feet apart from everyone. That's a lie. And then there's other things, and I constantly see this happening. And again, I'll admit my bias. I'm usually debating people on the left. And maybe I've done this too. I'm willing to listen to people tell me if I have. But it's unbelievable the amount of stuff that they'll just kind of try to recreate history. So like with Dylan, I'm like, oh, you were upset about the Proud Boys ripped up a Black Lives Matter sign. But where were you all summer when we saw property destruction happening in the name of Black Lives Matter? Yeah, I was against that. Really? You spoke up against that. You felt the need to make video after video and publicly go out in DC when a sign got ripped up. But when we saw businesses being burnt to the ground by people that you usually are on the same side of politically, I didn't hear your voice. I'll tell you this much. I was a Tea Party supporter. If the Tea Party would have rioted in 200-something locations, guarantee you would have heard me every day like, "This is outrageous. What are you doing? Not acceptable." And so, like, it seems like if everyone that I argued with on YouTube or on Twitter from the left lived their life as the way they're telling me, we wouldn't have any inequities in life. You know how many white people I've talked to that say, like, this is a conversation I've had probably 24 times just in my hometown on Facebook. It's a poor, rural, mostly white area. And I'll hear someone go, "Oh, Rob, you're terrible for being against Black Lives Matter. That's because you have white privilege and blah, blah, blah." And I'll say this. I'll say, "Do you have white privilege?" "Yes, I have white privilege." "And does that mean that a lot of your wealth that you have in your life has been, regardless of how much it is because you're white?" "Oh, yeah. How much?" And they'll say something different, but half of what I've got is because of my ancestors, and because of my white privilege. And I'm like, okay, well then give half of your stuff away to people of color. I have a lot of black friends. I'll give you their name. They'll happily take your home and your car. I'll call them right now. Let's go to the notary and get it signed, right? Let's do it. Then you can feel good about yourself, right? Because you basically stole it from their family, so give it back, right? And you know how many of them tell me this? I do donate a lot of money to people of color. I'm like, come on, you're full of it, man. You're just lying to me. I can't disprove it.
Rob?
You're right. I can't disprove it, but it's like, come on. If that was true, if everyone on the left that you debate's like, I do, that's like, you know, a white liberal, does give half of their possessions to people of color, what's the problem? People of color would be thriving. They'd be like, yeah, we're killing it. We've got all these morons on Facebook sending us half their paycheck every month, which, by the way, that's something I could agree with Black Lives Matter. If everyone that thinks they have white privilege wants to correct that by giving away half of their stuff to people of color, I'll high five Black Lives Matter. Be like, good, man, take their stuff. I don't care.
Sure.
I don't think I have that privilege, so I'm not going to give you my stuff, but I don't begrudge you taking stuff from the people willing to give it. Have at her. You know, so it's that kind of bad, you know, or how many people have I debated and I'm just like, oh, okay, now that Joe Biden, it looks like he's coming into office. So now it's time for Trump to pay for a dossier, right, that says Joe Biden likes to get peed on and he's a Chinese spy. So we could start spying on him. We could start leaking that classified information to the press. We could start a never-ending 4-year investigation into him. We could raid his lawyer's office in the middle of the night. We could tip Fox News or OAN to raid his allies in their underwear when, you know, 20 FBI agents show up like they did to Roger Stone, right? We could start all of that, and people are like, oh, that's ridiculous. Actually, I was never into the Russia stuff. Weird. Everyone I talked to on the left, all I heard was Russia, Russia, Russia for 4 years. But now as soon as you talk to them now, they're like, I wasn't into the Russia stuff. And it's exactly what you're talking about. You know, how many times have I heard these people say, oh, Trump supporters won't accept the results of the election? It's like, dude, you guys posted #resist, not my president for 4 years. Oh, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. And it's like, you're a liar. I mean, maybe some of the people saying that are true, but overwhelmingly, you know, when I could look up, you know, polls from pollsters that the left trusts that show that 60% of Democrats after the 2016 election actually thought Russia switched votes. But it wasn't anyone I've ever talked to, right? It wasn't them. Those are just, and that's the type of stuff where you just roll your eyes. You're like, ugh. But yeah, you wanted to talk about like Destiny or like people like that.
Yeah, for sure. So, sorry about the typing, by the way. I'm just
no problem.
Just typing stuff to, you know, respond to and stuff. So, and maybe you can help me with this because maybe I'm just completely wrong. You know what I mean? Because I do not want to be. At least I've been so against this idea of socialism. But I debated Destiny. It was on the Scuff podcast. It's like this really big like podcast. About like maybe like 30,000 people were watching and stuff, and it was a good time. You know, it was a good time. And after that, I started looking into Destiny, and you know, I started looking at a lot of his stuff, and you know, a lot of the stuff I think I really did connect with because I think he really does mean well. I really do think he does mean well. And he's kind of just turned me to a more socialist view in terms of like, and let me clear up because I'm sure a lot of people are, you know, what? But so after these stories that I keep hearing of like, you know, how people like, can't pay for, you know, their insulin, can't, you know, if they have cancer, they can't pay for the treatment. They, you know, some people don't have cars, so they need to take the bus or they need to walk to, you know, their work and stuff. And I just keep thinking like how are we allowing that in the greatest country to ever exist? You know, how is that a thing? How do we have so many homeless people? And I understand, you know, a lot of them are in blue states and stuff, but you know, a lot of Destiny basically turned me into where in some topics I was standing up and I was saying no socialism. You know what I mean? I'm not for that. And now I'm kind of sitting down and I'm like, well, technically I am Medicare for all. Like, why wouldn't I want everybody to have healthcare? You know, why wouldn't I be for that? You know, why wouldn't I be for, you know, stopping all this money going overseas for nonsense and instead investing that here? You know, but I mean, maybe I'm just like off the rails. Like, can you riff on that a little bit?
I don't think you're off the rails at all. So first off, let me say this. I am sincere when I say that I have great friends that I think are actually like card-carrying members of the DSA, Democrat Socialists of America, that would call themselves socialist. communism's a little different. It'd be a hard sell for me to take someone who claims to be a communist in good light, seeing the track record of the hundreds of millions of dead. And I think socialism can quickly go off the rails. But the reason I bring this up is certainly you could be a socialist and be a person that's arguing in good faith. I absolutely believe that's the cause. I think that many of us actually want the same things. We don't want people not to have insulin. We don't want people to be starving. Yeah. We don't want people to be homeless. We just disagree on what the best system that we could come up with is to kind of do the best good. And and it's not just in that area. Like, because one of the things, the mistakes that people make, and I think you see this a lot with socialists and people on the left, is they'll identify a problem that's a serious problem, and they'll say, whatever we have to do to have the government fix this, we do. But then what they do is they don't look at the other harms that it causes. So a great example would be the lockdowns. If you approach COVID just saying, what is literally, we're going to try everything, just throw everything against the wall in order to alleviate people getting this illness. Well, yeah, you would weld people in their houses like China did. But what's the harms that come with that? There's a lot, right? So that's one thing I think that oftentimes a lot of these ideas that are put forth by people that claim to be socialist actually have a bunch of unintended consequences that are horrible. However, having said that, look, let's be honest, we are not a capitalist system. We are a mixed system. And this is something that gets lost in the debate, I think, when we're talking about socialist countries versus capitalist countries. So, for example, they'll always bring up like the Scandinavian countries. Oh, they're socialists, and look, their quality of life's better. But there's a lot of differences. Like, for example, homogenous, smaller populations, incredibly wealthy populations, and things like that. But even if you talk to someone from like Sweden, they're like, I don't know why we're called socialists. We have free markets. They're a mixed system, just like we're a mixed. We have forms of socialism. Medicare's socialism. Medicaid socialism, right? The WIC program for people with infants, that's socialism, right? The idea of taking people's money, basically by force, with taxes, and then spreading it out to people, that's a form of socialism. And I'm not against every single social program. Now, there are purists like Milton Friedman who could probably argue this better than me, where he articulates how most of the time when we have, in fact, he challenges people to name a social policy like that, a social safety net that actually hasn't caused more damage than it's done good, and he's very persuasive. But I understand the need for some of these social programs. So, like when you're talking insulin or life-saving medications, it does seem like that we could be doing better. And I think that our healthcare system is despicable. I think it's terrible. I don't understand why it's necessary through your work. Like, let me just give you an anecdotal story. My wife is going to have a baby here in the next 2 to 3 days, probably. She works at S&T Bank, has been on their insurance forever. I don't know if I should have said where she works. It doesn't matter. They're good to her. It's not their fault, right? She works at this bank. Well, the bank just decided to switch insurance providers. And so now, because our baby was born 2 days after when her old insurance took place, we have all of these questions. And there's a question of if the hospital we're going to will actually be covered under this new insurance. This is no fault of her. She didn't change anything, kept the same job, never missed a payment. Yet, just because this is contingent on your job, now it's like changed. And so there's a lot of problems. So I actually am open to conversations with saying, like, we should have programs to help the homeless. We should have programs to help. But what you have to do is weigh the negative with the positive. So oftentimes we see like San Francisco has a bunch of programs to help the homeless. Well, what's the net effect of that? It's created more homeless. That's what happened. And therefore it brings more crime because they're like, oh, we'll give out hypodermic needles. That'll keep people safe. Well, that increases drug use, which then increases crime. We'll not arrest the homeless population. We'll try to give them, goods and services. Well, that attracts a lot of homeless people. And then it ends up, that's an unintended consequences. But in addition to that, there's also something else you have to weigh. And that is, although I agree the government should exist, and I agree that the government should take care of some of the things we're talking about, you always, always, always have to understand this rule. Everything the government touches, there will be corruption and there will be incompetence. Mm-hmm. And so, for example, in a perfect society where we had a functioning government that actually cared about the people and was competent, Medicare for all isn't that bad of an option, I don't think. Because that you could trust that the government's not going to frivolously tap into that tax dollars that's going there to spend it on other garbage, like, their corporate friends that lobby for them, and that they'll make sure that money's divvied out in a fast and responsible way to make sure everyone's getting health care. But that's not what we have. We have one of the most incompetent, corrupt governments in the history of this country right now. That's what we have. And so when we give them this sort of power, it ends up, is the net benefit worth it? It's easy to say, well, you don't want that guy to have insulin? Of course I want that guy to have insulin. But by creating this massive behemoth of a program that it allows these corrupt people to siphon off billions of dollars. Like, for example, look at Social Security. It's gone. The money is gone. You could have made a very compelling case why Social Security, hey, everybody should pay into a pool of money that then we could give out to senior citizens when they're no longer in the working field. Makes sense. Okay, I could see that argument. They crookedly spent all that money. It's gone. And the problem with people like Destiny is when they're just arguing, oh, you don't want old people to have money? No, of course I do. But you have to understand, once you have the government become the caretaker of this, they're going to muck it up somehow. And the other thing that's a problem is, and it's a cliche, but it's true, you could vote your way into socialism, but you have to fight your way out. So, for example, we could see, look at Obamacare. Now, Obamacare, this is another danger of what this sort of rhetoric leads to. It never made sense to me. Basically, the argument for Obamacare was this. Well, we have these insurance agencies all over the country, health insurance, and it's a mess. And a lot of these insurance places are crooked, and they'll try to get out of paying your bills if they can, and it's a mess. Okay, I agree with that, right? And so we're going to create a law that forces you to buy their product. Wait, what? So you're telling us these people are corrupt, but now you've created a law that forces me to buy their product? It made no sense. But even to that level, any policy that you have, it'll benefit someone and it'll hurt people. We're always trying to find the net value of how do you benefit the most people in the most ethical way and harm the least amount of people. But there's no policy out there that anything you could suggest, it would negatively impact someone. Hell, if we get rid of lobbyist laws, there are people whose job is being a lobbyist. It's going to harm them. I get that. But we just say, yeah, it's worth it, So the problem is, with Obamacare, we basically promised a bunch of people health care that otherwise didn't have it. Now, it was crappy, and I understand people are going to say it was a mess. Yeah, Obamacare is a mess. I totally agree. But how do you tell those people, well, we're going to repeal this? How do you do it? If we put Medicare for All in for 2 years, we're like, let's just try it for 2 years and see what happens. And it's an unmitigated disaster. There are going to be tens of thousands of people that now have health care that didn't. How do you tell them, sorry, you no longer have health care? Once you give them something, it's impossible to take it back. It's the same with universal basic income and stuff like that. This isn't things that we should just frivolously decide like, hey, we care about poor people, therefore send them, give everybody health care, there we go. Oops, what? Now health care is collapsing because no one could afford it? You can't just be like, oh, okay, well, sorry, poor people, we're going to kick you off now. So I get what you're saying, and I do, and to me, it's a case-by-case basis. Again, I'm not against social safety net programs. And in fact, I'll just give real quick, here's my stance on Medicare for All. I think it would be a disaster, but I think our current system's a disaster. And I don't see Mitch McConnell coming up with a plan.
Yeah.
So if I have to choose between Bernie Sanders, what I consider a bad plan, or Mitch McConnell's no plan, I don't know. I could be talked into it. That's what I would say. I'm smart enough to know I'm not that smart on the subject, and I'm willing to listen to people talk about it. So by no means am I an ideologue to the point where I'm like, no socialism ever. That's not what I'm saying. I think that we should always lean towards personal responsibility and personal freedom and lean towards free markets. But as far as I'm concerned, there's a time and a place for the government to step in. But the point you made is the real point on this, right? Like, why we're spending all of this money. This is what the problem with the stimulus is, that for some reason it's not that they don't know, they're pretending not to know. The problem's not you only gave us $600. That's part of it. The real problem is you're spending all billions of dollars elsewhere, not on the American people. Yeah. That's the problem. I think that you would see fiscal conservatives like a Rand Paul would say, look, I'm kind of against a lot of these programs that Bernie Sanders has, but if we didn't spend one more dollar and instead we took it out of pork projects we have elsewhere, giving to corporations, giving to gender studies groups in Pakistan, let's end all that crap and use that money here with programs that maybe someone like a socialist would like. Then we could talk about lowering those programs. You know, I think that you would find that's an area of agreement that you could have kind of the more socialist Democrats start to agree with some of the more moderate conservatives would say. Now, there's always going to be conservatives that are just fundamental. I don't believe Medicare should exist. I don't believe Social Security should exist. I'm willing to hear that argument too. I don't necessarily fall into that category, but yeah. I'm with you 100%. I think that we make a mistake if we just assume anyone who talks about these social safety net programs are somehow horrible people. I think many of them are actually very well-intended people. The problem is the people at the top that are pushing these policies, I don't think are well-intended. Long-winded answer. I'm sorry about that.
No. This is no. That's definitely. And that's why I'm here. You know, I want your answer. I want your opinion. A couple of things. And by all means, if you want to switch out with somebody else, just let me know. I'll take off. You know what I mean?
There was one person who said they want to come in. Go ahead and come on the chat when you come in. But me and Aftershock are going to finish up here. So go ahead, Aftershock. He's not here now anyway. So
sure. I agree with you. Socialism, you know, we have to be careful with it. It could lead to, you know, God knows what. It's how we get there. You know what I mean? That's the answer. And I love your what you said on Mitch McConnell, how he doesn't even have a plan. And I don't know who it was who said, I think it was Rand Paul who said, we need to stop being the party of opposition and start being the party of proposition. You know, I feel like the Republicans are too eager to say no, but at the same time, they're not doing anything. Like, can you do something else more than just say no?
Well, that's just it. They ran for 7 years. They ran on repeal and replace Obamacare. Then they were given the president, the House, and the Senate. What did they do? They got rid of the mandate, okay, but you didn't replace. You just repealed, and you didn't even repeal it all. You repealed a part of it, but you didn't replace. Exactly. How did you not have a plan after 7 years of saying, this is our issue? This is our issue. Repeal and replace, repeal and replace. And that's what I say. The Republicans always sound better when they're the opposition party because it's easy to just look at your... When I debated, right, like this is going to be another tangent, but when I did policy debate in college, there were different types of styles that people could debate. One of the styles was just regular policy, we called it, which would just be like, we think we should raise taxes by 3%. And then the other side says, no, that would be bad because of X. But then there are also what could be called performance debate. Performance debate would be, we say that we should raise taxes by 3%, and our opponents stand up, play Jimi Hendrix doing the national anthem, strip naked, and burn the American flag. What does that have to do with anything? I don't know, but that's what you call performance debate. They're kind of trying to be like poetic or something. Not worth talking about right now. But then there's a third style, and that's kind of critiques. And these are philosophical objections to the plan. So we would say, let's increase taxes by 3%, and our opponents would ignore what we had the government do and instead critique the idea of government. So they would be like, your plan's fundamentally rooted in capitalism, and capitalism's evil, therefore reject capitalism, right? So this argument about capitalism came up all the time in debate. And one of the disagreements that I would have with people I would say, then what system are you advocating for? And they would say, well, we're not advocating for a system. We're just saying to reject. And that's easy. There is no system. There's not even an individual policy that I could think of that I wouldn't be able to come up with potential arguments against. Even if I 99% agree with the policy, there could be someone in good faith that goes, but wait, if you do that, this could happen. And you could be like, yeah, but the good so far outweighs the bad. But you're right. There's almost nothing you could think of doing, even in your life, that there's pros and cons. Like, that's life. Every decision has pros and cons, right? If you're only good at saying, oh, your idea has cons, but then you're like, okay, well, what's your idea? Oh, we don't have an idea. That's the Republican Party in a nutshell, right? They're just like, yo, Barack Obama's horrible. And by the way, that's what the Democratic Party was under Trump. Trump's horrible. Like, ask yourself this. So I'm supposed to believe if I talk, I'm sure there are people on the left maybe watching now, that would say, Donald Trump's responsible for 400,000 dead people under COVID. And I'll say, okay, let's say Trump would have lost and it was Hillary. What would she have done differently? How would she have saved 400,000 lives? How many people would have died under Hillary? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, she would have saved at least half of them. Okay, so if that's true, then your argument that Trump killed 400,000 is garbage, because under your own interpretation, 200,000 were going to die anyways. So you're already inflating just to be confrontational and just to be partisan, right? But Joe Biden, when I can tell, Joe Biden's plan is, I've just repackaged Donald Trump's plan.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so it's like, so they're really good at saying, look at COVID, this is Trump's fault. And it's like, oh, okay, what should he have done? Well, we're not in charge. It was Trump. So the dead people were his fault. Do you think if only 10 people would have died in the United States from COVID, that the Democrats would have said, God bless Donald Trump, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives? Of course not. They would have said, well, other people made good decisions. Thank God for the scientists. Thank God for this. Thank God for that. But Trump's still a fool. So it's like, I get sick and tired of this game. We have two parties, and my theory is they're corrupt and that they're basically globalist and they don't care about the American people. They care about consolidating their power, and that basically Mitch McConnell is Chuck Schumer and vice versa on the big issues. But at another level of that, we have two political parties that are only good at saying, hey, the other party sucks. Oh, okay, well, what are you going to do? Oh, we don't have any ideas ourselves. We're just here to tell you how bad the other party sucks. And they're right, the other party does suck. So we end up with these people that are just like, oh, Obamacare was a disaster. And this is true. Look, I hate the left way more. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. But let's be honest. The Republican Party, the GOP, does this. We're going to repeal and replace. Okay, you have an opportunity. Well, we couldn't get it done. And so, it's
such a mess.
It is a mess. And we've incentivized this, that's why I said the best thing, I wanted Trump to win with all my heart. I did. I said if Trump wasn't going to win, if you're not looking at it on which side wins, but just stylistically how the win happened, the best thing that could have happened was that either the Republicans or the Democrats crushed it. And I hate the Democrats. I'm not a big fan of the Republicans, but certainly I've ran as a Republican. I volunteer for the Republicans. I, go to a ton of Republican meetings. I was offered a job by Trump's campaign. So I'm a Republican, but the party disappoints me to no end. So I definitely am more willing to side with them than the Democratic Party. Having said that, though, if one of the parties would have got crushed, then that party could have changed the people in leadership of it, potentially. But if it's like 52% to 48%, then both sides will say, oh, we just narrowly lost, we just narrowly won. So we're going to keep Mitch McConnell, or we're going to keep Nancy Pelosi, and we're just going to tweak a couple things. Whereas if they lost 80% to 20%, people would say, hey, Mitch McConnell, you're not working. See ya. We're going to replace you with someone who actually cares about the people of this country. But as long as it's always within 1 or 2 percentage points, it's a mess. And, I tried to tell a buddy of mine the other day that's like a big Black Lives Matter guy. I said, listen, you think you won this election, but you actually lost more than Trump supporters lost. It's true, because here's the thing. With Trump losing, I think that his base is still pretty vocal, and they're still going to be there. And if anything, I don't think it'll be a massive change, but I think it will force some Republicans will be primaried, and we'll get some more people that are more in line with kind of, we care about the American people. I'm hoping that's what happens.
Well, okay, so let me get your opinion on this. I've been hearing talks about the Republicans, and this goes back to socialism, because when we give a little, how do you feel about the Republican Party in and of itself splitting? Because I hear talk about the Republicans or Trump supporters want to start their own party, the Patriot Party, and it's like, well how is that going to turn out? Because if we split our power, then the Democrats are just going to win. So,
yeah. I get, so I don't know. Look, I would love to see a third or a fourth party. I really would. But I get it. Whichever party splits first will suffer short-term losses, no doubt, right? And I don't even know institutionally and structurally if it's even possible. But But this is a different question. This is because I believe politics is downstream of culture, and because the establishment has dominated the culture, particularly the establishment left, they've dominated culture for so long. You have to understand, I love this quote from the first Men in Black movie when Tommy Lee Jones is talking to Will Smith, and he's like, hey, he lays it all out. He's like, we're the Men in Black. Do you want to be part of us? You have to cut off contact with the rest of your family. And Will Smith's like, is it worth it?
Is it worth it?
And like Tommy Lee Jones, at one point he goes into this rant where he's like, he's like, a person's smart, but people are dumb, fearful, cowardly animals, and you know it. That's absolutely true. Individuals are smart, right? You talk to an individual, there's something in there, almost everyone. I mean, I'm talking people I know that dropped out of high school at 8th grade. They could talk to me how to repair a small engine, and it blows my mind. I'm like, wow. Or I'm talking to someone with autism. Some of the stuff they're saying, it's like, wow. An individual's smart. But we have, down to a science, learned how to propagandize people. Like, it's true. Edward Bernays knew this way back, like in the 40s. He knew how to do this, right? Like, it's easy to influence a plurality of people. And because of that, because our culture is controlled by that, what is a third party going to be? I mean, look at it. Look at a third party like the Green Party that's basically no threat to win any seat of prominence, right? Like, not. I don't like the Green Party. Don't get me wrong. I don't like their policies, I should say. But I'm not saying this to disparage them. I'm just saying, quite literally, like, we're not in jeopardy of the Green Party winning a national election anytime soon. Yet still, they smeared Jill Stein as a Russian agent, despite the fact she's almost no threat. They don't give any third parties any coverage. So let's say a Patriot Party formed. Like, there are enough people that it could be viable in specific elections. That certainly would be true. So you could win a seat in a very conservative area. You could beat out a rhino Republican. So that could happen. But like you said, there will be a lot of places then where you'd have just enough people to vote for the Patriot Party that a Republican that otherwise would have won will lose, right? So there will be short-term detriment. The question is it worth it? Hypothetically, yes, it's worth it. I would rather see 8 years of basically total Democrat rule with enough people get fed up that we actually end up with a real political party that actually wants to work for the people. I think we could survive that short-term 8 years. It would be terrible, but I think we could. Because basically, that's the status quo. I believe on the big issues that screw us over, the Democrats and the Republicans agree anyways. So there's almost like there's nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose when it comes to, okay, yeah, the Republicans would lose, but basically a rhino's just a Democrat anyways. However, the question is, it would only be worth it if that third party could eventually become viable. And I don't know how you could make a third party, either leaning right or left, viable to win something like the presidency until you fight back in that culture war. Because whoever that third party is, the FBI is going to come after, the media is going to come after, tech companies will censor stories about. How is the average person? Because this is the one thing that I think we, as whether you're on the right or left, let me make a judgment about all of you right now. If you're watching some fat bearded guy right now on a Friday night on New Year's Day talk about politics, you're different than the average person. You just are. The average person isn't interested in politics like this. And so how are you going to convince the mass majority of the country, 80%, hey, here's a new party that you should vote for, if almost every tool you could use to communicate to them is controlled by your opposition? And that's so it almost seems to me like it's more viable to have patriots run as Republicans and unseat Republicans. Because that's more, I think that the average person could understand that more. You could win in a primary saying, no, this person's not really a Republican. Mitch McConnell's not really a Republican, so I'm going to primary him. And all of that institutional kind of advantage that goes into the two-party system will be there for you. Like, I'll give you an example. I ran as a Republican for Congress in 2019 in a special election. Not many people know this, but I attempted in 2014 to run for Congress as a libertarian. Now, when I ran as a Republican, I refused to take any donations. Every money that I spent was out of pocket. And the only two people that worked on my campaign was my friend Tom, who was in the chat, and my wife. Right? That was it. Okay? When I tried to run as a libertarian, there were a couple nice people from the Libertarian Party that reached out to me, and they gave me names to reach out to. I had to collect so many signatures to be on a ballot. I had to start basically a 501c and name myself to every position on the board since I was campaigning by myself. So I would have had to start something called like Rob Knorr for Congress Fund, which I would have been the president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Then I'd have to fill out every month all of this paperwork talking about my campaign donations. So I told them, I said, I'm not accepting any donations. It'll be all out of pocket. They said, you still have to do that. Because if you don't, the Democrats and the Republicans will challenge that you didn't fill out that paperwork long enough to last beyond the election. And so they'll keep me off the ballot. So the structural inequities to trying to be a third party as an individual are incredible. Now, if you had millions of people, a lot of people with resources, like I think Trump supporters that would decide to start a party, a lot of that could be overcame. But still, there are a lot of structural barriers to a third party instead of a second party. So I guess to everyone out there wondering, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't try a third party on the right or the left. I don't think if you're a progressive out there, I don't think the Democratic Party represents you. I don't. I don't think corporatist Joe Biden represents the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. But that's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get for the next 30 years. You're going to get Hillary Clinton. You're going to get Joe Biden. You're going to get Kamala Harris. You're going to get Barack Obama. These are corporatists. That's who they are. They're neo-libs. They haven't seen a war that they don't like. They'll pay lip service to the black community and to inner cities. They won't do one thing to help them. In fact, their lip service and the things they suggest will actually harm the black community. Don't believe me? Homicides, I believe, in New York are up 90% this year. Good job, Black Lives Matter. Good job, Democratic politicians, So I think that, both of us should want an actual party that represents the actual people. But it's tough, man. It's tough to get there. Yeah. Did the other person come in? Yeah. So Aftershock, if you want to call in later, if I'm still on, feel free. But thanks so much for being on. Do you have a show or a channel?
I stream on Twitch. I'm gonna start, doing basically what you're doing. It's just Aftershock, but the T is a 1. That's it.
Okay, awesome. And just make sure you type in the chat before you leave if you have to head out, so people could see your name and get to your channel. So I'd love to work with your channel too. Absolutely would love to. So.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks so much. So, that was Aftershock. Like I said, I'd seen him on some panels debating, and he was on when I was talking to Dylan about, the kind of what I saw as hypocrisy. Oh, thank you to the people that maybe don't disagree with me that are saying that I at least seem reasonable or something. Stop by anytime. I'm sure you'll disagree if I'm on here screaming at someone someday, but I'm a passionate guy. So, all right, Vega, what's up, man? Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine, man. What's happening?
Not much, man. First of all, just, hey, really glad that you guys are safe and the whole COVID thing didn't go for the worse. Yeah.
And like one of the reasons I did that show was just to show I actually had COVID and I wanted to show people an example of what it could look like for better or worse. I understand to everyone out there that's like, thank God Rob and his wife did good, but I knew someone that didn't work out so well with. Of course that happens, and so I'm not bragging, but I am very lucky and thankful that me and my wife came out. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't know if you want to go back to it because I have so much I could say about third parties.
Sure, whatever.
But so I don't understand whether you want to talk about Dylan being a hypocrite, because I think I do think there's an argument that can be made in good faith for his position that I was like inwardly screaming,
Yeah,
like,
go ahead. Let's do that. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so I will start by saying this is mostly a thought experiment.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the end of the day, there's no way to get around being a hypocrite when you say Group X, has to abide by all of the regulations and suggestions, but, Group Y can do whatever they want with impunity. Yeah. But if I was Dylan or his life coach, I would have advised him to say that, yes, while fundamentally or principally, the argument is the same for both groups, for the gym owner and for the protesters, that the gym owners just kind of on the way that Corona, we know that it spreads the quickest and the most effectively in enclosed areas where repeat contact with people who might be infected is guaranteed. So, and not just gyms, but offices, small workplaces, anything like that, where there's not enough ventilation to actually, or not the right ventilation, I should say, to actually make it unlikely that you stand a higher chance of catching it. If he had attacked the real tangible means of virus transmission versus, I don't know, some weird political principle, I think that would be an honest argument that someone could make.
Yeah, I agree. But there's a couple problems with why he couldn't do that. The first is because I interpreted his initial objection to this gym owner being that the gym owner opened his business. And I have to be charitable and say maybe that I'll take his word, but I secretly believe that's what his objection was originally. I think the problem then you get into a discussion of, were the lockdowns good? Is the economic damage that comes as a result of the lockdowns worth the benefit of keeping people out of areas where there's not a lot of ventilation, and how much spread would have came there? He didn't want that argument, whether it because he just doesn't believe it or he didn't want that. So his objection was purely, should this gym owner, I don't have a problem that the gym owner opened. I have a problem of, should he have forced people to wear masks? So if he starts talking about the ventilation and stuff like that, well, then that seems to contradict his claim that he doesn't have a problem with these businesses opening. Because even if they wore masks and things like that, the evidence all suggests that he would be pointing to that we should not allow people in these closed spaces. So because of the tactic that he adopted originally, it wouldn't really have benefited him, I don't think, although I think that's a stronger point. You're right. I don't think the way he approached it allowed him to do that. But the second thing I'll say is...
definitely didn't.
Right. The second thing I'll say, though, is, so it's interesting because it's very difficult. There's so much data out there on COVID, and it's difficult to know what to trust and things like that. What we do know... So let me put it this way. If I cite something let's say I cite a statistic that says that you should wear a mask, that masks are beneficial, I'll have a bunch of people on my channel say, no, that's not true. I don't believe this. Masks are all about control. And here's studies that say that masks aren't that beneficial. Now, I agree that the reaction to COVID has been a political reaction, that it's intended to basically damage the average people in this country. That's what I believe, because it allows them to consolidate power and makes us dependent on the government. So I believe that in general. But when it comes in regards to the specific mask claim, we'll have this sort of, I don't believe your evidence claim. And the same is true of the other side. If someone's telling me that masks are the end all be all, and I'm like, well, actually, here's a study that actually says that masks haven't been that effective at all, right? They'll be like, it's garbage. I don't buy that data, right? So it's hard to trust. Then as a layperson, how do we get into, well, which set of data should we be trusting? Who's telling the truth? And it just becomes a very murky debate. So one of the things I try to do is ask people, what is the data set, or what are the organizations you're saying that we should listen to? And then once they say that, point out the contradictions between their positions and those organizations. So for example, with Dylan, I'm not pointing out a bunch of doctors that went on OAN and said, this virus that's being blown out of proportion, blah, blah, blah. I'm citing the World Health Organization that says you shouldn't wear masks when you're working out, because I know that just avoids the entire I don't trust your source argument. So given that, what I do know about the numbers is this. According to New York, the state, and Governor Cuomo, the data that they used to justify the lockdown said that in New York City, 6% of transmissions occurred in bars, restaurants, gym type settings. 6%. So although your argument's true in kind of the basic sense that you're more likely to get it in an indoor space than an outdoor space, even still, according to their own data, only 6% of transmissions occurred. The vast majority of the transmissions occurred in personal homes. So in effect, if Dylan makes that argument, my counter to the argument is this. So basically, you've taken an area that the government of New York, we could at least look at them, says that only 6% of the transmissions occur in. You've banned people from going to those areas, and you've basically forced them into each other's homes where 80% of the transmissions are occurring. That's the problem. It's not if we just don't allow people in restaurants, then people won't be indoors with poor ventilation. No, they'll stay home where they're indoors with poor ventilation. At least.
Sure. Well, and this is this is also part of the problem with the data in general. Just as a quick note, is that while that's true that maybe 6% of the transmissions only occurred there, the real question is, of the population that represent that 6%, how many of them got affected? What is the what's the ratio of people who entered that business who are in that 6% who got it? Like that's kind of the bigger question. The home thing is obviously going to be the huge proportion of where people encounter it, because that's the most confined, the most close contact. That is, you're not usually going to wear a mask. I mean, unless you're painting your house or something, you're not going to take any of the social distancing precautions inside your own home. So that I would expect. But I will say, I hear what you're saying, and I have long felt that for some reason the service industry has just been kind of demonized for for political sport. Basically.
I agree. Yeah, and I think that you could see, and again, let me be clear to anyone listening, I've been bashing the Republican Party all night and basically for a long time on this show. So, but you could see in places that's dominated more. And the reason that I say the left or the Democratic Party, because the more control, the more power you give government to control these individual service industry places, the more negative effect they can have on them. So even if you're a conservative who believes in small government and for whatever reason you got a chip on your shoulder about the service industry, well, if you ideologically are consistent, then you're like, well, even though I don't like this industry, I'm for small government, so I can't do much about them. That's why there's going to be more of a danger. Now, keep in mind, the Republicans lie about being for small government. Most of them, when they say small government, they mean until we're in charge, and then we'll do whatever we want. So it's ridiculous. But that's theoretically the argument if we're talking in theory. But the reason I bring this up is look at how small businesses in the service industry is treated in places like California. Like San Francisco. And again, this is all anecdotal, though I have seen some data. But I've seen video after video where people were talking in LA and San Francisco, basically they've decriminalized shoplifting. So people just come in and take what they want, and I'm left out in the cold as a business owner. This was before COVID, and it's just the business owners are pleading with the cities can you do something about this? I've paid taxes in this city for 30 years. My business has been here. I've been an upstanding member. And now when I need help, you seem to just be screw off. You're a bad person for bringing this up. So I agree. I think that there's kind of been this, and it's to be expected though, because, it's straight out of Animal Farm. Everyone's equal, but some are more equal than others. Well, the restaurant, what influence do they have on government? My friend that owns the bar right up the road, bar and restaurant, a mile and a half up here. What influence does he have on politics at the state level? Heck, what influence does he have at the local level? Almost none. But Amazon, Walmart. So is it any coincidence that during these lockdown procedures during COVID, that Amazon's I think I read that it was Amazon, Walmart, and one other company have made $3.3 trillion gained since COVID. In a same time period where 40% of small businesses will never reopen. I mean, that's staggering. It's unbelievable.
Well, and it's, I know it's anecdotal, but so I think we would probably agree more than not on the lockdowns, except for maybe how they should have been implemented in a way that would have been effective originally. We're well past that point right now.
That's the issue, right? I'll leave you finish, but lockdowns could have been affected if they were near total and before the virus got a foothold. The problem's going to be with that. We didn't even know the virus was here until it was too late for that strategy to work. Right? Fauci and them were telling, it was here. They're now doing blood sample tests from the Red Cross I saw from back in December of last year, where these blood samples that people donated blood are testing positive for COVID. So it turns out that the virus spread probably to people that just thought it was a different illness, because probably the first people to get it were people that were traveling more and people that were out in the communities more. So it's not the elderly. So those people likely were not to have severe effects. They got sick. You were crappy for 3-4 days, thought it's cold or the flu, and then you went back to work. So because the virus is already spreading, the lockdown wouldn't have been effective. It would have it was already here. The virus was already here. At least that's my interpretation of it.
Well, I'm just kind of looking at the way that places like South Korea or Finland kind of tackled it, the way they tackled it immediately, and the way that places like Australia and New Zealand are kind of as close to back to normal as they can be. But but that said, like just as an anecdote, is how ineffective the lockdowns were and how they seemed to be more of a political stunt than an actual solution. So here in Texas, like bars were just closed, right? Unless like a certain percentage of your sales were from food. So what did bars do? A lot of them either had a kitchen that they were already using, or they just started to bring food in, or they just, got, some people went as simple as getting a popcorn machine and made you order like a 50-cent popcorn with every drink, right?
Yep.
So all of a sudden they can reopen, and I'm like, wait, so how are you more likely to catch COVID if a bar doesn't serve food than if it does?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's so they created all these rules in lockdown that didn't really seek to address the problem.
Well, and this is what I've been telling people here. I happen to know more about Pennsylvania because that's where I live. And I'm fortunate enough to do a radio show with, a journalist that gets to be in the room with the governor every week. So this is something that happened in Pennsylvania. I don't know if people do this, but there's a tradition, at least around these parts, that we called turkey binge, which was the day before Thanksgiving. You basically bar hop and get smashed. You go to all these bars and get drunk, right? And it's a big day, like local bars and restaurants, and not just here in my little area, but I think all around the country. It's one of the bigger days that you wouldn't think about. Like, New Year's and St. Patty's Day and Cinco de Mayo, those days are going to be big bar days. But yeah, turkey binge is a big day for the bar and restaurant. And just think about it anyways. You're going to cook a big Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow, so probably today you're not cooking. You go out to eat, right? Now, nothing about that's changed. The statistics on how many people in general go out that day has remained the same year after year. In other words, it wasn't like that Tom Wolfe woke up on Tuesday and went, wait, what's this? A bunch of people are planning on going out tomorrow? They knew that was going to be a busy day. So what happened was, here in Pennsylvania, we were no longer had any counties that were red. So restaurants were allowed to open with restrictions. I think 20-something% capacity. You had to wear a mask when you came in, etc. That's how Pennsylvania and a lot of states did the same thing. They alleviated the lockdown. They put some restrictions on, but they allowed these places to have indoor dining and takeout. So as a result, a bunch of people I know that own restaurants around here were like, great, we've struggled. We had to lock down. Here's a day where we could make a bunch of money. So, the waitresses are excited. My friend that runs a bar up the street, he basically called every waitress he had and was like, hey, you're all working this day. You're probably going to make good tips. It's going to be a busy day for us. They had specials that they'd advertised. He bought a bunch of product to be able to sell that day. Tom Wolfe literally 2 days before arbitrarily was just like, by the way, you can't be open that day. Just Seriously? That day. Just that day. I think he had to close at 5:00 was just that day. Now, he could have said it.
And for what purpose?
Exactly. He could have said it. Now, the devil's advocate, if I'm playing devil's advocate, his argument would be, look, the reason we chose that day was we knew that there would be a lot of people out. So we thought that could be a super spreader day. That's why we chose that day. But the counter to that argument is, really? You only figured that out the day before? You didn't know that 2 weeks before?
Yeah, exactly. If you want to work with local businesses to make sure they don't all go under during this time, especially since, as you pointed out multiple times on stream, that small businesses are the most vulnerable to this. And if you know that as a city, as anyone who has any business in local government, why wouldn't you create some kind of plan that would allow these businesses to stay solvent while also, doing whatever you feel is your due diligence to protect from coronavirus?
Right, and the reason...
Like, why wouldn't you...
So there's two possible reasons, right? Like ignorance or incompetence, or the goal was never about keeping us safe from COVID. There was another agenda. The end result's the same, right? Regardless if you believe it's incompetence or corruption, but it sucks either way. But I tend to think that it's corruption. The reason that we see, I'll just add, the biggest example is this. We were told that we basically had to lock down people because there is a percentage of the population, particularly elderly people, that will die of COVID at a much higher rate. And this is when they said, oh, you don't care about grandma? You remember this is what they were saying in March. You don't care about grandma? Grandma's going to die. That's how they kind of shamed you into this. So in states like Pennsylvania, they said, sorry, healthy population, you have to stay indoors. You can't go out. Oh, but we'll force nursing homes to accept COVID patients. What is the possible rationale for that?
There really isn't any. And I mean, there are so many different like lockdown. It's weird how, everyone praised Fauci and he was the guy whose word they stood on. But didn't he come out like a month ago and say like, no, kids can be back in schools? And how many schools have been like, oh, cool, then we'll reopen with these guidelines?
Yeah, and
and
the CDC director said the same thing.
Yeah, and so I feel like it's one of those situations where, wow, who said it? I'm gonna forget the person who said the quote, but like, never let a good disaster go to waste.
Exactly. And that's exactly right. And this is where I differ. Look, let me be clear to everyone on here. I think the term conspiracy theory is used as a pejorative way more than it should be. There are real conspiracies out there. I believe in some conspiracies, but this is where I differ from a lot of people. And by the way, the mainstream tells us Epstein killed himself. That is the biggest garbage conspiracy theory I've ever heard. So I'm not going to judge any of you for any conspiracy that you believe. But, one of the things that I struggle with is I see something like this happen. I'm like, oh, the government's taking advantage of this, blah, blah, blah. But oftentimes my voice is drowned out by people saying, the Democrats colluded with Bill Gates and China to intentionally release this virus to kill us all. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. I believe that, Here's what I believe, that it happened and their first reaction was, how can we exploit this? But that doesn't mean they caused it intentionally. And there is a difference, right? And so, but it shouldn't matter. So if you're out there, understand that if you're out there and you're taking the more conspiratorial angle, that's fine. I don't mind it. But you're losing a lot of people. When the real argument that you could make, even regardless if you believe that it was intentionally spread by Bill Gates and the Democrats and not, is it was exploited. The people in charge that we think should be saying, how can we help the American people best? That was not their initial concern. Their initial concern was, how can we use this to our advantage? And that's unforgivable because people's lives are on the line. So when you see Nancy Pelosi, for example, say, oh, no, we can't send checks out to people like Trump wanted. I think Trump suggested $1,200 or $1,500 checks. We can't send those out because we need the big bill. We won't do the small bill. We need all the pork in with it. That's what Pelosi said. And then as soon as it appeared Biden won, she was like, oh, okay, we can send the checks out now. I mean, that's her basically saying, I wanted you to suffer because I saw political benefit in it. That's unforgivable.
It is, and I think people need to be wary, especially of the Democrats, because, I think when we're on our first stream, like I don't go either way when it comes to political parties.
Right.
I'm just about who's got the best platform, best ideas, and is going to actually do it. But where Republicans have their own issues, which you tackled perfectly, so I don't need to really
right. Just to if you're listening,
about that.
If you're listening and you want to hear one on COVID, we have to hear Mitch McConnell and Senator Johnson and a bunch of others say, "Oh, well, we can't give $2,000 to people. That would cost like $500 billion, and we don't have that kind of money." Yet they just signed the NDAA that was giving money to foreign people. So the foreign companies and the defense contractors, they could get the money. They could get the $500 billion, but not you. So they're equally hypocritical in a different way. But yes, they're.
But Democrats are worrisome because let's not forget, like, I don't cotton to the argument that they're still the party of slavery or they're still the Dixiecrats, right? But they were. And they weren't. And Bill Clinton signed what was it, 1990 something? Bill Clinton signed DOMA, the Defense of Marriage Act. I mean, these people very transparently will change their opinions on a dime. They were so happy to send people into two wars that we never needed to fight. And now they're the rah-rah crowd. Oh, this is terrible. How come we can't get out of this? Why are we still fighting these foreign wars? And yet, when Obama was president and they had control of the Senate and the House, did they stop? No. Even them being in the LGBTQ sphere now, that's just because it's politically popular to do so now.
That's right. And to me, that's more insulting. Right?
Yeah, it is.
So just
you can't trust them.
That's right. So on the war thing, like I just did a panel, the last panel I did with Dylan Burns, and to Prime K's is a left-wing streamer. We've had our differences on things, but I still think he seems like a decent guy, I guess. I just incredibly disagree with him on a lot of stuff. To his credit on that topic, as a socialist, as a Black Lives Matter person, he was like, yeah, I actually am for Trump bringing troops home. But every other left-wing person on there was against that. And I've had this argument personally with left-wing friends of mine where, understand, I started college, so I graduated high school in 2002. So September 2001, when 9/11 happened, I was a senior in high school, just starting my senior year. And I did the morning announcements. And I didn't lose anyone, and everyone I know lives in rural Pennsylvania, so I didn't personally know anyone that died in 9/11. But it was a moment in my life that I'll never forget, because even at that young of age, as someone who wasn't really into politics, you knew that something was changing, that was going to have a lasting impact. And a lot of people died, and it was tragic, And I remember then, the gut feeling of, let's get the bastards. Let's get them.
Yeah.
And I was caught up in that as like a 17, 18-year-old. And so I got it. But then once I started to I was like, my second year in college, and I started to see what was going on with the Iraq war. I was like, wow, this is shady. This is incredibly shady. And I was against that war because I started to be like, look, I'm all for getting the people responsible, but what's the connection here? And so I made a lot of friends in college, and many of them, I saw someone say they were an anarchist. I had a great friend. One of my best friends was an anarchist. And a bunch of socialist anarchists and people on the right. And then I realized after a while, and I learned who he was, I kind of identified with Ron Paul, with his kind of non-interventionism, that type of... So that was an area of agreement with many people on the right and the left. We didn't want to keep going to these foreign regime change wars. We thought that it was disastrous and immoral, and it was basically putting, poor people's families on the line, because it was their kids that are dying in these wars, so that a bunch of defense contractors and others could get wealthy. All of a sudden, Barack Obama comes in, and the anti-war movement on the left just disappears. Now, my friends on the left, that we went to rallies, we marched against the Iraq war, they're watching videos of mine going, man, you've changed. Your foreign, not just domestic policy, your foreign policy's changed, man. You've changed. I'm like, in what way?
What?
In what way? I'm still against the war. You're now arguing to me that one of the worst things Trump could do is bring the troops home. We literally marched to bring the troops home. And now all it took was 14 years for you to be like, no. Now not only should we not bring the troops home, but you're immoral for wanting to do so. Or you're xenophobic for wanting to do so. And it's amazing to me to see how the propaganda has been so successful. And that's just the issue of war. We could take more blatant examples. #BelieveAllWomen. How's that media coverage of Ralph Warnock, who we have a video of his wife talking about him abusing her, running over her foot with a car, and basically being a monster with domestic violence? How's that story going in the media? How are your left-wing friends treating that story? Or with Keith Ellison? How did they treat that story? Different than Brett Kavanaugh? I bet. And that's the thing. It's like, to me, the exploitation is worse than the ignorance, right? So this is kind of a complicated point, but let's say that I'm on the left and I believe in that the United States is a massive rape culture. Now, I don't believe that, but let's say that I did, right? So we'll put that hat on for a minute. I think about things like this. I'm like, who would I think is more immoral than? Someone who's on the right who says, I don't believe the rape culture exists. Or someone on the left that says, yes, I agree, there's a rape culture, but I'll only choose to highlight it when it politically benefits me. Yeah. That seems worse to me. Right, that's even worse.
What about Joe Biden? There was, what was it I was watching on Netflix? Something that was like, I think, Death to 2020. And they actually highlighted the fact that Kamala Harris, when Joe Biden had an allegation against him during during the primaries, that Kamala Harris was pulled the whole, believe all women thing. And then she became his VP, and all of a sudden she's not so concerned about it.
Well, that to me, and I brought that up on my show, I can't believe that no one, again, the people around Trump are so bad that we're advising him. They didn't want him to win. But I don't know how one person, even a journalist, didn't at least scream this question that Kamala would have refused to answer. Kamala Harris went more than saying believe all women. She was specifically asked about the 3 or 4 people that accused Joe Biden of inappropriate sexual behavior. Let me be very clear here because I want to be as honest as possible. None of those women accused Joe Biden of flat out rape. One of them accused him of severe sexual assault. I don't want to get too graphic, but
sure.
Using his hand in a very, very, it's about of an inappropriate way as you could imagine. So that's serious shit. That's different than just, hey baby, you're looking good today. So I'm saying it's worse than that by far, right? but it's not necessarily full-blown rape. I'm just trying to be as honest as possible. So incredibly heinous, and anyone who cares about women's rights would say that's beyond the pale. That should disqualify you immediately. I'm not saying Joe Biden did it. Let me be quite clear. I believe in innocent until proven guilty. I believe that we should hear out women when they make claims like this, or men, anyone who's been a victim of sexual assault. But we should also believe that someone's innocent until proven guilty, until it's that's just my take on it. So I did not allow Tara Reade or the other 3 or 4 women's accusation of Joe Biden to affect my decision on who to vote for. I didn't vote for Joe Biden anyways, but you get it. It wasn't because
I didn't think you were going to vote Biden.
Right. It wasn't because of the Tara Reade allegation. Like, I honestly, and I've been very consistent on that. I defended Al Franken. I defended Bob Menendez. So I've defended Democrats that I hate and said, no. If you were going to vote for them, but now you're not going to because of this allegation, I think you're making a mistake. Of course, you could vote for whatever reason you want, but I personally wouldn't change my vote. I even defended Ralph Northam for the blackface stuff. But anyways, what's important is this. It's not my standard that matters. It's Kamala Harris's standard. Kamala Harris said she believed those women. She didn't just make a general, hey, I believe all women. She said, yeah, I believe these women should be taken seriously, that there's something there if they accuse Joe Biden of this. 3 months later or so, she's his VP. So why didn't anyone ask Kamala Harris this question? Ms. Harris, why do you think it's acceptable to be the second in command and work under someone that you think's a serial sexual assaulter?
Yeah.
That's it. That's the question.
Someone she accused of being like a closet racist too.
Right? That's exactly right, too, because he voted for busing, which then she the next day, or against busing, which she the next day admitted, oh, I'm against busing. So, no, what she would have said is, and here's what Kamala Harris would have said, if someone asked her the sexual assault question, she would have not answered and said, blah, blah, blah. She basically said, oh, it was just a debate. I was just saying things. That's garbage. Right? She should have held her feet held to the fire. If we had an honest press instead of propagandists, that would have happened. But if she was forced to answer, this is what she would have said. Well, after talking to Joe, I now realize that, that this must have been a misunderstanding and he actually didn't do this stuff. But that's almost worse, right? Because
it's interesting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just real quick. That's almost worse because now she's saying, I believe these women with no proof, but as soon as it benefited me politically, now I don't believe them. Also with no proof. Like that, you couldn't more nakedly admit, I don't give a shit about these women one way or another. If it could benefit me and I thought that it helped take down Joe Biden when he was my opponent, damn right I said it. And then as soon as it helps me, or as soon as it harms me because I'm with Joe Biden, I'll say I no longer believe those women. So to those women out there that Joe Biden allegedly sexually assaulted, how's that make you feel? You were used as a pawn. If I was one of those women, I would rather people ignore my story than people use me until I'm inconvenient to them and brush me aside. But I'm supposed to believe that's the party of, oh, we respect women. It's heinous. It's one of the most grotesque things I can imagine.
No, it is. It is. And the problem with the press is complicity in it. And this is actually something that I blame a little bit on Fox News and a lot of it on Trump. Okay? Not that Trump pushed them into this direction, but that, God, how to put this? Okay, so I would argue with you that the media in this country has a left bent because that's kind of where the culture is at the moment, or at least was in was heading towards through the 90s, when media became big business, when it became infotainment, right? Mm-hmm. So I feel like they've always just been more corporatist, and it's just kind of the fact of where the culture is why they seem to be more left-leaning. However, I think Trump was a gift for the media. Yeah, it didn't matter how many people called him fake news or anything like that. They could cast themselves in this David and Goliath role, and there's millions of people who dislike Trump. So they were able to just laugh their way to the bank with that. And I wish Trump would have just, instead of just like hitting them with rhetoric, I wish he would have like pointed out like, here's where they got this wrong. Here's where they got this wrong. Here's where because it wouldn't have been hard to do. Right. I feel like the media is going to be, at least until there's major shakeups in both parties, the mainstream media is going to lead so left now because it's just too profitable for them now.
Well, but it's I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I think that I have some little tidbits that so it's not even that they're left, it's their establishment. So, for example, they were totally willing to say Bernie Sanders is the preferred candidate of Russia. They're willing to say that when Bernie was running in the primary, right? They were willing to spread the lies about Jill Stein, who's more leftist than the majority of the media. So I understand, like, I'm trying to get better at this because I talk about the left all the time. But my more left than Biden fans would say, no, the media is not leftist necessarily, they're corporatist, right? But I also challenge that. It's more than, right? The idea that they're just corporatist is sort of the idea that everything they're doing is just for some sort of financial motivation. But that's not true, right? Because if that was the case, you would have Alex Jones on every night, right? That would bring in big ratings, right? There is clearly an ideological agenda. Now, don't get me wrong. If they were forced to basically choose between we want to make money or we want to spread our ideology, if it was one or the other, then maybe they would pick the money. But as long as they're at least somewhat profitable and being propped up, they're going to prefer to go with their ideology. And their ideology is their propagandists. That's what they are for the establishment. Like, that's literally what they are. But I do agree with you. I don't have a problem with Trump punching back. You know, I say it all the time. I think the three biggest enemies to the United States people is China, the intel agencies, and the sort of corporatists, these corporations, tech companies, media companies that are controlling the flow of information. I think that those, and academia, I guess, would be number 4. But those things are what I see as big potential enemies to the people of the United States. Now, some people might disagree with me on some of them. So I don't have a problem with Trump attacking the media. But you're right. You don't just say, hey, you guys are pieces of garbage. You say, you're pieces of garbage and I could prove it.
Yeah, if I were Trump, I would have never let them forget. I'd be like, how many hours of coverage do you have, post 9/11 of terrorists this, terrorists that? How much coverage do you have of we need to go to war? We need this, like pumping up people like John Bolton and inviting him to all the shows. And how much coverage did it get that the person, like almost the sole source of intel we had, the bad source of intel we had for going into Iraq about how much yellow cake uranium, if any, Saddam had? How many hours did the media spend pumping that story up?
Yep. That's it. And there's tons of more. He could have, what was his name? Ronan Farrow, right? His story about, he broke kind of the Harvey Weinstein story, but then remember his next story was about kind of executives at media companies and, sexual assault allegations. Again, innocent until proven guilty. But if I was Trump, I'd be like, oh, you guys, you care about this Kavanaugh story? Let's see how you covered when your news anchors were being accused. Oh, you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Let's see what you said about the Covington kids. Let's see what you had to say. I would have literally, his team should have had thousands of clips up. And every time he was doing an interview, he'd be like, what network are you from? Oh, NBC? Okay, here's an example of the garbage that you've been spewing. Let's watch this. Now, what was your question? Oh, you're going to insult me. You're going to call me a liar or something like that. These were strategic mistakes that Trump and I think it's primarily because the people advising Trump were garbage, and they didn't want him to win.
I agree.
But there were little things. There were things that would happen all the time. This is what's crazy, and I've realized this now that I'm doing a show, which I've been doing, I think, near 3 years. I think. But you don't realize it until you're doing a show like this. A story will come along and you're like, holy cow, I can't believe this. I can't believe the implications of this story. And a week later, you don't even remember the story. That's how crazy our country's been in the past 4 years. And so I remember doing video after video. Let me just give you one example I remember off the top of my head. Do you remember where there was a guy they were called the John Brown Gun Club, which was kind of like an Antifa group. And this guy went to an ICE detention center with Molotov cocktails and long rifles. And he threw a cocktail.
Yeah.
And that earlier in that day, Antifa went and they brought down the American flag, burned it, and they flew the Mexican flag, I believe is what they did. And I said, how is it that clip right there, if I was Donald Trump's team, every single press conference I gave, I would be showing that clip. I'd be like, this is it. This is what they're covering up for right here. It's not just that they're stomping on your flag. They literally accomplished something that our enemy in the Cold War could never have dreamed. They went to a federal facility, took it over to the point where they symbolically removed our flag and said, you don't have control here. That is incredible. And the average American's like, this is garbage. So why wasn't this played every single day? And the litany of people in MAGA hats getting beat. Why wasn't that played every day? Or how about this? The clip of Rand Paul leaving the Trump rally in D.C., where he's basically him and his wife are surrounded by all these people screaming. That clip should have been played every day. You know, I don't get it. I don't, you know, and I know if you watch me, you know this, that, you know, Trump made a lot of bad decisions and mistakes. And this is right up there with him, with, I think, just him. He's so focused on attacking, which I don't mind the attack, but you could do it in a strategic way. Just being like, you're fake news, no one trusts you. That's not the most effective way, you know? No.
And it's like, I don't know. I feel like he's one of those guys who, man, I don't know how. There's so many things I want to ask you, but I know you got other topics to get to, and I got some kiddos to make sure they're
all right. Well, hey,
pretty soon.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Good.
Yeah, oh man, one of these days I'm gonna have to set up a stream, because I would be so interested to have like a conversation with just you that's like dominated by where you think what the Republican Party is gonna look like if Trump doesn't just like fade into the background.
Yeah, I would love to do it, man. Yeah, just you could message. I would promise to check my Discord more often, so you could reach me there, and others could reach me there. And then if I don't, for whatever reason, I'll give my email out to everyone. It's just my name, rob.noor@gmail. So feel free to email me anytime. I don't always get to everyone, but if I don't after a day or two, email me again. I'll get you. So, but.
All right, man. Well, hey, I'm good. Again, congrats on the kiddo, and glad you and the wife and the fam are doing well.
Thank you so much. Hey, have a good one. Thanks so much for calling in. So,
yeah, hey, likewise.
All right.
Keep doing it, man.
All right. Great call. So, yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And see, this makes the show so much easier, because then I could basically not prepare and people come up with different things for me to talk about. So, fantastic. But yeah, the person who said that they're that you're an anarchist. I've talked to anarchists before. Look, there are very few political or philosophical ideologies that I will just think that someone's a terrible person for endorsing. Even communism, I guess, but that's only because I think that people are ignorant. A lot of people that claim to be communists of what exactly that entails. But here's the truth. Right or left or centrist or Republican, Democrat, Green Party, constitutionalist, if you actually have your beliefs because you think that they would be beneficial to people, that doesn't make you immoral if you're wrong. It just makes you wrong. And I've certainly been wrong on a lot of things. So, now when it comes to the system of anarchy, I just think that it's not workable. I really don't. I think that a libertarian perspective makes more sense than an anarchist perspective, because it is clear to me that there are just some things about anarchy that are just untenable. Chief amongst them, that anarchy would only work in a system where everyone mutually agreed to the anarchy. So, for example, you couldn't have, say, the EU and the United States be like, you know what, we're going to disband all of our governments and just be anarchists. Good luck, you're all on your own. And then China be like, okay, well, we're going to keep being a country and we're just going to come in and do whatever we want then, because we have an organized military. And then you'll say, yeah, but the anarchists would come together and they'd form some sort of militias. You're basically recreating government then. I just, I think, and the same is true of communism. A lot of these ideas could work in theory, but the problem is that human nature has showed us time and time again that they're not workable in practice. So chief amongst the main problems in communism is this. In order to get to a communist revolution, you would need leaders that are willing to overthrow what they consider the systems of oppression and the current system of government now. And then, once they achieve that power, step down. And that does not seem to... We have not seen a person that is capable of those two things. We've seen plenty of people that are capable of consolidating power and taking over. We've seen people that are basically not interested in power, but we haven't seen the same person be both of those. And so you see, people, the problem is, Jordan Peterson talks about this all the time. You might think, I know communism would work, and the only reason it's failed is because I haven't been in charge. But that's because you're arrogant and you're narcissistic, and you think that you're uncorruptible and that you have a massive capability, which you probably are neither. You're probably corruptible, and you're probably not as capable as you think. I know I'm not. If you ever hear me saying, if only I was given complete control, things would be better, trust me, I'm off my rocker. I have a difficult time sweeping the floor here in my home. So if you're trying to give me total control over stuff, probably a mistake. That's why I believe in small government. I'll run for office, but I don't want total control. I think that we need a competent system. Computer Carnage wants to debate me, but doesn't know what we disagree on. So, I think it was Milton Friedman that said, God help you from the well-intended person that wants total power. That's where true evil comes from. I don't think there are many people, even the most heinous monsters in the history of our world, your Hitlers, your Maos, your Stalins, your Mussolinis, serial killers, things like that. I don't think many people think they're evil people. Most people can justify their behaviors even if they're heinous. I don't think Stalin was killing people just because he was like, I'm the bad guy. I think Stalin probably started off thinking, okay, he's going with the Bolsheviks and he's like, we're unite the workers. But then you come into stumbling blocks. Things aren't that simple. So first you deal with it with a little force, and then a little more, and then a little more. And the next thing you know, you're just executing people. You have to do it. You have to, look, that general, he might have taken power from you. You had to execute him. You had to put these people in gulags because they were going to try to challenge your power. And if you just had 5 more years, you could set this all right and everything would work out. I don't know. I can't see inside Stalin. That's just my thought on it. But I do know this, if you're a communist, how can you rationalize? And it's always the no true Scotsman fallacy. Every time you bring this up to someone that's a communist, well, real communism has never been practiced. Well, maybe because it's not achievable. Maybe that's why. Right. Lenin said he would be willing to let any number of people die to achieve communism. And that's right. And I don't think Lenin was doing that because he's like, I hope that a bunch of people will die. Lenin had in his head this utopia. Communism would be this utopia. And so once you believe that, any sacrifice is justified in the name of that utopia. But the problem is it's not a utopia. And so the sacrifices that you're willing to make are horrific. And you end up becoming worse. For example, how many people in Antifa, they're a terrorist organization. Does that mean every single person in Antifa is a terrorist? No. But that doesn't mean that every single person in the KKK is a terrorist. But you're involved in an organization that's garbage. Your ideology is garbage and horrific. Right? So if someone comes on the chat, please let me know. I'll put the post there again, but I took my headset off, so I obviously can't hear you. So let me know, and I'll put the headset back on. Look at this balding. I need a haircut. I got to get my hair cut all the time because I'm balding. If it gets long, I look like I got the skullet thing going. It's just horrible. But yeah, it ends up, and it's no truth. Not real communism, not my communism. Yeah, come on, computer. What's up, Sarah? How you doing? Sarah, you're going to DC, correct? If you guys don't know Sarah Courier, the Crusader gal, if you look her up on YouTube, D Live, other places, one of my favorite streamers. So yeah, happy to have you on. But yeah, that's the problem. You're not a terrible person for saying, I endorse this political system. But if you're unwilling, oftentimes you end up becoming a terrible person. So Antifa I was talking about. So for example, maybe you get involved and you're like, oh, I just think it means anti-fascist. And so then you start realizing I think Trump supporters are fascist. So what are you willing to do to them? Well, I'm willing to use violence preemptively on them. I'm willing to censor them. I'm willing to kick them off platforms. I'm willing to silence them. You're basically adopting the very tactics that you claimed to fight against. But then you say, yes, but I'm doing it for a good reason. So did the fascists. That was their argument. This is the irony, and this is what I try to tell to these people on the left and groups that are like kind of downplaying or supporting violence and property destruction from groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter, is because their argument is, but it's okay because the cause is good. As confident as you are that that's the case, there are people that completely have the opposite position of you politically that feel the same way. Right now, there are Trump supporters that think it's okay for me to go into places, a business owner that has Black Lives Matter on their window, and smash that window and burn that place of business because Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. And so that property destruction is justified. Now, the Black Lives Matter people would say that's ridiculous. Of course not. But understand, people like me are saying the same thing. You just went into a shoe store and looted it. That's not justified. Well, reparations and Black Lives Matter. No! So just before you justify something like that, before you justify things like lockdowns or property destruction or violence, always say this. What if the other side did this to me or people I support? Would I be for it? You know, I've watched one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. It's always funny to me how people, sorry, I didn't see that. I had to jump in. I'll be with you 1 second, Computer Carnage. It's always funny to me to see kind of how people accidentally contradict themselves with the types of arguments they're making. So a good example was a friend of mine the other day posted on Facebook, you know, what are you going to do after you get the vaccine? I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to keep locking down until they say you're going to not leave your house no matter what, even if you want to exercise, even if you want to ride a bike, whatever. You're not going to leave your house. You're going to stay home. You're going to wear a mask if you have to leave, blah, blah, blah. So he posts this on Facebook, and then 10 minutes later, hey, here's pictures of me and my family at the beach right now on vacation. It's like, ugh. Doesn't even get it. Never even crossed his mind. You know, it's the same with, you know, the lockdowns and things like that. Oh, people that don't listen to the medical experts, they're responsible for spreading the disease. I was happy to be at the Black Lives Matter rally yesterday and not listening to the medical experts, you know. So it's really funny, the contradiction. Oh, and here was the one I wanted to do. I think this one's particularly funny. How many Twitch streamers or YouTube streamers on the left have I seen that say things like capitalism and private property are terrible? But then we'll say, hey, I saw someone used my content without my permission. So the actual business owner that created a thing of value, like a restaurant or a shoe store, there's no such thing as private property, so go ahead and steal their possessions. But don't you dare use my YouTube video without my permission. I got to make money off of that. I always think that's a hilarious argument. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. So, all right, can you hear me, Computer Carnage? What's happening?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing great. So how you doing today? New Year's Day.
Right. We'll see if anything changes.
Yeah. I'm sure the calendar means that much, so.
I was half expecting it to just go straight to December 22nd or 32nd, right? Just like another.
Keep rolling it, yeah. So what do you want to talk about?
Really, but I came across you 2 days ago when you were debating that one guy. I just caught the end of it, and I came into your stream. I bounce around a lot. I saw you had like small viewers, and I was looking at you. I'm like, this guy's probably just your average Republican. And I was listening to you. I'm like, oh my god, this guy knows what he's fucking talking about. He's great.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and I spent New Year's, and then today I was listening to some of your earlier VODs, and I'm like, wow, this guy really touches on some interesting stuff, and I like how it's not an echo chamber. So I'm like, I'll just hop in here, But
yeah,
this is great.
Yeah, well, thank you for the kind word. I'm doing really great. Yeah, I mean, the idea, the impetus for my show was, I think it was like 3 years ago I started. I've lived in rural Pennsylvania my whole life, so I wanted to do a show because I was a debater in college. I was interested in politics, but most of the people I know could care less about politics. But I thought that it would be interesting to get people like that in the show and to talk about issues that kind of affected people like that. And then kind of the national news cycles just became insane, and I've been focusing primarily on that. But yeah, I think I am a person who likes debate. Like, I always find it weird, like how, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think maybe the average person finds arguments unappealing. Like, they're like something to be avoided. I'm the opposite. I think an argument's great. Like, me and my friends will argue about anything. Not like going over the line. But yeah, like it's nothing. We'll end up getting drunk and we're arguing like which hockey player was the best hockey player to ever wear number 20.
Right.
And we'll just.
I think that's the commonality we have. I mean, I was in my debate club, back in high school and later in life too. So yeah, I think it's just different types of people.
Yep.
People like to hear other people out.
Yeah, but so I really do try to make an effort to have people. Hopefully listening that disagree with me. And I think it's almost unfair to the people that agree with me because 90% of the time I'm in the chat, this will happen. Like 90% of the people in my chat will be like, great point, Rob, spot on. And then one person's like, you're an idiot because of XYZ. And that's the comment that sticks out to me. I'm like, because I'm just drawn to the people that I think it makes for a better show and it makes for a more fruitful discussion if you have people that disagree. That's why I reached out to so many people on Twitch and started a Twitch channel because it's so dominated by people on the left that I disagree with. So I tried,
Right.
I go in these debate panels and oftentimes it's like 6-on-2 or 7-on-1 against me. But it's fine. I don't mind it. I've just become increasingly frustrated because I think that, sometimes the people on there that I'm debating, it's not really, I hate the term in bad faith, but then, I don't know how else to put it.
Rob, you know what you got to do? You got to start debating other streamers.
Yeah,
I could totally hook you up. I used to I'm really connected with people, right? But I think that would be great for you.
So I've debated Destiny on his show twice. I've debated on Dylan Burns' show. I've done one-on-one debates. I like those. I do not care for the 8-person panel debates. It's too shallow.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's
because everyone talks over each other.
Right, and I'm not even saying because the people on there are like wrong or they're dumber than me. It's not even that. Like, it's if you have 8 people that are all opinionated and you're like your topic's like, what do you think about healthcare? You're gonna have 8 different answers, and then it's like, oh, you say something for 3 minutes and then you have to wait 7 other people, so you got to wait 25 minutes to get back to you, and it's like, oh, here's my next 3 minutes. It just doesn't work out for me.
I think you could do great. Have you ever talked to or met Sansel? I don't know how you are familiar with the community here, like Sansel, Dirtbag, Denny. Does any of those ring a bell?
No, Vosh has been on a panel that I've done. Those people don't ring a bell. Bastia, I think's his name, was a bigger streamer that I've debated. And then I know Hassan just because.
Right.
I guess everybody knows.
I don't think Hassan is taking debates, but yeah.
No, I don't think that would be his strong suit. But that's okay. Hey, and here's the other, I truly mean this. Like, if you're on the, I say this all the time. Hassan may be a little different, but, I understand there's going to be people on the left. I'd prefer people on the left get their, news and opinion from a Twitch streamer than Rachel Maddow. At least that Twitch streamer probably is still grounded in this is my honest opinion. I don't think Rachel Maddow, it's like whatever I need to say to be a propagandist, so.
Right, you just reminded me of something I was telling my buddies here last night. Like, I don't even watch news anymore of any kind. I don't watch Newsmax, CNN, yada yada. I come here and I just listen to what other people are saying. And I'll just go and look up what they're talking about, and that's where I get my news from.
I agree.
I don't really watch anything.
I totally agree. I mean, even if you don't watch videos, I think I find myself doing that with platforms like Twitter, where it's like, even I follow people on Twitter that I completely disagree with, but then I'll see what is kind of what's the opinion of people on there? What are they talking about? Oh, here's this story. Now, I don't just take their word, nor people on the right. They linked this story. I'll read the story. But that's so much better than you turn into Fox or you turn into CNN, and it's like, they're going to cover the same 4 stories on hour 8 to 9, and then hour 9 to 10, back to the same 4 stories. You know, it's like, it reminds me, go ahead.
I mean, like, in the best case scenario, you know, a news site is a filter. You know, it's going to filter out what either it deems important or what it doesn't want you to hear. That's in the best case scenario, because they're not going to tell you everything.
Exactly.
So I think my thing is, why would you want to use a filter? Like, it's like people say, I had this argument. People was like, well, CNN is better than Fox News, or, you know, etc. And I'm like, okay, well, think about it like this for a moment. The flu is better than, like, pneumonia, right? But you don't want either. So why would you say, oh, well, the flu's better than pneumonia, so I'm gonna go get the flu, you know, when you can choose to have neither, you know? That's just my philosophy.
I agree too. Now, I will say that I sometimes find, I don't have cable, so I'll find myself watching clips if I see people link them, and I understand the importance of watching them because so many other people watch, so it's not that you're watching them to get the news so as much as you're watching them to see what they're pushing. Because sometimes the story isn't what they're reporting, it's why are they reporting this? Right? So, like, for example, I always, and this is obviously, I know I'll get ripped, someone will take this out of context, but this obviously isn't true in all cases, but my kind of, like, senses tingle a little if I tune into Fox News and they're saying the exact same thing as MSNBC, right? So the example I could think of is when Trump bombed Syria. That was the first time I can remember. You're watching, like, I tune into Fox and they're like, yeah, you know, presidential decision to bomb Syria. And this is, you know, it's a difficult decision, but we have to blah, 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 Assad. And then you turn on Rachel Maddow and she's like, finally, Trump's looking presidential. And it's like, I'm like, uh-oh. If they're both agreeing, this is probably crap, you know? Now, obviously, that's not always true, but there is a reason when you see, like, what story are they pushing about Russia today? Why is that occurring, you know? So, but yeah, in general, if you're just looking to find the real news, I can't think of a worse place than basically these mainstream media outlets, because you're just getting a filter, and there's so many lies. They're like, everyone thinks when they think about, you know, fake news or the lying media, they think like Covington, or they think the Russia hoax that they spread all these lies and things like that. But the bigger lie in many cases is the lie of omission, what they're not talking about. And that, if you're 100% guaranteed, if you rely on mainstream news for your coverage, to fall victim of the lie of omission, because they are only going to selectively cover a few stories, and you will never know those stories they weren't covering.
And if they omit stuff, then they can't really be charged with slander or, you know, libel or, you know, lying, basically, or have to refute stuff. So it's a perfect, you know, strategy for them, because they don't really have much legal consequence in that aspect, and they still accomplish the same goal.
So someone said my voice is. Let me know, person who said my voice was hot loud. I turned it down some. So yeah, I totally agree with you. It's an incredible frustration, and I also think it's funny in general. Look, I have no love for Fox News. I'll rip them all the time, and I ripped them before, you know, a lot of Trump supporters turned on them because I just thought they were garbage anyways. There are certain people that I don't mind on Fox. Like, I like Tucker. I think Greg Gutfeld could be funny sometimes, and it's all right. But in general, Fox sucks. But I always thought it was funny that Fox became this whipping boy for the left because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but to me it seemed to start after the Iraq War, right? Which was a fair criticism, which was like Fox was this big cheerleader that just basically was like, rah, rah, whatever Bush says, yeah, let's go to war. But so was the New York Times. So was CNN, right? Like, they all were in on that. But somehow, because Fox ended up being like, well, we're still going to try to defend Bush. Now that's the gold standard for, Fox News, they're horribly corrupt. And it's like, okay, I don't disagree. Did you watch CNN for 8 years under Obama? It was the exact same thing that you're criticizing Fox for. It's just, it was their guy. So, and so I always think it's funny when someone, like, I'll say something, they'll be like, oh, you watch Fox News all the time? I'm like, one, no. And second, why exactly is that your negative? So if I said, oh, you watch CNN all the time, that's somehow less of an argument.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, the connection isn't between the news broadcaster and their political party's base, right? It's the connection is between the news broadcaster and the like establishment of that political party. You know, they back them before they back the base. Like we've seen this with CNN and Fox, right? We've seen it countless times.
And here's the here's something to really think about, because I had a discussion with someone about this the other day. So what's the alternative? I think that a great alternative, actually online, is the great equalizer, because, you know, we talk about sort of the idea of gatekeeping, that you have 6 corporations that control all of these news networks. And so whatever they want said is what it's going to be said. And whatever they don't want said is what's not going to be said. So people talk about, though, like, well, let's go to Newsmax. Let's go to OAN, which I don't have a problem with. That's fine. But here's my claim. How will it be any different than what happened to Drudge? So for me, what happened to Drudge was, it was like, or Fox. It's like, a lot of people that are outside the mainstream opinion are flocking to these bigger sites. We'll just co-opt them. Now Drudge is just one of the norm. Now Fox is just, it's basically CNN light. So if everybody goes to Newsmax, what's to stop a bunch of establishment goons for saying, oh, we're going to send, Paul Ryan to work at Newsmax now. We're going to send John Bolton to be the head person at, Newsmax now, because we've bought enough shares in the company that we can do this. And then, there's like this lag effect, where people will trust Newsmax. And by the way, I'm not saying this happened or will happen at Newsmax, but it seems like it could easily happen. And so
I think it will, man.
Right. And that's what we saw with Fox. Yeah. With Fox, I think
the way I see it is, like, sorry to cut you off. The way I see it is, pretty much everything is corruptible, right? I think, like, it kind of goes back to what you were saying with the communist idea. Like, someone's like, well, communism wasn't done right. It's the arrogance, right? Mm-hmm. I've seen it happen even here on Twitch. Like, I know some great streamers that used to be huge free speech platforms. You'd have people come in on both sides and talk. And I don't want to name any names of who this is. But I've seen it happen. Like, guys I knew personally that were my friends. Like, libertarians, and that kind of just turned into echo chambers. So it's definitely, no one is above it. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
That's right. And here's the, like, you know what happened? I bet, 1 second. My stupid computer, sometimes my mic, no? Okay, well, that's good. Well, I turned down the level a little, so hopefully we'll be all right. But yeah, I completely agree. And I also won't mention names because these conversations have happened in private. But I'm not super connected. I have like kind of a crew. Sarah would be one of them. Carlos is on the chat right now. Carlos actually does the radio show with me. People like Drone Tech, SJG. I've known these people before I was ever like debating anyone on Twitch. I'll be honest, the majority of people that I've ran into have been on Twitch that are political streamers. And YouTube, it's not so much of a camaraderie, I guess, or it's so much of an ability to interact with each other because you're just making a 6-minute video most of the time. And but conservatives that I've met on Twitch, I'm not kidding when I say at least 3 have reached out to me and said, look, I agree with what you're saying on a lot of these positions, but the reason I couldn't defend you on the panel is I'm afraid I'll lose viewers because I have a lot of left-wing viewers. And I'm like, okay, like, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But that's the beauty of being a small channel. Like, I don't do this as an income source. I do it because, first and foremost, it's fun for me. And second, I'm humbled that anyone wants to listen to me. But I have never once said I'm going to hold back on saying something because I think I'm going to lose subs. And I do lose subs because of that. It happens. But who knows what happens? I'm not infallible. What happens if I get, like, all of a sudden I get 500,000 subs and this is my income source? Maybe I'm a little leery to say, ooh, I got to parse how I say things now because I'm worried about getting taken down. I don't know. I'm not, like, making some I'm morally superior than others argument, but it's just in general, I think that's why it's good to diversify where you're collecting information from, because anyone can, is corruptible, or, they could just lose it or whatever, So yeah, I agree with you totally. So, all right, man.
Well, Rob, yeah. I was gonna wrap it up too.
Yeah. I probably got another half an hour, and then I'll be getting off. But someone emailed me and said they're coming on, so we'll see. But thanks so much, Computer Carnage. If you ever want to come on with a specific topic, just let me know. My email again is rob.nor@gmail.com. And do you have a place where do you create content or anything like that?
No, I'm just an independent,
okay.
But I'll be watching you, and I'll be in the chat. Rob, take care.
All right, thanks so much, man. It's been a really good show today. I haven't I haven't like had to passionately argue something that there's Doug. What's up, man? There's one of the people that I'm talking about. I'll say this about Doug, along with the other people I was saying with like Sarah Drontek. Like, Doug will give you his opinion. He's not going to hold back because he thinks about subscribers, you know. And to me, that's all you could ask. If someone calls in, please let me know because I took the headset off. You know, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking to. When I'm looking to independent people that are presenting information and discussing ideas, I'm not looking for someone I agree with all the time. I'm looking for someone I could trust to be giving me their honest opinion. To me, that authenticity is the most important thing. And I try to remember that every time I'm streaming, that I might not be the best looking person, but let's be honest, I'm near the top. I might not sound the best. I don't have the best editing skills. But I am me. I'm the only me. And what you get on here is me. When the camera goes off and I go downstairs, I'm still me. The opinions you're hearing now are mine. If I talk to someone on the left, I am who I am. If I talk to someone on the right, I am who I am. I'll be willing to call any of the sides. So to me, that's the people I gravitate towards. Even if I don't agree with everything they say, at least I know they're giving me their honest opinion. So, you know, that's what I'm going through. But so yeah, happy New Year, Doug. Great to hear from you. I hope you're feeling good, by the way. So, yeah, but it is funny when I hear from some conservative people that are like, you know, and most of the times it's on debate panels because you'll be on a debate panel and it's like 4 conservatives versus 4 lefties. And then it'll be like, what do you think about Trump's troop withdrawal? And I'm the only conservative that supports it. It's like, great. You know, or 4 conservatives. Who do you think? Biden or 4 conservatives and 4 lefties, Biden or Trump? And 2 of the conservatives are like, I'm for Biden. It's like, oh, okay. You know. Yeah, 1 second after show. I'm going to text my wife and see what time she wants me down there. Yeah, the call-ins are successful, and there's only one problem with the call-ins, which hopefully at some point someone with more technical experience could help me with. So I also have an account to something called Podbean, which allows me to make these videos in audio podcast format. Normally, I just start the live Podbean account when I start my show. However, because Podbean's operating off of its own kind of, I don't know what the word would be, service. So I'm streaming now on YouTube, Periscope, DLive, and Twitch through OBS and Restream. So OBS is my software that I use to be able to stream. But Podbean does its own thing. I don't know how I could get the call-in's voice on Podbean. So if I was doing this as a podcast right now, you would only be able to hear me and not the person calling in. And I don't know how to fix it. So hopefully I'm going to get someone with some technical expertise. And then I could do the call-in shows every show. I might just start with an hour of me talking and then do an hour of call-ins. But right now, some of the shows I can't do call-ins because it would then... it's just dead air. And thankfully I had someone call me one day after the show and say, Rob, like, are you... There used to be, you remember the Garfield comic strip? Someone did, it's called Garfield Without Garfield. And they just take the Garfield strip where it's like John Arbuckle talking to Garfield and they just remove Garfield. And it's really sad and depressing because it looks like John Arbuckle's schizophrenic. He's just yelling at himself in a room. That's what I sound like. I'm like, it's like Rob without the collars, just me like, what? What are you talking about? You know? So yeah, it's something. Thank you, B Gob. It says as long as I stay consistent, my channel will take off someday. I hope, but if not, that's fine too. You know, it is what it is. Carlos, if you're still listening, man, if you want to call in, if you had something to talk about. Unfortunately, Carlos and me will not be doing our stream tomorrow because it's hard for me to set a schedule for something like that because my wife might go into labor at any minute. So, yeah, a second computer, that might be the case. So yeah. But yeah, Roy, I'm also open to any hair treatment ideas. So like there's all kinds of things. Like how often, this is a non-political discussion. So how often do you think the average person looks at themselves? I'm not someone that would consider myself overly vain or overly attractive. So I'm not staring in a mirror many hours a day. I'm brushing my teeth, things like that. If I'm shaving, other than that, right? When I started doing a show, I'm seeing myself all the time, right? All the time. So I'm starting to notice little things that I'm nitpicking. Like, for example, doesn't this look thicker here than this here? Am I wrong about this? Isn't this? And I've had basically the same facial hair for 10 years, and I never noticed it. And then even like with the balding, like all the time you'll hear me saying, man, it's almost always when I have the headset on, and I'll be like, and I pull it off and I see this. I don't see that in an average day. Now, my overarching philosophy about all of this is the Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm. I would take it, Roy. I would take it. The Larry David for Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is like, I'm married. Who cares? I'm not looking for it. She's stuck with me now. We got a kid coming in the next day or two, so I locked her in. So it's me being bald and having bad facial hair. It's not a problem for me. It's a problem for her. So. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again for the congratulations. But yeah, there's a Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry's wearing a woman's hat at the beach because it keeps shade on him. And his friend Jeff's like, what are you doing? You look like an idiot. You're wearing a woman's hat. He's like, I don't give a shit. I'm married. What do I care? I'm not trying to impress anyone. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. Carlos may have ducked out, but yeah, I was seeing if he wanted to call in. Maybe he texted me. I gotta check my phone here. That happens. Oh, there's my buddy Taylor. One of my old debate partners says he understands why we heard so much capitalism bad because the only thing me and my partner talked about were the economy, which totally makes sense. It definitely does. But yeah, and like I spent, and like, maybe that's something that's worth talking about. So again, I started off this show talking to Aftershock about this kind of dichotomy I'm facing where it's sometimes I feel like I should be more aggressive to people that I'm talking to if they're not talking in good faith, in my opinion, while simultaneously I'm making the claim that we should be obligated to reach out to people on the other side, that we might disagree with positions, but understand that sort of the corruption that we see, it's going to require people from all walks of life and from a myriad of political philosophies. So, for example, the one person that I'm talking to a lot. It's someone that I think would identify as a socialist, probably voted for Biden, I would guess, or at least Democrats. And, I talked to that person recently on how I think there is room on the right and the left to just kind of be disgusted with what we saw with this $600 stimulus going to people while all of this money went elsewhere. If you're a fiscal conservative or something, you might be upset that it's like, look at all this pork that's going in this bill, but they're trying to shut us up about it by giving us $600. And if you're on the left and you're more for kind of maybe universal basic income, or you're for more regularly sending cash to people, you might say, really? $600? That's it? But we could both agree the bill's garbage. And that's why I tried to, in good faith, talk about, for example, AOC the day that the bill came out. I thought she put it as succinct as anyone. She said, look, it's a 1,600-page bill that they were given 4 hours to read? That's absurd. Now, she voted for it, which is, why even complain if you're going to vote for it? But at least she called it out. Bernie's filibustering to get the $2,000 set. I mean, Bernie Sanders is filibustering to achieve Trump's plan. If you're a Trump supporter, you ought to be able to call an ally when you can. I believe that. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't say, I think Bernie's plans suck here and there. I think Bernie's a hypocrite. I get all that. But, I'm having this weird dichotomy where it's like, on one hand, I'm calling people out like, that I, said me and my wife deserve COVID, basically. But on the other hand, I'm saying, we should reach out to left. And I think the answer is that's because you do want to work with people that are operating in good faith that maybe disagree with you, but maybe not so much the trolls or the people that aren't operating in good faith. I hate that phrase, operating in good faith. I got to come up with a bit. Oh, Carlos is calling the Google call-in number. Let me get on there, Carlos. I had people calling in on Discord, but yeah, I could go to the Google call-in number. Let me get the headset on. Yeah, by the way, if anyone ever wants to call in and they don't have Discord, I also have a Google call-in number that's... It would be like you could call in from your phone. Oh, boy. How does this work? All right, man. Go ahead. Try to give her a call. I'm on now. But yeah, so my friend that, yeah, if you could hear me, Carlos, I'm on there now. Yeah. Yeah, the idea of poisoning the well. I absolutely. Yeah, Lecture Fan, good guy. Yeah, and I think Lecture Fan, some other people, CRTV. I think they've both experienced, like me, somehow. Like, let me give you an example. It's one thing if I'm discussing with Dylan Burns whether or not we should have pulled out troops in Syria. I think that he overstates his case. I think that some of the things that he says don't jive with each other. I think he's flat out wrong. But that's one thing, as opposed to someone who, I won't mention their name right now, but every time I'd make a point would say something like, why don't you just say the N-word? We know that's what you want. Now, what's my incentive to treat that person with respect? That's clearly someone who's not interested in discussing the topic. Or people, that stuff happens more often than not when you do those panels. It just, yeah, I agree with you, Aftershock. I think Lecture Fan is a little wrong on those checks. God dang it. For some reason, it's not ringing. Try one more time, Carlos, and this time I'll watch. I don't know what's going on here, why it doesn't ring half the time. Or here, I'm calling you. So this should be my radio co-host, Carlos, coming on here. You there, man?
I am.
There he is. What's happening?
I try to call you on the Google number, but...
Yeah, that's what I called you on. It doesn't ring sometimes, so I just called you on the Google number.
Yeah, no, I got it. I'm also in the voice channel on Discord just now.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just do the Google one for now. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not sure how you do that. So what do? You just go on the voice channel and you get on there?
Yeah, you're in it. So if I joined it, I would be on there with you. But since we're on the Google number, we'll just rock that. Happy New Year, by the way. I haven't talked to you since.
Yeah, yesterday, last year. Everything is good. Good dinner last night. Good dinner today. Family, reading the Constitution, reading the Declaration of Independence, reading Larry Arnn from Hillsdale College. When you get the time, you take advantage and read about the values.
Yeah. So I have a story about Hillsdale. They did a type of debate called parliamentary debate, and I had my roommate wasn't my debate partner, but our assistant coach went to Central Michigan, and so we went up to a tournament in Central Michigan that was this parliamentary style debate, and we ended up it's so different. And we never did it, and we basically were just going up to get drunk. That was the whole idea. We might switch to Discord here in a second, Carlos. People are saying you sound really staticky, but we'll keep it going. I don't know. It's just the telephone aftershock. That's what's going on. Anyways, to finish the story, we ended up bumbling into being one of the top 4 teams, so we made it into the elimination round, and we debated Hillsdale in the semifinals. And the topic was U.S. energy policy, which was the topic of our policy debate all year. We crushed them. Like, we knew every argument inside and out. And so after we crushed them, their team comes up to us, we win the round, and they're like, we have never seen you in this activity. Like, do you guys do policy debate? And we lied to them. We're like, nah, they just found us at the bar last night, and we like talking about politics, so they brought us in here. So these two kids from Hillsdale to this day think they lost to two bar drunks, that just like, we'll just walk into this debate tournament and qualify. And we ended up taking runner-up. But I always thought that was funny. That was my one run-in with Hillsdale College. But they are fantastic. They're one of the only kind of constitutionally minded academic universities in the country, I think.
No question about it. And Larry Arnn is great. Their video channel on YouTube is fantastic. And I'm actually trying to get Larry Arnn to come on our show, to talk about Constitution and Declaration of Independence, and the things that are important.
Oh, just I don't mind the audience hearing this. I actually the producer, the person that takes the meetings and scheduling for Phil Kerpen, got in touch with me, and he would like to come back on our show to talk about COVID. Which I was like, yeah, we'd be happy. We'd be happy. I think he's the best person.
We hate that, right?
Yeah, I think he's the best person in the country on it. So I got to email him back.
No question about it.
Yeah. So.
The Kerpen was great.
Yep.
The day we had the 24-hour Trump digital rally. Day for.
And if you're not following him, it's Phil, as
election.
it sounds, Phil, and then Kerpen, Kerpen, on Twitter.
And right.
He's fantastic. Kind of if you like the Mets, or if you're interested in kind of the data behind what's going on with COVID, and he gives his opinion sometimes, but most of it's literally raw data. Like, this is how many people in D.C. today contracted COVID. Here's how many died. Here's how many school-age children. And it's just a fantastic resource because he's linking to, like, all of these places that's hard to find on your own, that comes up with these data sets for each state. It's easy to find, like, the CDC numbers, but the state numbers are more difficult. So I don't know what his secret is, how he gets all those numbers, but it's good stuff. So
no, his stuff is one of the best things about Twitter,
yes.
Because it's so accurate and it's so thorough and complete, and it's not something you see every day. And as you know, on our show, we try not to, talk a lot of shit. We try to talk about things that we can source, and he's one of the very best things. I do have some news.
Okay.
As of midnight last night, I'm off of all major big tech media.
Good for you.
And, no more Facebook, no more Twitter. And I'm almost completely off of Google. I use their Gmail, and got a protonmail.com address because,
Mm-hmm. You don't want the CCP reading your emails?
What's that?
I said, you don't want the CCP reading your emails? What's wrong with you?
No. And there's a movie for our viewers that, and I'm aging myself, but back in the early 80s, there was a movie with Treat Williams called Prince of the City. And the major core idea behind Prince of the City was, the very best way to control drug dealers and the drug trade is to steal drug dealers' cash. Well, same idea here. You've been talking about it all the time. Get on BeLive, get off of YouTube, get off of Facebook, get off of Twitter, steal their cash, steal their eyeballs. And, who in their right mind would ever want to live under the specter of these people coming in and deplatforming you and, stealing your money and censoring you? Why?
Right.
Stop living on your knees.
Well, and
American.
The point you make is definitely a good point where, if I think these tech companies are, and I think this is, again, kind of going with my theme of bipartisan, I think that you could be on the left and agree with this, hopefully, that these tech companies are incredibly dangerous, the amount of power they wield. And why would you want to aid them by giving them ad revenue? Now, I say this as I'm streaming on YouTube right now and telling my YouTube audience, I will let you know when, but it's a matter of time. It will be in the next 6 months.
It's only a matter of time. Oh, yeah.
then I will either get kicked off, but I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave voluntarily. So even if I don't get kicked off, I will be off YouTube. I understand the argument people will make, but isn't Twitch owned by a conglomerate? Yes. And when I see them doing more, then I'll leave Twitch as well. Could D Live become that? Yes. Then I'll leave there and I'll go somewhere else. Like, I don't know what this. I can't solve it all, but I know YouTube's horrible, so I can take that action.
And for them to lure you to get lots of eyeballs, and then you get money for that, okay? And then they change their mind because they don't like what you're saying. I mean, these people have worse things to worry about.
That's right.
Than someone like Trump, okay? And I don't know if you or anyone in your life or anybody that's watching or hearing right now, if you've ever met a truly charismatic person, okay? It is a force of nature. It is a force that is stronger than sexual drive. Well, if the left or Democrats don't think that it's ever going to happen to them, okay, I want you to imagine someone with a Kennedy-esque or better, okay, because I thought Kennedy had more charisma than Clinton and or Obama. But imagine a Kennedy-esque charisma coming out of the right who's a totalitarian. It would make Trump seem like an errand boy.
Right. Well,
and you think it can't happen? You think it can happen? Especially with the way that the Republicans acted in the last 4 years and how they abandoned us with respect to the lockdowns. Let me tell you, they would be gum stuck to the bottom of our shoes, or to the shoes of a charismatic right-wing totalitarian. And they think it can't happen in this country? You got another thing coming. And this is the thing that I take away from the election is the incuriosity of people on the left and Democrats that are incurious because they think just because they're able to defeat someone like Trump, that something like this could never happen to them.
Well, that's one of the reasons that I tried it. Look, I could do better, and that's something that I'm committed to in the new year, is doing better with two groups. One, the group that want people to passionately fight for them, and then second, trying to reach out to people on the other side of the aisle. And sometimes there's a lot of tension between those two. It's hard to be the voice that's saying, look, we need to accept allies and voices on the other side, when then I have people coming on and I'm telling them to kiss my ass the whole time. But I got to find that sweet spot,
I know, but I did listen to what you were saying before, okay? And I sympathize with those, conservative commentators that say that they can't agree with you in public because they think they're afraid to lose viewers. Well, then you're not. First of all, you're caring too much about the numbers. Okay, that's the first thing. Okay, and second, what did President Trump teach us? Well, he taught us that an authentic voice goes far.
Right.
No?
Yeah, even if you disagree with them. Right, yeah, exactly.
Do you believe it to him?
Right.
Do you believe his being authentic? Forget about the fact that he might not be telling the truth. He is who he is every day, 100% of the time. The odds of being born, and now I'm going to Vaynerchuk the whole audience right now, is there's a guy that's a popular online figure. His name is Gary Vaynerchuk, and he says something very popular, to him. The odds of being born in this world is 400 trillion to 1. If that's the case, why the fuck do you want to be like somebody else?
Right. Exactly.
Why? Be Rob Noor. Forget about the numbers. Be who you are every single day, authentically Rob Noor, and everything will take care of itself.
Right.
I mean, do you really believe that Sarah Core here is trying to imitate somebody else. No, Sarah. That's why we watch her.
Right.
We watch her because she is inimitable. Okay, she is exactly who she is, and so don't worry about the numbers. Don't worry about the numbers. Just worry about being who you are, being yourself. That's the most important thing, because there's only one person like you, one person that talks like you, that smiles like you, that loves like you, that sings like you, that's passionate like you. You know, there is no carbon copy. There is no doppelganger. That is the unique thing that you offer. And we need to have more of those people. We need to have more voices, not less.
I agree.
Don't be afraid if you only have 3 followers. Doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay? To those 3 followers, okay, that's a big deal.
Right. I totally
Big
agree.
deal.
And look what you were saying about...
When did you start? I mean, do you remember when you started?
I could look it up.
As a matter of fact, this is the first time I've never asked you this.
So I give you an example.
Why did you start making videos on YouTube?
So the impetus was, there's a video I did. I'll play it one of these days for you, which was the first video I did. And I started August 25th, 2018 was my first video.
Okay.
I talked about politics a lot, and I had got a laptop that I thought was finally capable of streaming, because up until that point I just had an old clunker that probably couldn't have did it. So I told my wife, I was like, yeah, I'll start doing like little 6-minute videos. And the impetus was I wanted to be a voice for like people in Western PA, rural Pennsylvania, because I thought that they weren't much of a voice. So I said that I wanted to talk about, kind of defend those people and talk about the issues in a way they could understand without having to watch a 24/7 news cycle. I wanted to bring those voices on, and I wanted to show that we could have civil disagreements with the other side. Around the same time that I came up with the show, which again was August 25th, 2018, I had claimed that I was going to run for Congress because basically, I remember drunkenly the inciting event, which was, talking to someone about politics, and they were like, well, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about it at the bar? That's what you're going to do?
Right.
And I was like...
So someone threw the gauntlet down on you when you picked it up.
Yeah, and I was like, all right. So I started doing videos, and look, I mean, I have 2,500 subscribers on YouTube. For doing this, that would be 2.5 years, or whatever. I average, I'm guessing, on a video, a live stream, I do 200 views over the course of it. So I have a very small channel for that amount of time. Conversely, I saw Dylan put up that he had his 1-year anniversary of his show here the other day. He's Twitch partner already. He has thousands of people that watch his videos. But he's on Twitch and he's left winger and he does it more consistently and things like that. So I don't have a problem with it. That's fine. But yeah, I don't have a lot of viewers. But that's never been why I did it.
So let me use him as an example.
Okay.
Let me use him as an example. There are a lot of guys like him out on Twitch.
Yeah. Well, at least with that bent, yeah.
There are a lot of guys like you out on Twitch.
No. and that's and I get it. And I'm not saying that to disparage anyone. He's unique in his own way.
I'm trying to say that you are an original voice, and all of us are an original voice, and there's a lot to it. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot to it. Okay? It's more than just, getting in front of a camera and talking. Okay? But there's a ton of guys that, talk the shit that Dylan talks on Twitch and on YouTube, and you can't tell them apart. You can't tell them apart. You, on the other hand, just told us exactly why you did it. You did it because you want rural Pennsylvania to have a voice, because you don't think they have a voice.
Right. No,
Okay?
I agree. Yep.
See, that's called purpose. All right?
Right.
And can I be honest with you? Okay? Not taking a shot at you, because I love you. Okay? You got to do more of that.
I know.
I need to hear more, from more people from Clarion County. Okay, we do a good job in Lycoming County. Okay, having people from Lycoming County, the rural voices. Okay, but we need to have more people like in Clarion County and in your neck of the woods.
Look,
we need to hear from truck drivers. More.
Right.
Okay?
I totally agree with that. Yep.
And bar owners that have gotten hammered by the governor.
Yep.
Okay, those voices, and this is what I say. And this is what I say to the party heads here in the state. You're making a catastrophic mistake. Okay, and this is what I said to the commissioners. You're calling me up, and you're complaining that you're sick and tired of hearing people calling you, and that you can't take one more call from a constituency that have lost their business and have lost, their legacy and their generational wealth, okay? And you refuse to put those interviews on camera or on tape or on paper. How are we supposed to know? How are your viewers right now on DLive or on YouTube or whatever? How are we supposed to know what it really feels like to lose a business that's been 4 generations, that has a 5th generation coming up and ready to go, and you lost all your generational wealth, and every single one of your employees you had to let go? And you're not going to get them back because now they're doing other things.
Yep.
Do you know what that feels like? Okay. Well, I don't know. Do you know what it feels like to smell the clean-cut grass at Yankee Stadium? Do you? Well, if you don't, then you have no idea, do you? So we need to hear those voices to be able to hear their side of the story, because all we hear about is, how systemically racist we are.
Right. And that's,
okay.
Now listen, there is things that you see that are a common tactic that are used on the left that are actually beneficial. So let me give you an example. One of the things in debate that a term that was bandied about a lot was the term organic intellectual, right? Now, what is that? Well, no one knows what really it is. But when they said that, it would be like Tupac or this person that was in a gang in the inner city. Now, oftentimes you would be having some philosophical discussion involving race, and their claim would be like, let's say I read, some scholar that's studied, race relations in countries, blah, 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 and this person's a doctorate of anthropology or something, and they're commenting. They would say, look, the credentials don't matter because that person doesn't know what it's like to live in the streets. And so we need to seek out organic intellectuals, was the term they used. Now, I think that they misuse that a lot. But the crux of it's true. The crux of that idea is true. You shouldn't necessarily change your values or your ideas or your policies based on that because it's more geared towards emotion. But you're not doing your due diligence if you're not seeking out the people that your ideology and your policies would affect and asking them how it's affecting them. You're not doing your due diligence. That's true. Does that mean you could get in trouble with this? You can go too far, right? For example, you can't just say, we will make every foreign policy decision based on this woman because her son died in Afghanistan. That's clearly going too far with it. But you should be obligated to hear that lady out or someone like her, right? And that's the problem. There's this disconnect with everyone almost everyone in Congress where they don't know what it's like, They haven't missed a paycheck, for example. Congress still cashing those checks. So they don't know what it's like. They're so far removed, most of them, from the days where you had to work 9 to 5 or you couldn't pay the rent or you were living paycheck to paycheck. They're so far removed from that they don't understand why $600 is a slap in the face. They don't get it because they don't live in that world. And that's what, the best.
1 to 10.
I hope.
Scale of 1 to 10.
Okay, yeah.
How many people in Congress, okay, in the House or Senate, how many people in Congress, to within 5 cents, know the price of milk in their district and the price of gas? Okay?
Yeah.
That's where it ends.
Well, right.
And I'm sorry to say this. I'm embarrassed to say this to your listeners. They don't know. They have other things that are occupying their mind. So we say, how can you represent us? Us being, we're the sovereign. Okay? That's what makes our system perfect.
Well, let me give you...
And I'm using the word perfect,
right.
Literally. Okay? But we're the sovereign, but we don't get to touch any of the levers of power because we have representatives, right? That's the difference between us and King George. And they don't work hard enough to understand what it feels like to be America. Okay, from logging towns in Maine to inner city Miami. That's a whole different country within a country, and they don't get it. They don't get it.
Well,
but it starts with those benchmarks. Do you really know what the price of milk is? You know what the price of gas is?
Well, and it's not
just
just
you'd know that $600 is an insult.
Right. And it's not just that.
Insult.
It's like it's so many things that involve. Take COVID out of it. Take the stimulus out of it. Just look at government in general, because people might be saying, well, this is a unique situation. So, someday I hope to have my stepfather-in-law, Vince, who's a truck driver and was a farmer. He grew up a farmer and now is a truck driver. I'd love to have him on. Listening to truck drivers, because sometimes I drive escort car with them, is one of the most illuminating things I've ever done regarding politics, because this issue we're talking about right here, they have more colorful language than perhaps I will imparting this, but they drive oversized loads, the truck drivers I'm with, so usually houses that you then haul and set up. Because it's an oversized load, you have to have a permit, and in addition, there's all these trucking regulations. You would not believe the insane stories that you hear from them based on these regulations that they have to follow. So just with the permit issue, because it's an oversized load, every single turn, every road you take has to be on that permit, right? It is against the law for you to go off of that permit. So if that permit says you have to take Interstate 80 until exit 133, guess what? You're taking Interstate 80 to 133. Period. End of story. That's how it has to happen, right? So what happens when they're like, well, there's construction on 80, your house won't fit through? Well, now they're going to take you through some smaller towns, and it might end up taking you forever because you've been permitted to go through these towns. My stepfather has came into situations where the government permitted him to go through a town. He gets there, and there's a 12-foot high bridge, and he has a 17-foot house. So now he has to back up 5 miles with an oversized house. And by the way, there's like a convoy of 3 of the trucks, each with a section of this house. There's no room to turn around. It's a little 2-lane road. So you got to back up like 7 miles. Now, if you turn off, you just broke the law. And so he'll say, the person that permitted us to go through that town has never driven truck once in his life. Because if he did, he would have seen in that town, oh, there's this bridge here, there's no chance, right? And it's so many things like that. Look, another thing they talk about, they have to have now what's called e-logs. And that's that any truck over a certain year, so I think it's like 2000, which my stepfather's truck is older, so he gets to do a paper log. But you have to do these e-logs, and they're computers basically in your truck that keep track of how fast you're driving, how long you've driven, how many miles you've gone, things like that. Well, these have governors in them that will force your truck to shut off or to start going at a severely hampered pace if you don't take your break when you're supposed to. So I think it's something like after 5 hours, you have to take a break, right? So imagine this. So it sounds good. This is all done in the name of, well, we don't want sleepy truck drivers causing wrecks. So imagine this happens. You're driving on Interstate 80. You got an hour until your truck basically shuts down. And all of a sudden there's a wreck in front of you and you're stuck in traffic for an hour. Guess what? Your truck shuts down in the middle of Interstate. Or imagine this. There's a bad snowstorm coming. You have an hour and a half until you're home, but the log's going to shut your truck off in an hour. So it forces you to take a half-hour break, and when you start back up, now you're in a blizzard that you otherwise didn't have to be. And so it's actually, the studies are showing wrecks have increased. But the people that made that policy never drove truck once nor did they consult people that were regular run-of-the-mill drivers. They probably consulted people that own truck driving corporations, but those people don't drive. And so if they would have just spent 5 minutes to talk to an actual truck driver, they'd have been like, here's a bunch of problems that are going to arise because of this, right? And that's what he always says. He's like, if these people crafting these regulations would spend the time doing the jobs that they're regulating, things would be a lot different. So it's in every level of government. If they understood what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck, they would understand why $600 is a slap in the face. If they understood
there's two things. There's two things that I want to say. The first one is that it's not just in trucking and in government, Rob. I've told you the story of how many people that I met in Hollywood that were, Ivy League MBAs working for the studios. And they could not talk to you about certain directors. Well, the cachet, the language in Hollywood, okay, is steeped not so much in the language or the vernacular of Hollywood, but in knowing the history, okay? In knowing the history and knowing who, certain directors are. If you don't know who John Ford is, and you don't know who David Lean is, and if you don't know who Kurosawa is, you can't be talking to people who are looking to pitch stories to the studios. You can't be those people just because you have an MBA from Harvard. You can't be talking to filmmakers and screenwriters and not know who Akira Kurosawa is. I'm sorry. I'm not mad. I'm just telling you that it doesn't engender respect. Okay? So, no, we don't respect these people because they don't understand what it is.
Well,
they don't
and just
understand what it is to live in Clarion, Pennsylvania.
Right, and so
Okay?
just to
It's a hard life there.
and to riff on this just for a second, think about this. Think of how this works in government. So, why is it that it turns out that the majority? Did you see Kirk Eichenwald's tweet the other day, where basically
he's going to kill somebody.
He's going to kill someone for not wearing a mask or something like that because one of his in-laws died of COVID, so he wants to kill people that don't wear a mask. Right? So I'm not talking about the mask thing, but the lockdowns. Why is it that the people that are most on their high horse morally about the need for lockdowns are people that have enough money to stay locked down for 6 months and they're not going to lose their house?
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
Same thing with the checks.
That's right. They don't.
Don't tell me what you think of the lockdowns if you're still gainfully employed.
And so
Your
there's something
doesn't matter.
And there's something that now let me be honest. I don't want even people that embrace the lockdowns to lose their homes and become homeless and lose their livelihood. I don't want that. But do you know how many times, because I've questioned the lockdown, I've had people tell me that I deserve to get COVID? Or that I shouldn't be allowed to get medical care? What's the difference? Why don't you see people from the other side saying, okay, if you think I deserve COVID because I'm not for the lockdown, then I think you deserve to be bankrupt and homeless and that you shouldn't be allowed to get any assistance from anyone. What's the difference?
That's one of the things. That's one of the things about you that I do love, but I think it's a little bit overwrought. Okay, you love the debate. Okay, it's in your blood. Okay, but ignore these fucking people. Okay, just no argument.
Oh, I know, but
I know you're really smart, and I know that your argument is better than theirs. Okay, but you ignore these people. You don't even talk to them. They're not honest arguments.
Well, I get that. And I understand that makes sense for the random Twitch streamers that I'm debating. But the problem is some of these people are actually cultural influencers in the sense that they're politicians or they're academics or they're health, people working at the CDC. These are arguments that need to be confronted to show kind of the absurd nature of it. So because I question the advocacy and the effectiveness of lockdowns, and I point out the dangers of them, that somehow makes me such an immoral person that I deserve an illness. But if I turn that on you and said,
and of course it doesn't.
Well, right, but
it doesn't.
But it's not that hyperbolic point of it. It's not that whether or not I deserve the illness. The point is that somehow there is something immoral about. They use this. That's a rhetorical tool that they're using to imply that you're immoral for questioning their position. And this is done. The problem is the right allows this to occur on almost every subject. Immigration, climate change, COVID. It's not immoral to say there is a significant problem with these policies that you're advocating. And so we need to do more of that because instead What do we get from our representatives, Carlos? Can one of them stand up and say, I don't think Pennsylvania is two Pennsylvanias, one for black people and one for whites. I don't think that my constituents are a bunch of racists. Can we get that? Wouldn't that be nice to the people, that are already suffering economically before COVID in our area of the world and now are mightily suffering economically because of the lockdowns? Would it be too much to get some Republican representatives to say, hey, at least these people aren't the horrible, evil people that our governor's implying they are? Nope, we can't even get that because they're so afraid of being called racist. That's why.
You and I both know that, and we know this type of religious person, right? You and I both know that compassionate people aren't morally superior to you, right? You know that. This is what these crazy, ultra right-wing people that are in religion are. So, I hear what you're saying, okay, but not everything's a battle between the culture, because I'll be honest with you have to pick your battle.
That's true.
Conservatism, and I get it. I get it, and I do love your fervor and your enthusiasm, to battle these people back. But let me tell you, there's a certain part of the conservative culture, okay, and I'm assuming that most of the people that are listening to us, want to learn how to stand up on their own 2 feet a little bit better as conservatives. But you got to accept the idea that as conservatives, okay, we're not going to be as sexy as Michael Jackson. We're not. So instead of being sexy, we should try to be clear, and we should try to be honest, and we should make sure that we pick our fights. Okay, I know you're going to win these fights. Okay, like I said to you before, it makes me cringe when you debate people online because I know what's coming, and I'm like, that guy showed up to debate you. It's going to be. It's going to be like a chef at Benihana's, okay? You cutting these people to bits and pieces, and it's a bloody affair. So it makes me cringe, and I'm not into cringing at all. But it like what they did to this guy, right? This representative elect, the guy that was 41 and he died of COVID.
Yeah.
Right. He deserved to die because he criticized the lockdowns.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense. Forget about the arguments. It doesn't even make sense. And I think that we sometimes become part of we become complicit by engaging with these people and giving them a voice. And I would rather not give them a voice at all, because what is unsaid counts for nothing, and in that way, they are nothing.
Well,
See what I just did?
I do, and I think this is an area of disagreement we have because not.
We do. It's okay.
They're not. Yeah. They're not my audience, right? So, like for example, given that rationale,
right.
I have no business.
Right. It's
why am I on Twitch?
Listeners isn't going to say that you're going to that wishes you to die, right? Like,
right.
I'm not going to wish you to die because you said something I didn't agree with. These are people that just come on to try to get your goat.
Right. So let me give you an example. There's someone on YouTube right now that says, I just found your channel one day ago, and the whole day I watched all of your debates. You represent my spirit animal. After the Vouch debate, I'm convinced you're a defender of truth. Do you plan on further debating people, perhaps the last reigning political commentator defender online, David Pakman, with Vouch and Destiny out? He's the last target of their morale online. Now, that's one person. But how many people maybe started to... that watch those people were like, wow, finally there's a conservative that's willing to take this argument on head on and show the absurdity of it. And I think that what happens is if we just say, well, we'll ignore those people, what ends up happening is because they end up, the side that agrees with their argument controls culture, that's the only side that then's given to the people in the middle that we need to convince. So let me give you an example in the entertainment industry. There are no late night comedians that are like, willing to criticize in a serious way any Democratic politician. So all of the politics you're getting from Conan O'Brien and Jimmy Kimmel and Seth Meyers and SNL, it's all one direction. So if you're a comedian and it's like, well, don't even tackle these issues or point out the absurdity of these issues, you've given up the fight. You're right. Most of it's not worth comment. Like, what is it worth to say to Jimmy Kimmel? Like, the correct response if he had zero influence would be, your job is comedian and you're not funny. I have no use for you. Goodbye. That would be the right. But he does reach millions of people.
Can I ask you a question, though? Okay. And not to blow up your argument. I'm not saying.
No.
This is just for the seriousness factor. I would bet you $5,000 right now that Jimmy Kimmel doesn't know what the 22nd Amendment is.
Oh, easily. Absolutely true.
Okay? So you know what? Here's my attitude. Shut the fuck up.
I agree, but he has a voice and you don't. And you have to say shut up.
No, but I know what the 22nd Amendment is.
Right. Well, that's
the difference. And I don't care about his voice. I care about my voice. See, because I'm one out of 400 trillion, and I'm just as unique as anybody else is, and as he is, and he doesn't know anything because his head is vacant.
Right, but the problem is you could make that same argument with 90% of Congress, but they're still running the show.
Correct. I understand. So that's why I suggest that you listen to Robert and start reading and understanding why the individual in this country is the most important thing, and why that individual should have liberty and freedom.
Right.
And that's what we should be talking about. And that's what you talk about.
Right. And my strategy is this. I think that we are all unique and all of us have something to offer. Even if you're on the left and I disagree with you, we all have our own strengths and weaknesses. And you are able to, no matter what you argue that you want to see happen politically, you will almost always, 99% of us will have more influence based on our direct actions and how we live our life and the things we do than some sort of voice that we'll have, right? Like that's just the truth. And as a result of that, we all have, you might be thinking out there like, yeah, I say this all the time, and I think it's something you believe in, Carlos. If you're capable of running for office, you should. If you're thinking, well, I'm not as competent as my representative, you're probably wrong. You probably are every bit as competent, which would shock you. But when you're in a room with and you know this, Carlos, because you've been in a room with a great many of them, most of them don't have an overly impressive knowledge of the Constitution or, of ideas that would be good to help govern for their average constituents. They're good at getting elected. They're very good at that. But when it comes to governing,
to them.
Here's my pitch to them. Okay. The same pitch that I would give to them, I use you as evidence of that pitch. So the evidence. Robert Knorr and I became friends at the Comfrey Convention in 2019 when he ran for Congress. Okay? I'm about to tell you why Robert Knorr and I became friends. Aristotle wrote a book called Ethics. And in that book, the very first chapter talks about, or maybe the second chapter, talks about what is it to be good. If you can be good, you can run for Congress.
Yep.
See, Robert Knorr is good. There's goodness in him. He is a good man. That's what you need to run for Congress. Okay? You want example 2? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. If she can do it, you can do it.
Yep.
Okay? I mean, not a thought in her head. Not a piece of goodness in her heart. Not a single strand of goodness. Look at her tweets. Look at her actions. Look at the way that she interviews people when she's behind the podium. Give them power and watch them. See, the reason why we're watching you is because we're sick of all these little bastards.
Right.
That's why. There's no goodness in them. There's no goodness in them. There's no trying to understand what, a gallon of milk costs in Clarion County. Okay? And if you have not lost a cent of income in the last 9 months, I I really don't care what you have to think or what you have to say about the lockdowns or how much money we should be getting. Okay? And I'm a conservative. Okay? Between you and me, just between you and me, this is your father going into the future piggy bank of your college education and your future and stealing from that pot. So, what's worse, you having no future or you getting $600? Okay, a conservative says, we don't want the $600, we'd rather have a future. Well, we're going to end up with neither. If we don't do something, if we don't bite the bullet. And, what a lot of people are very frustrated, and I'm assuming that people in Clarion County are very, very frustrated. They're frustrated that these people can't get their act together.
Yeah,
They can't compromise. They can't make things happen. Why can't you people make things happen? You went to Yale. You went to Stanford. You went to Duke. You went to Harvard. You went to Cornell. You went to NYU School of Business. You went to UPenn. You're supposed to be smart. You're supposed to be experienced. You're supposed to be, good debaters. You're supposed to be, leaders. And you're supposed to be people who make things happen and know things about management and know things on how to get things done. But you don't act like it.
right.
There's going to be a reckoning.
Well, and
There's gonna be a reckoning.
this is something like. Let me the best I can explain something that it's a weird quirk about me that it took meeting my wife for her to explain this to me, and I realized it was true. This is the type of person I am. I used to work these block shifts at my healthcare place, so I would go to work literally 70 hours in a row. So I'd show up and I'm there 24/7 until I get to leave, right? I was always bummy the day I had to go into work. So normally I would go into work Sunday evening. So maybe 10 o'clock Sunday evening. So around noon Sunday, I'd just be morose, gotta go to work for 70, 80 hours. It sucks. Not gonna see my wife, blah, 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 blah. And my wife pointed this out to me. She's like, you want to know what's funny? You're like a piece of garbage all day when you have to go to work. As soon as I get to work, I'm in a better mood. I'm like, yeah, I'm here. It's not that bad, right? That's a metaphor for how I view politics in our country in general. When the bad news, it's like the old cliche in Wall Street, right? Buy the rumors, sell the news, right? I look when we're winning, which is rare when the Patriots are winning, but when we're winning, I'm like, okay, now we got to gird ourselves because the real fight begins. And when we're losing, I see an opportunity, right? And so what I'm getting at is with this stimulus bill, I see an opportunity to reach people that maybe traditionally wouldn't agree with us to say, can we at least agree that these kind of 10-term Congress people that are running the show suck? It doesn't matter what side they're on. They're terrible. Whether it be because they're corrupt or they've lost contact with the average person like we were talking about earlier, they don't know what's going on. They're terrible. Get them out of there, right? And I see that as an opportunity, right? One of the questions people, don't get me wrong, I'm never cheering to lose. Anything I do, I'm playing to win, period, because I'm a competitive person. Now, I'm not the worst loser. Some people might disagree, but I don't think I'm a terrible loser, but I'm trying to win. But there is
no. But the legacy of your channel is that, and here's an example of the goodness. Okay, for people who think I'm just kissing your ass, an example of the goodness. For you people out there right now listening, you need to understand that Robert Moore is a yin and a yang person. He understands that nothing will ever get done unless the left and the right come together and get something done.
right.
And he also wants to always give the left an opportunity to be able to work with him or debate with him to try to go and arrive at a better place than we are right now. Here's
Right.
the problem, okay? In spite of Robert's goodness, because you know that there's no other people like him that do this type of stuff on Twitch or on or Discord or YouTube who are looking to come to an agreement with the left. I mean, Tom's best friend, arguably, is a lefty. Okay, Tom, right?
Yeah, my campaign manager, yeah.
Right. His campaign manager was a lefty.
Mhm.
Okay, this is who Robert Moore is. Okay, that you need to have goodness to be able to have that. Okay, and Rob is not naive. He's just a good person. Okay, and I'm sure that Tom is.
Yes,
okay?
yeah.
And I believe Tom is a good person because I know Rob, and Rob's a good person. See how that works? Okay. So you're looking for these people to try to make things better. Problem is, how do we overcome, and this is a real question, how do we overcome the fact that you support Trump and that they just can't be honest?
Well, that's
because the left says, well, we can't believe Rob because Rob supports Trump. And we say, well, we can't believe these people because these people don't make honest arguments. And we're here. This is where we are. How do we get out?
Well, one of the ways that you start to climb out is to find an issue that is so universal that both sides can start to agree on it, right?
And that's what I'm scared about because I don't see one.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I was going to say. I'm always trying to win. Let's say that the Democrats win in Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say then that some of the more radical proposals that the Democrats, for whatever reason, we'll see what happens, but let's say they start pushing them. The Green New Deal, they say, oh, COVID's over, but we have to lock down over climate change. We have to do that. And, gas is going to have to climb to $5, $6 a gallon because, it needs to get, and by the way, this is something when I was shocked. I don't claim to be a climate or an energy expert, but I was absolutely shocked when I did my last debate panel on climate change that they didn't understand why gas prices have to rise in order for renewables to be successful. Because what happens is every time that you subsidize renewables, the OPEC nations slash the cost of barrels of oil.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I thought this was common knowledge, but apparently they didn't know it. So you need to
It's why the gas industry in Pennsylvania took a nosedive, is because Saudi Arabia lowered their natural gas prices.
Right. And
so did Russia.
So you need to until the technology for renewable energy catches up naturally on its own to where it's affordable and effective as natural gas or gasoline or oil or coal energy. There's only two ways you could make it happen, and that is to artificially lower the price of those things by subsidizing it, or artificially raise the price of fossil fuels. Like that's it. Like it's one or the other, right? Like that has to happen. So, anyways, that's an aside. But because people aren't going to go out there out of the goodness of their heart and say, well, I could fill up my tank at $2.50 a gallon, or I could go with this renewable and pay $7 a gallon. They'll say, well, leave other people do that, but I can't. Just like if you don't believe me, everyone says shop locally, support small business. Yet Amazon and Walmart are still kicking ass even before the lockdowns, right? Because people talk a big game, and I'm the same way. I'm not like. I'm broke. I go get the cheap product, So it sucks, but it is what it is. Anyways, the point I'm making is if the left starts passing a lot of this ridiculous crap, I think, or not the left, but the Democrats, I think that you could see a coalition of people being like, wow, this is bad. And so they're out of the depths of rock bottom. There could be some goodness that come out of it where people realize, oh, yeah, these policies are a disaster. Maybe we need to do something about it. And, look, there are things to be hopeful for. It seems, I don't like to look at identity politics, but no doubt that has been a core strength of the establishment for a long time. Starting to see cracks in the facade, aren't you? Starting to see like Cuban Americans that are like, we ain't buying this crap.
Yeah.
You're seeing Trump getting a higher.
Like Carlos.
Right, Venezuelan, right?
Right.
So I'm just saying, the point I'm making is just that, By the way, real quick, do you know who does this? And you'll appreciate this because we've had enough sports conversation. This is like the Bill Belichick way of looking at life. You win by 50 points, and he's pissed off. Like this is what we could have did better.
Because you held on first goal to go. You held. You knew the count. You knew the fucking play. You knew where to be. But you held on first and goal to go.
Right.
Yeah, that you're cut. Yeah, we won 53-7, but you're cut the next day because, it's the speed of the captain, right? It's the speed of the captain.
Right.
And not all captains are created equal. So, but going back to the things that we can agree on, okay, and this is something that I'm struggling with, okay, and I love to hear you because I can process as you talk. I can process, okay, and try to understand my own mind. I am concerned that the biggest problem that we have in this country, okay, specifically with justice, is that the left and the right can't even agree on what justice is. How are we ever going to get it?
Well, that's
okay. So,
did you see my video the other night? Like the example I give, people think this was a dumb example, but do you remember finally seeing the transcript of Flynn's phone call?
Yes.
And when I read it,
horrifying.
My jaw dropped. I was like, this is the call. This is the call that they based this whole. And I'm not going to mention any names, but I have a real life friend that's a leftist that called me on the phone, not really to talk about politics, but called, hey, how you doing? We just catching up. And he says, by the way, did you see that Flynn call? And I was like, yeah. And I expect he's going to say, damn, yeah, you were right about that. You know what he says? Yeah, he was a traitor. It was treason.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, it proved everything that Adam Schiff was saying.
This is something that happened a while ago. You talked about this a while ago.
Yeah, and anyways, but just to finish, the point I was making is, if we can't agree with words on a page, where's the agreement? Like, what are we going to agree about? You know, and you see it all the time. It's how people can blatantly say, I think that you're an immoral person that's spreading COVID around if you don't listen to the CDC, comma, oh, by the way, here's pictures of me not listening to the CDC at the Black Lives Matter rally yesterday. In the same breath, they could make those two competing claims. Well, the reason is because we're not agreeing on, it's how, you could watch a video of Kyle Rittenhouse. Now, let me be totally honest. There could be more evidence that comes out that we haven't seen. That's what a court's for. I get that. But based on the video we've seen, no question that the evidence available to us is a strong, almost open and shut case for self-defense. I could watch that. I could watch that video. And you could watch it and we could say that they're trying to kill him. That's self-defense. And then a bunch of people on the left could watch it and go, they weren't doing anything. Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer. How do you come together with those people? It's a great question.
Well, and here it is. Here's the large-scale example. If you have a small business and it's moderately successful, how do you run that business in Minnesota or Wisconsin or Washington or Oregon?
Right.
They had riots in Portland last night.
Yeah.
Planned riots. And they went through downtown and they burned businesses and they broke windows and they created havoc and they pushed around the police that had, there was 12 police officers on a shift. Not 100, 12. And there was 500 Antifa on the street. It's an abdication, a complete abdication of any viable position. You wake up this morning, it's a new year. It's 2021. And you go downtown, and if you survive the 150 nights of terror in Portland up until New Year's Eve, how are they operating?
Well,
how do they function? In Seattle, Antifa took charge of a motel by renting 25 rooms. They paid for one night, and now they won't leave. They won't leave. And the cops aren't coming to take them out. So what makes you think that they're not going to do that to other motels? What makes you think that they're not going to create havoc and chaos and anarchy against small business in Michigan and in Wisconsin and in Washington and in Oregon? See, as a political media strategist, this is what I'm saying to all the politicians right now. What makes you think that they're not going to, A, continue to do this there, and B, start doing it here? Did you see the video of the 50 kids in Manhattan, on 21st Street? They blocked off Fifth Avenue at 21st Street.
Yeah.
50 kids in bicycles. This is not going to get better. This is going to get worse.
But that's
by the way, later on that night, with the governor dancing with his wife in Times Square, where he told everyone not to come to, but he can go and dance. It's not going to end well.
Right, but here's the thing. Yes, the ideologues that think that's okay, they're not going to change their opinion until they face the consequences of it. But that's what I'm saying. Right now, for example, let's say you live in San Francisco. Probably by the very nature of living there, just the law of averages, you're probably a pretty left-wing person, right? So you live in San Francisco, and you've always been like, Medicare for all and socialism. Yep, sounds good to me. I run this little shop, but, I think that, we need to be doing X, Y, and Z. We need to be adopting these kind of socialist progressive policies. Until the drug addicts burst into your store and start stealing all your stuff. Now all of a sudden, maybe you're not going to totally become a Reaganite conservative. I'm not saying that, but you might be able to be like,
you're not going to vote for these people, right?
Well, and even better than that, you might start to ask yourself something like, wait a minute, these people that I was told not to listen to because they're a bunch of racist, hateful people, maybe they were onto something because they're saying the things that I'm now experiencing, and I'm not a racist, hateful person. So if I'm not, maybe they're not. That's what I'm talking about where the guy that's throwing the Molotov cocktail, is that guy going to join us? No. But the guy that's tacitly supporting it or ignoring it, he might join us once that Molotov cocktail hits his house. Now he might say, oh, it wasn't a lie. And I'm telling you, if you follow Michael Tracy on Twitter, left-winger, Trump hater, right? He made it his personal mission. He hopped in a car and went from the East Coast to the West Coast, stopping at small cities all along the way, and was shocked at how people of all colors and all creeds in these cities were devastated by these riots. He couldn't believe it. He still says that it was more than anything, he claims that was the biggest example of media malfeasance, that they refused to cover how much damage these riots did. That's an opportunity.
What did I say earlier? We're not listening to these stories. We're not hearing these stories.
Right.
I'd love to have someone on our show to come and talk about them losing 4 generations of generational wealth, and they've been voting 50 years as Democrats, and you lost everything in Portland. That's who I want to talk to.
Right. And so, I mean,
tell me your story.
And it's easy. And the irony is, if you turn the argument that these progressives make around to them, right? Because they're always talking about white privilege and things like this. It is one of the most privileged positions ever to say, I think that these riots weren't a big deal. Why? Because you're privileged enough that you're safe in your home. No one's burning down your home. No one's burning down businesses. Do you remember right at the beginning of these riots, there was this guy who was like a blue check mark because I think he was a writer for the NBA. And he tweeted out like, oh, everyone's saying this is violent and stuff.
Wojo,
yeah. And then the next tweet, like an hour and a half later, is like, they're at my gated community. We didn't do anything wrong. The police still aren't here. They're burning down my community. What the hell's going on? How quick that changed. And that's the truth of it. So when I see people in the chat saying, oh, you're worried that they are coming for you. That's fine. I'm not going to argue the point
What happened at Nancy's house last night?
Right. That's fine. I'm not going to argue the point with these people anymore. When it affects them, and again, the perfect example is that how long have I spent, and you've criticized me, you're like, why even talk to these people, Rob? How many times have you heard me say something to this degree? Be careful what you're cheering for, because inevitably, either it will turn on you, or the other side will adapt the tactics that you're okay with and use them on you. And when that moment comes, you're going to cry harder than all of the people you're currently mocking. Right. Now, fast forward to a discussion that I had a week ago. Not going to mention any names, when I had someone say, the Proud Boys ripped a Black Lives Matter sign. Oh my God, it was on a church. That's devastating. That's devastating. You know, the 6 months of property destruction that I basically said next to nothing about, didn't care about that. But now all of a sudden, when the smallest amount of it's inflicted on something that I care about, now I'm devastated by it. Now it's a big deal. That's just the beginning. Yeah. And I've been warning people. And you've heard me. I said, listen, and it's a point that you made earlier, right? It's the same point. We're just talking at a different scale. When you say, and look, Trump wasn't the tyrant. Again, go look at Michael Tracy. His Twitter feed's been hilarious the past 2 weeks because he's like, Trump the dictator. Let's see, this guy was such a dictator that a veto just occurred of the one time, a rare veto for him, and blatantly overridden by his own party. This guy is so little of an authoritarian. You can't name another world leader of his status that's own generals and all of the appointees under him are like, kiss my ass. We're going to do what we want. That's what they did to Trump. And yet we're supposed to believe this guy's the authoritarian. But the truth is, like you said, there will be someone that comes along that is the monster that they're claiming Trump is. That person will. I'll still be against that person.
And you know something? You know what the scary thing is? It's going to happen in a lifetime. Because if you think that Trump didn't create those monsters, they're going to be exploding out of the closet and from under the bed. Yes, Trump created them because these people are angry. And then the problem is that they come out and they're angry, and then they taste power. And that's how they become totalitarians.
Right.
And this power feels good.
So I've been warning. I'm like warning. I'm like, look, you have to call
an evil Robert Knorr.
Right. But I see what you're saying.
How tough would that be?
I keep telling these people.
Talent?
Remember, Carlos, I told you people in my personal life, they contacted other people I knew and basically said they would never talk to me. This isn't. If you're listening and you're thinking, is he talking about me? I'm not talking about you. If you're someone that would even care to think it's not you. It's not people that were really close friends or roommates of mine. But these were peripheral people that I knew, right? That contacted other people and were like, Rob finally went off the deep end. Why? Because I said that although it was a terrible decision to have to make, it looked like Trump maybe should have deployed the National Guard in these cities where rioting was occurring because Democratic mayors were actively allowing the riots to occur and pulling their police, like we see in Portland. You really don't think after 150 days of rioting that the mayor couldn't have done something to have his law enforcement be able to handle it?
I'm sorry. I've said this on the show. We've said this on the show. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get anybody to unsubscribe from your channel. Okay, but this is the truth. Part of the reason why the president had so many people vote against him that maybe shouldn't have is because what he should have done after 5 days of rioting, this is the communication. I believe in states' rights, but I also believe in the law and order. So this is the communication to the governors. Okay, attention all governors. If you don't get the rioting under control in another 5 days, I will. Period. The end. 45. Get it? I don't even sign my name. Just sign 45. And then I send the troops in when they don't do anything. Okay? Sorry. You don't like it? Tough. Okay? You had your chance. Because nothing will happen in this world without consequences. So that's my gift for 2021, because I got to go. Here's my gift to all of you. May the worst possible consequences happen to you this year so you can learn fast and be better.
I hear you, man. All right. Hey, thanks so much. I will talk to you soon. Just to let people know, normally Carlos, me, and the incomparable and too big for his britches, Todd Bartley. Big time on us now, right? He's actually. We have a radio show at 11 a.m. normally on Saturdays.
What is a Buckeye? Can you explain that to me?
I have it. Isn't that the candy that you eat on Christmas with the peanut butter and chocolate?
It's ridiculous. Let's be a football team. A Buckeye.
We should just do a 2-hour show and not tell him, and just he'll think we're going to talk about COVID or something, and just bash Ohio State the entire time. Just be like, yeah, we got Terrell Pryor on the line here. What's up, Terrell? Scott Poslunsky. How great would that be? Just watch Todd squirm. It'd be hilarious. So. All right, man. Take it easy. Great hearing from you, and Happy New Year. We'll talk soon.
Yes, you too. Say hi to Courtney.
I will. All right. I will see you.
Good night, everybody.
But yeah, that's Carlos. We normally do a radio show, but the show will not be tomorrow because my wife might go in labor, so we don't know. Steelers suck. No, we like our co-host Todd is a big Ohio State fan, so we like ribbing on him. I don't know why his team's always better than ours. So I see the debate rational, and Will Snyder are having an issue about climate change. Here's the deal: the climate change debate is similar to the mask debate. Right. I know a lot of people have opinions on it, but it's similar in this sense that they're rationals, right? That people, the scientists, have an economic and personal incentive to lean one way, which makes you question the validity of what they're saying. But more so than that, that only becomes a factor when we can see that there are credible people arguing on both sides of the issue. So it's not as if there are no doctors saying that, look, masks aren't that helpful. And it's not black and white. The same's true with climate change. It's not either masks are awesome or masks don't do shit or they're bad, right? It could be, well, masks kind of do something, but not as much. It's being overblown. Well, the climate is changing, but not as much as what the catastrophic people are saying, right? One of the things that we allow the left to do often that's a mistake is you allow them to say, is there a kernel of truth in this? And when you say yes, they then make a moral argument and claim, well, then you're immoral if you don't agree with my solution to it. Let me give you the easiest example I could think of. Are there substantial problems in inner cities, particularly in inner city communities of color? Absolutely. Should we as a people and as a government be trying to address that far better than we are? Absolutely. But I'm called a racist if I disagree with the left's proposed solutions to how to help the inner city. I just have different solutions. I certainly care about those communities. I just disagree with your solution. I think the war on poverty was devastating. I think when Lyndon B. Johnson allegedly said we'll have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 50 years, that was the design of the war on poverty. Just like I think that the lockdowns are the exact same plan. Make communities dependent on the government for their existence. Once they're dependent on the government, then they can't criticize the government. That's why supposedly the left and all of their policies, they talk about lack of educational opportunities in the inner city black community. Couldn't agree more. Inner city schools suck. The one real measure we could see that right now is working are charter schools in inner city, yet the left's against them. The teachers' unions are against them. Why? Because they're not actually interested in increasing education opportunities for the inner city. They're just educated in their policy. That's it. So they identify a problem and then say you're immoral if you don't agree with their solution. So, do I think, based on the preponderance of evidence, that the climate is changing? Yes. I think the climate changed before humans. I think the climate is continuing to change now. I also think that humans have some sort of net impact on climate change. I believe that. I don't know how much. I don't know how devastating climate change will be. I could bring up articles of people saying climate change, scientists saying climate change is well overblown. Who's right? I don't know. I'm not an expert. But I see the telltale signs. When I see the same people that are saying climate change, oh my God, we got to do the Green New Deal for climate change, are also saying things like the sciences, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is racist. The Enlightenment is racist. When I see the COVID doctors that are all saying you got to lock down, you got to wear a mask. Oh, unless you want to protest for Black Lives Matter because white supremacy is worse, then go ahead, get out there. You don't have to follow the lockdown orders then. Why would I believe them? They could be right, but why am I just going to believe them? Why is it that every single time that we're talking about one of these things, I'm considered immoral if I don't agree with giving the left everything they want? Every single time. Why is it that the solution to climate change, just like the solution to COVID, will end up benefiting wealthy people and screw over the working class? Isn't that odd? COVID is the exact model that they're using with climate change or attempting to. Got to trust the scientists or your grandma's going to die. You evil prick. You want people to die. You don't care. You think the disease is made up. Hundreds of thousands of dead and you don't care anything about them unless you totally agree with me. Now, we need to lock down and make sure that Jeff Bezos and Walmart's getting a ton of money. Oh, those people that were business owners, small business, screw them. Oh, you care about the small business owner? You want grandma to die? It's nonsense. Then when you factor in, how many times have we been told that catastrophic climate change was going to wipe us out? In the 70s, we had a new ice age. It was a scientific consensus that we had a new ice age that was coming, that was going to be damaging. That was the argument in the 70s. Then acid rain was going to wipe us all out. I remember that in the 90s. Then Al Gore told us that parts of Florida would be underwater by 2010 if we didn't listen to him. Well, they're not underwater. So they're wrong over and over and over again. But this time we have to believe them without question. Give them, and it'll be devastating for your rights, and it'll be devastating for the economy, but you have to believe them. This time they're right. It's the same argument we hear when it comes to like foreign policy. Yes, we lied to you about Iraq. Yes, we bungled up Afghanistan. Yes, we lied to you about Libya. Yes, we're lying to you about Syria. But you got to believe us this time. This time you got to believe us. How long are we going to... I keep quoting politicians instead of scientists. I just DuckDuckGo'd the first article. So I haven't read this yet. We'll see what it says. The overblown and misleading issue of global warming. Very often I talk to the public or media about global warming, a low-frequency positive trend in global temperature in the last 120 years or so. They ask me the unfortunate question if I believe in global warming. And I say unfortunate because when we are dealing with a scientific problem, believing has no place. In science, we either prove or disprove. We believe only when we cannot possibly prove a truth. For example, we may believe in reincarnation or in an afterlife, but we can't prove either. One may argue that when we are dealing with a scientific problem, such as global warming, for which we cannot obtain unquestionable experimental confirmation as to what's causing it, for the simple reason that we cannot repeat this experiment, we only have one realization of climate evolution, we may form an opinion based on the existing scientific evidence in hand, current knowledge, possible theories, and hypotheses. But we should be skeptical of claims that the science of a complicated and unpredictable system is settled. Nobody argues that the temperature of the planet is not increasing in the last 120 years. Yes, the temperature is increasing overall, but there is a lot of questions regarding why that is. In the current state of the affairs regarding global warming, opinion is divided into two major factions. A large portion of climate scientists argue that most, if not all, of the recent warming is due to anthropogenic effects, which originate largely from carbon dioxide emissions from the burning of fossil fuels. Another portion is on the other extreme, those who argue that humans have nothing to do with global warming and that all the fuss is a conspiracy to bring the industrial world down. The latter group calls the former group catastrophist or alarmist, whereas the former group calls the latter group the deniers. The childish division is complemented by another group, the skeptics, which includes those like me who question the extreme beliefs and try to look at all the scientific evidence before we form an opinion. By the way, the former group also considers skeptics to be deniers. In the realm of deniers, skeptics, and believers, science has been compromised. I usually don't bother with pseudoscientists, media, and ignorant people abusing the freedom of the internet by writing and posting nonsense comments. But I've grown wary of what is going on in the debate on the overblown and misdirected issue of global warming. A case in point being Meet the Press host Chuck Todd saying he will no longer give time to global warming deniers, and also that the science has been settled. The fact that scientists who show results not aligned with the mainstream are labeled deniers is backward mentality. We don't live in medieval times when Galileo had to admit something that he knew was wrong to save his life. Science is about proving, not believing. In that regard, I'm a skeptic, not just about global warming, but when it comes to other aspects of science. All scientists should be skeptics. Climate is too complicated to attribute its variability to one cause. We first need to understand the natural climate variability, which we clearly don't. I can debate anyone on this issue. Only then can we assess the magnitude and the reasons of climate change. Science would have never advanced if it were not for the skeptics. All model projections made for the 21st century failed to predict the slowdown of the planet's warming, despite the fact that carbon dioxide emissions kept on increasing. Science is never settled. If science were settled, then we'd pick things up and go home. My research over the years is focused on climate variability and climate dynamics. It is my educated opinion that many forces have shaped global temperature variation. Human activity, the oceans, extraterrestrial forces like solar activity and cosmic rays are all factors that mix in. It may very well be that of all these three major players, I would attribute a third to each of them. Two final points. First of all, the interactions of human with the environment are part of our technological evolution. During this evolution, we could not directly go from living in the dark ages to a clean energy technology. There was no other way but fossil fuels and other polluting producing agents. Is this enough to ruin the planet by altering the climate system, a system that has undergone major changes throughout the ages? Second, while we should try our best to take care of our planet, global warming is not the only urgent planetary emergency. Overpopulation, poverty, infectious disease, the effects of globalization, spreading of the water crisis, energy and food availability and safety, political instability, terrorism, the global economy, even cybersecurity are far more urgent problems with potentially catastrophic results for humanity. The author is an emeritus distinguished professor at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. He's the author of more than 130 peer-reviewed papers and 9 books. Was quoting that scientist all right? Was that fine? There's a scientist that believes it's overblown. I'm doing great. Jojo, what's up, buddy? It's my brother in real life. Because, dumbass, I don't know enough about the science, honestly, to make a bold claim such as that. My gut feeling is that exactly what this scientist said is true. That humans have some sort of contribution. I think that that's likely to be true. The question is how much? There's all sorts of questions. I don't know enough. I can't make the bold claim that humans, and I would think I would be highly skeptical of the claim that humans did not influence any climate change. Now, it might only be a percentage, like 1 to 2% of it. I don't know. But I would assume there's probably some effect that humans had on the climate. I'm sure there are scientists out there, like this person said, that says, no, humans have no effect. I don't know that those scientists are right. I don't know. Right. So Will's argument, now he backtracked. Now I quote a scientist. So Will's argument is going to be this now. So Rational's setting up the argument like, can we see how a majority of scientists would have in their own interest to reach a certain conclusion? And Will's like, yes, but who cares if it's valid? So the reason that matters is because if there's scientists, credible scientists saying things of an opposite conclusion, then we should question whether or not those that are obviously biased should be taken at face value. Now Will says, but the vast majority of scientists, so therefore it's okay. Again, would I trust the 1 out of 100 that says smoking doesn't cause lung cancer? Well, it depends. I would look at the evidence. The question isn't whether or not I would trust whether it causes lung cancer. Again, this is a clever trick that we see on the left. It's not that when we're talking about climate change. It is what degree do things change? So I'll ask you, Will, since you're in, one, you could call into the show if you want. Second, if not, you could just type it. Will, if 99 out of 100 scientists have reached some sort of consensus, can you provide me, and you seem to be heavily vested in this, so I assume you'll readily be able to tell me, how long do we have until climate change is irreparable? How many emissions, what percentage do we need to reduce our emissions by in order to not reach the catastrophic impacts of climate change? There's a consensus, right? There's a consensus. That's exactly. You say appeals to authority are necessary because you don't have a degree in atmospheric science. So you admit you have no idea. You're just taking people's word for it. So, for example, with COVID, we have to appeal the authority of the scientists that at one point, the scientists, because we didn't have a degree, said, don't wear a mask. That's what Dr. Fauci said. Don't wear a mask, right? The CDC and Dr. Fauci said, don't wear a mask. We had to accept it. We had to appeal to their authority. Then they changed their mind and did the exact opposite. They said, now you have to wear a mask. So which is it? Which appeal to authority? If they decide to flip-flop, we just have to listen to them every day, every time they flip-flop? That's your claim? Let's look at other times that there was a consensus that the scientists said these. No, that's not what they did, Will. They admitted they lied. Dr. Fauci and the head of the CDC admitted they lied about masks. Will, I see you're still responding to me. There's a consensus. 99 out of 100 climate scientists agree. So go ahead. How long do we have and how much do we have to reduce emissions? What's the consensus of evidence? Fine. Go ahead, Will. What's the consensus of evidence? Why is it taking you so long to respond? This is clearly a subject that you're passionate about, and there's a consensus. Like if I was passionate and I said, I'm really passionate about the Super Bowl and the Steelers have won 6 Super Bowls. See, I can give you the number right away. What's the consensus, Will? Why are we still waiting? There's a consensus. How much do emissions need to be reduced by what time to prevent this catastrophic impact? There's a consensus, right? Right. I have no idea what the number of years is, but I'd rather get started as soon as possible. Do you see? This is exactly what I'm talking about. So he admits, I'm not an expert. He says, but all the scientists agree. I say, what do they agree on? The evidence agrees. He says, I don't know, but we have to listen to them. Just do the policy positions that I want. We just have to listen to them. How is this any different than saying, yeah, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. But wait, can we question that? No, you're not a patriot if you don't. There's a consensus. All the foreign policy experts say that we need to invade Iraq. Okay. I'm not going to ask questions. I'm not a foreign policy expert. Meanwhile, let's see what Will Snyder's life take on we have to trust the experts would have led to. Let's see some of the policies that would have changed. Modern day doomsdayers have been predicting climate and environmental disasters since the 60s. They continue to do so today. None of the apocalyptic predictions with due dates as of today have come true. What follows is a collection of notably wild predictions from notable people in government and science. More than merely spotlighting the failed predictions, this collection shows that the makers of failed apocalyptic predictions often are individuals holding respected positions in government and science. While such predictions have been and continue to be enthusiastically reported by the media, eager for sensationalist headlines, the failures are typically not revisited. Dire famine by 75. It is already too late for the world to avoid a long period of famine, a Stanford University biologist said Thursday. Paul Ehrlich said the time of famines is upon us and will be at its worst and the disastrous by 75. He said the population of the United States is too big, that birth control may have to be accomplished by making it involuntary and by putting sterilization agents into foods, and that the Roman Catholic Church should be pressured into going along with the routine measures of population control. Hey, there's a law. Even Bill Gates talks about, you listen to Bill Gates, he talks about the need to population control. Who are we to question them, right, Will Snyder? So I guess we have to force sterilize people, right? Next, let's just go through the list of some of these. I'm not going to go through the evidence of all, but the evidence is there. 1969, everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam by 89. 1970, ice age by 2000. 70, America subject to water rationing by 74 and food rationing by 80. 71, new ice age coming by 2020 or 2030. 72, new ice age by 2070. 74, space satellites show new ice age coming fast. 74, another ice age. 74, ozone depletion, the greatest peril to life. 76, scientific consensus, planet cooling, famine's imminent. 80, acid rain kills life in lakes. 78, no end in sight for 30-year cooling trend. 88, regional droughts that never happened in the 90s. 88, temperatures in D.C. will hit record highs. 88, Maldive Islands will be underwater by 2018. 89, rising sea levels will obliterate nations if nothing's done by 2000. 89, New York City's West Side Highway underwater by 2019. 2000, children will not know what snow is. 2002, famine in 10 years if we don't give up eating fish, meat, and dairy. 2004, Britain will beat Serbia by 2024. 2008, Arctic ice to be free by 2018. 2008, climate genius Al Gore predicts ice-free Arctic by 2013. 2009, climate genius Prince Charles says we have 96 months to save the world. 2009, UK Prime Minister says 50 days to save the planet from catastrophe. 2009, climate genius Al Gore moves to 2013 prediction of ice-free Antarctic to 2014. 2013, Arctic ice-free by 2015. 2014, only 500 days before climate chaos. 68, overpopulation will spread worldwide. 70, world will use up all of its natural resources. 66, oil gone in 10 years. 72, oil depleted in 20 years. 77, Department of Energy says oil will peak in the 90s. 80, peak oil in 2000. 96, peak oil in 2020. 2002, peak oil in 2010. 2006, super hurricanes on the way. 2005, Manhattan underwater by 2015. 70, urban citizens will require gas masks by 1985. 70, nitrogen buildup will make all land unusable. 70, decaying population will kill all the fish. 70s, killer bees. Oh, that wasn't the scientific consensus. Right. How do you know, Will? First off, how do you know? You can't even tell me what... You claim there's a scientific consensus on climate change, yet you can't give me the numbers. So you admit you have no idea. You're just repeating things that you've heard. Are you ready for this? From media headlines. So you criticize, oh, we shouldn't factor... Those 41 examples you just gave me were bolstered by media headlines. What do you think your claim about a scientific consensus is? You're just believing the media headlines. Yeah, stupid paywall. Anyways, it's getting to be bedtime. Your claims are facts. You can't even give a number. It's not a fact to say, there's a consensus, and I ask, what's the consensus? Well, I can't tell you what the consensus is. How is that a fact? Tell me what the consensus is. You say you could post the most credible stuff. How do you define? You say, this is what you say here. The most credible of all, and it wouldn't matter. You could post the most credible of all, and it wouldn't matter if I linked them because you'd just play the agenda card. Tell me, which one's the most, give me the agency or the scholarly study that's the most credible. Go ahead, you tell me. Go ahead. We'll go through it right now. Tell me. How did you determine it was the most credible? What was it about it that made it the most credible? Is it their methodology? Is that what it is? Is it their name? NASA. That's what. And why do you choose NASA? Why is NASA the agency that you've chosen? Sorry, I'm just reading here. So then post me the NASA consensus. Let's see what the consensus is. How much do we have to reduce emissions? Go ahead, let's see. Now, I would say that people in other countries would say, well, we actually think that our climate scientists are as qualified. So I would assume, though, since there's a consensus, that they would agree. So you post me the NASA article, and then we'll see if that's a consensus. Great. Here's the article you posted. Let's go through it. I haven't read it yet, so we'll go through it. Scientific consensus. Earth's climate's warming. Okay. Now remember, I read. Oh, where did it go? So I ask you for a source to deal with climate change to justify the policies you're seeing. You provide me something from NASA that says scientific consensus, Earth's climate is warning. The person I put that said that it was being overblown and he was skeptic says, and I quote, nobody argues that the temperature of the planet is not increasing in the last 120 years and so. Yes, the temperature is increasing overall, but there's a lot of questions regarding why that is. Now let's read your article. The Earth's warming. This is exactly what I said the left does. They make a statement of truth, the Earth is warming. Then they make a bunch of other they say there's a consensus. Then they apply that consensus means that what that means will be that there's a consensus on that. So the Earth's warming, which means that we're going to have some apocalyptic scenario, which justifies giving the left all this power, crushing people's rights, crushing people economically because the Earth's warming. And if you disagree, well, there's a consensus. Yes, there's a consensus. Even the skeptics admit the climate is warming. The question is, how much do humans have to do it? How catastrophic will this get, etc.? But okay, let's go through your article that starts off telling us the Earth's warming. Okay. Multiple studies published in peer-reviewed scientific journals show that 97% or more of actively publishing climate scientists agree. Climate warming trends over the past century are extremely likely due to human activities. In addition, most of the leading scientific organizations have issued public statements endorsing this position. The following is a partial list of these organizations. So the first question to ask would be, if there's 97% so first, what they're agreeing on is the statement that climate trends are warning over the past strength, and it's extremely likely due to human activities. Yeah. I don't even think I would disagree with that statement. Okay. What does that prove? Is it catastrophic? That's it. There's nothing. Right. It says that it's warming and extremely likely due to human activities. And? So, what does that mean? You want to hear a controversial? So, let's do this. You ready? The Earth is using more oil. And I believe that that's because of human activities. Therefore, you have to give me total power and the Tea Party total power to be able to fight people using oil. What? What's the negative impact of people using oil? How much oil? There's no consensus on that stuff. Oh, yeah, the 97% consensus thing's wrong. That's point two. So if 97% consent to this, how many people are there total? How many scientists are there total? They know that it's 97%, so how many total? How would you know that? If I say 97% of published people think X, the first question you should ask me is, how many people are published like that? How many are there? What if it's 97%, then we have to have a number. 10,000? So it's 9,700? Is that how many? No, they have no clue. And then secondly, we could actually go to the article. Oh, this is the one that's behind the paywall. Yeah. NASA fights campaign to remove 97% climate change claim as consensus challenged. Nothing sends climate skeptics into orbit faster than seeing NASA's repeat the 97 climate consensus. But the effort to have the Obama-era declaration removed from the government website is suffering a failure to launch. NASA officially rejected the competitive edit request under the correction under the changes to the website are not needed. And here's that's what NASA says that was published. CI attorney David Watkins called the statement inaccurate, unreliable, and biased, said that NASA's refused to budge even though Trump has expressed reservations about the consensus. NASA's saying that they've used several peer-reviewed papers for that. The CEI's original request for corrections 11 pages. NASA's was barely 2-page. The Washington Times reached out to NASA for comment. The research papers cited by NASA to bolster the 97% claim don't actually make the claims that NASA's claiming they make, in some cases excluding or including scientists who don't have an opinion and say they're uncertain or don't know, Watkins said. He said that the statement posted by NASA at some point during the Obama administration. There's political pressure to get it added, and no one questioned NASA directly at the time. Debate over the scientific consensus on climate change has raged since 2014, when Science magazine published an essay on now Harvard history science professor Naomi Orsek's The Scientific Consensus on Climate Change. She reviewed 928 study abstracts with the words climate change published in the journal from 93 to 2003, concluding that 75% implicitly or explicitly endorsed the consensus view and 25% took no position. But none of the papers disagreed with the consensus position. The 97% figure took off in a 2013 study led by John Cook, now assistant research paper at George Mason University. He reviewed peer-reviewed papers abstract toward global warming and global climate change. The first thing we noticed was that a lot of papers don't even bother to mention whether humans are causing global warming or not. It's like you look at astronomy papers. Not many of them would bother mentioning that the Earth revolves around the sun. It's established consensus. But among the papers that did mention it, there were about 4,000 papers. Among the 12,000 papers we looked at, 97 of them endorsed that humans cause global warming. The pushback was immediate. PopularTechnology.com interviewed a half a dozen prominent scientists who said the study mischaracterized their work, while other academics, including Richard Toll of the University of Sussex and the University of Delaware's David Legatus, published challenges to the study's methodology. For example, Legate's peer-reviewed independent study evaluating the 64 articles that Cook said explicitly endured anthropologic global warming, that more than half of the warming is caused by humans, found that actually only 41 made such claims. The debate has left little room for middle ground. So as we can see, when they looked at the very people that they said, these papers that NASA said were of the 97% consensus, they're saying no. Some of them are saying our results are mischaracterized. They only, of the 12,000 articles they looked at, only 4,000 of them mentioned humans and global warming. Of those 4,000, they say 97% said that humans cause global warming. Well, no shit. Articles that talk about human and global warming are going to disproportionately say humans cause global warming. If you don't endorse that position, you're not going to talk about humans and global warming unless you're specifically rebutting the position. So when 8,000 of the 12,000 articles didn't even mention it, and NASA just says, well, we assume that's what they meant, that's how you get the 97% consensus. Stop using the mainstream media. I literally linked to an article talking about scientists that were debunking this. The fact that it was on a news article means nothing. Would it help you if I... Oops. Now, what I love about, and this will be the end of me dealing with you, Will Snyder, this article actually, what I just talked about was from literally the author of the study that came up with the 97%. And then authors of studies that challenged it. But Will Snyder, instead of looking at it, says, don't use the mainstream media. Don't use it. So he will use, this is what Will Snyder wants you to use. You ready? Here's what Will Snyder wants you to use. This paragraph. Everything that you were talking about with climate change and the Green New Deals, this paragraph. You go to NASA.com, it says, studies in a peer-reviewed journal say 97% are actively pushing climate scientists agree. That's it. That's what you're supposed to believe. That one paragraph. He doesn't want you to look at the authors of the articles and their justification of it, or authors of articles that are debunking that and giving their justification if it was from the mainstream media. Here's a person, let me tell you the type of person Will Snyder is. Here's a person that claims that 97% consensus and that there's a consensus. When I ask him what that consensus is, he can't give it to me. He admits that he's not read on that. I don't know. I have no clue. No clue. Then he has the nerve when I'm quoting scientists in other articles to say, oh, if I'm quoting them through the context of them talking that the media is covering, that I shouldn't use that. So it's not as if Will's like making some claim like, Rob, you should only be citing the actual scientific journals themselves. Because that's what I've done. I've actually read through those journals. Will hasn't done that. He admits it. He just went to NASA.com, found a paragraph, copied and pasted it, and said, look, I'm a smart guy. I'm a scientist. And then he says, but I'll dictate what type of sources you could use. That's where he's coming from. So because he was able to Google NASA.com and come up with one paragraph, he now thinks that that makes him some sort of authority and that he could say, no. When you're actually talking about the person who wrote the study and giving their rationale for the 97%, you shouldn't use that information. Will says, I'm just being humble. I trust that smart people dedicating their lives to a field know what they're talking about more than I as a layman would. Sure. You unquestionably, without looking at the research, believe what they said. And then when I started to provide the rationale for the study, you said, no, don't look at that because it's coming from a Mediate article. The 97% figure took off following a 2013 study led by John Cook, now an assistant research professor at the Center for Climate Change Communication at George Mason, who reviewed peer-reviewed paper abstracts with the word global warming or climate change from 91 to 2011. The first thing we noticed was that a lot of papers don't even mention whether humans are causing global warming or not. But among the papers that did mention it, there were 4,000 papers among the 12,000 papers. 97% of them endorsed human-caused global warming. That's literally the guy who wrote the article, who did the scientific study that came up with the 97% figure. He is telling you in his own words, we looked at 12,000 articles. 8,000 of them never mentioned humans causing global warming. That's 2/3 if you can't do the math. 2/3 don't mention humans causing global warming. Now, of the 4,000 that mention the words human and global warming, 97% of them say humans caused it. So he took that 97% and said, that means 97% of the 12,000 endorsed this. That is not good science. That's the actual study that your NASA is quoting. No, Rob Knorr prefers actually listening to the person. Do you know who John Cook is? Have you read John Cook's study? Do you know where NASA got the 97% number from? Do you know? Go ahead, Will. You're quoting. See, this is exactly what they do. He can't back up the claim. I actually went to the author. We have the author's quote who wrote the study, and he says, because that's in the mainstream media. Because it's in the mainstream media, Rob prefers the media over scientists. I'm quoting the scientists that you're quoting, you dumbass. I'm looking at their methodology. Can you quote the methodology of the study that you're citing? Can you? Because I bet you didn't read it. I bet you just Googled NASA climate change. That's what you did. And you're on here acting like you're somehow more well-researched or something in the topic. I never claimed to be that well-researched. In fact, I said earlier, I don't know, my gut feeling is humans probably have something to do with climate change. Yeah. But I don't believe this consensus bullshit. I believe there's a consensus that the climate's changing. And I believe that I would call it a consensus that humans have something to do with that. How much they have to do with it, how bad that climate change will get, what we need to do to reverse it, how much we need to do to lower emissions. There's no consensus on any of that stuff. That's the important stuff. But Will Snyder just says consensus, consensus, consensus. I Googled NASA and climate change, and it says 97% believe there's human climate change. Great, and do they say how much? Do they say what the catastrophic impacts will be? Do they say how long we have to solve it? I posted 41 examples of prominent scientists claiming that catastrophe was right around the corner that were wrong, but this time they're right. Believe them this time. I don't know, Will. If you don't like it, leave. I called you a dumbass because you're misrepresenting intentionally my purpose or my stance. Quote, Rob Knorr prefers mainstream media over scientific organizations willing to stake their credibility. Show me where I said that, you lying sack of shit. There's another name for you. Like that one? Yeah, I do get fired up. That's fine. I always love these people that do this, right? We'll just get off the climate change debate and we'll just talk about the hypocritical, right? The cry bully. They'll make some claim, Rob prefers the mainstream media over scientists, even though I'm quoting a mainstream media article that's referencing the scientist that did the study that you're referencing. So you'll misrepresent my position. Then when I see, this person's not arguing in good faith, so I'm like, yeah, you're a dumbass or something like that. Then you're like, oh my God, I got the vapors. Why'd you call me a dumbass, Rob? Oh man, that hurts. That hurts. Nah, I gotta get going here. It's one. Why'd you call me a dumbass? That hurts. Oh, I didn't call you a dumbass. I just totally misrepresented your position intentionally. But I didn't call you a dumbass. Please, I like you, Rob. Please don't call me a dumbass. Okay. Why not quote the scientific institution that person is part of? I quoted the methodology that then you quote it. You quote it. Go ahead. Quote the scientific institution that person's part of. You presented the evidence. You said NASA said 97%. Show me the evidence. Show me the study where they got the 97% consensus. Go ahead. Or you're just going to take it at face value. That's what you're doing? So now, according to Will Snyder, here's the new criteria. Right. Will Snyder says, I don't know. Right. You don't know. You Googled climate change, NASA. That's what you did. They had one paragraph, and you're now taking that as gospel. You have no idea what their methodology is. You have no idea what the study was, who the study was, what institution came up with that number. You have no clue. You're just citing that number. So when I look into, I'm not doing much more than you, I'll admit it. I do a Google search because I know that I've seen that this number has been challenged, and it makes sense that that's going to be challenged because right out of the gate, I'm like, 97%? How could you put a percentage on what scientists believe? You would have to know how many scientists there are, right? So in order to have a percentage of something, you need to know what the whole is. If I ate 97% of the pizza, you'd need to know how big was the pizza in order for that number to make sense. Or if I ate 97% of the slices of pizza, how many slices were there? You'd be able to figure that out. So if 97%, what's the total? So it's already skeptical. So when I look it up, I find that the author of the study says something that without having anyone else to disprove him, I could literally take the author at face value. He's bullshitting us. I'm with you, Will. Just because I call you a dumbass, I don't hate you or anything like that. It's a pretty dumb position, I'll just say, though. It's a stupid position to say that we should take a 6-sentence paragraph from NASA that says nothing, but we shouldn't accept the person who actually did the studies NASA's referencing his own words because it's from an article. I just think that's a dumb stance. If I calling you a dumbass hurt your feelings, I guess. Sorry. But, I mean, it's a nonsensical position. And again, the article that I quoted first from an actual scientist actually said, he's like, yeah, people agree that that the climate's changing and humans have something to do with it. He's like, no one's disagreeing with that. The disagreement, just like I said, the disagreement's coming with these other things. So your rebuttal to that's like, well, no, NASA says 97% of people agree. Yes, that's not rebutting the argument this person's saying. This is the same debate I had with Vauci and them. The policy is what you say you want a bipartisan solution. Okay. What are we disagreeing with? Right? If you want a bipartisan solution, what's your disagreement with me? Did I say that humans aren't causing climate change? Nope, didn't say that, did I? Said they probably are. I would agree that there's probably some sort of consensus that humans have something to do with climate change and that the climate's changing. I agree. So where's our disagreement? The meat of the discussion of what do we do about it? I mean, think about it. I mean, for example, right? Hear me out. I believe that we saw in this country violent crime since the 90s was going down every year. And it's impressive when you consider the population's rising. So at the same time, there's more people, violent crimes going down. Good. That's a good thing. Then we saw a couple years where it went up and down after Black Lives Matter. Now it's going up. Right? So imagine this, Will Snyder. I say the following. There is a consensus that violent crime is increasing in the United States. Therefore, we need to immediately disband Black Lives Matter and jail anyone that's in there. Right? Does anyone disagree with me? There's a consensus. There's a consensus that violent crimes increased this year. Therefore, we need to jail everyone associated with Black Lives Matter. That's the consensus. And then if you say, wait, what? How much has violent crime gone up? What will the impacts be? Do we think that it will continue unimpeded? What does Black Lives Matter have to do with it? Won't there be severe negative consequences to jailing everyone connected to Black Lives Matter? Now, I see you're putting a question mark. The point is, I'm showing you, this is what it's like to just say, well, there's a consensus, therefore, that's the problem. The problem is that, I'm not saying you, but so many people on the left say, no, that's not the same thing, just jailing people that commit crimes. There are arguments that could be made that Black Lives Matter and their pressuring of defunding the police, the actual defunding and the demoralization of the police through the Ferguson effect, which is when police officers in these places where Black Lives Matter protests occur are basically scapegoated. They say, we're just not going to go into the inner city then. And homicides ride. That's what happened in Ferguson. It's what happened in Baltimore after Freddie Gray. It's what happened in New York City. It's what's happening in Minneapolis. It's what's happening in Atlanta. Therefore, there's a consensus, violent crimes increasing. So ban Black Lives Matter. You would say, how does that, just because there's a consensus doesn't mean that I have to agree with that solution. Exactly. That's exactly the point. It would be very disingenuous of me to just keep saying, there's a consensus. There's a consensus. Yes, the consensus is on the part I'm not disagreeing with. Right, Rational. That's the point. And that's the point that I was trying to make in the debate I had the other day on climate change. The point is this. We are gradually transitioning as we speak, and that's what Will Snyder said he would like to see. We're gradually transitioning as we speak. Emissions are being lowered every year in the United States. So that's the debate. The debate is, are we lowering them enough? That's the debate. So when you talk about consensus, and everyone says, there's a consensus, we're in agreement, therefore we need the Green New Deal. Show me what the consensus is. If the consensus is we need to reduce emissions 60% by 2030, that's something that we could then, it would be interesting to then see, okay, are we on task for that? But if the consensus is just, we all have a consensus that the climate's changing and that humans cause it, but I think we need to lower emissions 5%. This organization thinks we need to lower it 70%. This organization thinks it's already too late and we're already all dead. This organization thinks that the impacts won't be that bad at all. That's the interesting point. The reason I brought up the consensus thing is that's the trick the left gets you to. They then say you're immoral or you're an anti-science person and don't believe that consensus. That's not what's going on. So as... One second. I'm looking for an article I cited the other day. Let me see if I can find this. This is funny. I'm reading this article, right? Look at, you want to see how, like, an example of media malfeasance, right? So they're talking about the Paris Climate Change Accords and how people aren't reducing their emissions. Countries aren't doing it. So it says, however, the report's analysis of 184 pledges for 2030 found that almost 75% were insufficient. In fact, the world's first and fourth biggest emitters, China and India, will have higher emissions in 2030. The U.S. is the second largest, and its pledge is also too low. It's also in doubt, given the Trump administration's withdrawal from the accord. Do you know what that means? Do you know what they just said without saying it? Oh, actually, the United States. China's not meeting their goals. India's not meeting their goals. The U.S.'s goals are too low. You know why they said that? Because we're meeting those. Even after pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord, emissions have decreased under Trump. We're actually meeting the obligations set forth by the Paris Climate Accord. Did you know that? Right, we're their largest emitters per capita, and, okay. And, two things on that. One, why is that relevant? Do you think the ozone cares about per capita? No, it cares about the emission levels. So if the world's largest emitter isn't doing anything, it won't matter if we're per capita or not. And second, we're meeting the goals that were outlined in the Paris Climate Accord. Right, I'm not disagreeing with you, Will Snyder. Right? Are we meeting did we reduce emissions in 2019? We met our goal. We're doing better than almost every European country. Yeah, whatever. I'm done with this. Every article is just behind a paywall. Yeah, I get you. I'm not fighting with you. I know you're typing, that's harder. But the point is, right? The solutions being offered by, they're saying there's a consensus, you have to agree with us, and you have to take this huge socialist initiative. And by the way, they admit in the Green New Deal that it's about more than climate change. It's about changing a way of life. Adapting all of these policies. And if you look at the Green New Deal, there's so much of it that has literally nothing to do whatsoever with climate change. Things about race and other things like that. Gender and race has nothing to do with climate change. You wouldn't accept it from the other side. You wouldn't accept if people that you're like, wait a minute, the policy you're offering, I don't like it. I see a lot of negatives. You wouldn't accept them just screaming, there's a consensus, you're anti-science. What is the consensus? Okay, the consensus is crime is going up. What the hell does that have to do with your cockamamie idea that we lock up everyone in Black Lives Matter? Show me that consensus. Show me the consensus that that's necessary. So when the left says there's a consensus, show me a 97% consensus that says the Green New Deal is necessary. Now listen, Will, you heard me earlier on this show talk about how Bernie Sanders approached forth Medicare for all, which I'm not necessarily a fan of, but the conservatives that vowed to repeal and replace didn't do anything. And so if it's the choice between a bad plan and no plan, I don't know. I could be talked into the bad plan. So I'm not someone who's unwilling. I'm sympathizing with your argument here. The Green New Deal is relevant because conservatives have not provided their plan of action. But the plan of action is the status quo. If the status quo is reducing emissions, you see how that's different? With healthcare, the status quo is not doing anything to solve healthcare. Nothing. But when it comes to reducing emissions, the United States is doing a better job than countries that have signed up for the Paris Climate Accord. So even if you say it's not enough, we're trending in the right direction. So if we're trending, the emissions are going like this, and you're like, well, they don't need to go like this, they need to go like this. Okay, but then now when you say the only reason the Green New Deal is being talked about is because there's not a solution for downward trend of emissions over here, but that's the status quo. The solution is renewables are coming. Companies are starting to get technology that makes them more profitable. They didn't need the government to come in. They didn't need to radically change our system and give the government control over the entire energy sector. What'd you say at Critically Thinking Veteran? Is he on here? Right, the Great Reset, right. Will Snyder says our emissions are falling. They could be much faster and we could crush everyone else at it. Maybe. But again, as the article that I read said, there's a delicate balance, right? What is the threat to climate change? How long will it take for this catastrophic impact to happen? How much must we reduce emissions to start that catastrophic impact? The reduction in emissions we're seeing without things like the Green New Deal, how much would that alleviate the pain of climate change, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Think of what we have done. We've made the United States, we've taken it from reliant on foreign overseas oil from countries that are really bad to now being a net exporter. We've grown the GDP and thousands upon thousands of people with great paying jobs, all in the energy sector. It was the biggest affront to Russia that we could do that relies on its fossil fuel exporting that we became a net exporter of fossil fuels. So stop relying on terrible countries in the Middle East. Slapped into a face to who we're told by the left is our biggest rival, Russia. All while reducing emissions. Why isn't that a good thing? Tom, it's an interesting argument. Tom says a geo rep could say status quo is their argument, but status quo solves is not their argument. Their argument is that it's not an issue because the status quo solves. That's why it's not an issue. It'd be like saying this. What is the Democrats' plan for the fact that if rapes double next year, that we'll live in a rape culture? Well, rapes aren't doubling. It's not an issue, and this is the problem. There are some, and by the way, this is something that happens with climate change that I don't understand. There are actually tangible things that we can see right now with the climate that are basically not addressed because instead we look at just this overarching thing, climate change. So for example, Republicans and Democrats, everyone in this country that's in office that had anything to do with the governing of this area ought to hang their head in shame and be exiled from this country. Anyone that was involved in the Flint, Michigan crisis, where people living in this country didn't have clean water to drink, ought to be ashamed of themselves and never be allowed in public office again. That's a real, tangible climate crisis that we could have solved. And it took years. It's pathetic. And I don't care right or left. I couldn't tell you the political party of all the people involved. Tom says their solution is to provide tax breaks to fossil fuel companies and PA alone. That's actively harming the issue. A lot of evidence says that fracking is actually benefiting, because fracking then ends up replacing dirtier forms of fossil fuel. So actually fracking would be reducing emissions. Now, there's a question of if fracking's harming the environment in other ways. That's a viable question. But that's not part of the focus of climate change. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it. Like, Tom, if it's trending in the right direction, why would we need massive government intervention to solve it? Unless you could prove that the trending in the right direction won't be fast enough. So the Democrats' argument seemed to be, the Paris Climate Accord, that is enough of an obligation that if we meet it, we will solve the problem. We're meeting it. And I had this argument with, Tom, you're preaching to the choir. The GOP doesn't articulate shit in a good way. And I'll be honest, the GOP doesn't care about climate change. Neither does the Democrats. It's all just political posturing. It's them trying to use the issue for political benefit. That's it. If it was just about climate change, then their plan wouldn't have anything to do with race and blah, 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 blah. If the stimulus bill was just about helping people out, it would have been a standalone stimulus. It wouldn't have gave gender studies programs of package. They exploit these issues. That's why it's important when we're talking about them to not just say there's a consensus and we all agree and that's that. And if you're an anti-science person, if you don't agree with the consensus, I'm genuinely interested. I asked people on the panel, I said, someone give me a tangible number. I'm willing to I don't even have a baseline. I'm willing to admit this. Right, climate change is about money. But I'm willing to admit ignorance on the question of climate change to an extent. I know the bare bones, but I don't know the specifics. I'll admit that. I really don't at all. So I would accept from a starting place a credible scientific organization that says, here's how much we'd have to reduce emissions. And Tom, one of the problems is something that you're familiar with because you were in debate with me. People will say things like this. In 2018, we have 12 months or it's over. If we don't make a radical change in 12 months, that's it. Well, 12 months is come and gone. Now what? Well, we still have time. No, bullshit. That's not what you said. If you were wrong then, why are you right now? Especially when your plan is something radical. So that's the problem of hyping the impact too much. The impact is the end of the world and it's going to be immediate. Okay, well then right, peak oil 2004. Right. So that's why I'm just asking. I'll take a credible answer. So I don't think that you were credible, your organization, if you ever said, we only have 12 months. I don't think it was credible. I'm not going to believe you now. But there are plenty of what I would consider, even if they're wrong, even if they're biased, they're at least in a reasonable discussion talking about what we need to do here. One of them, I can't remember the name of the organization, but the one guy I was debating cites this organization. He's like, here's the number I use. It basically was like the Kyoto Protocol. It basically said we have to reduce 20% by 2030 instead of 2020. And so I'm just typing and it turns out the U.S. is on pace for that. So I'm like, okay, well, according to your own numbers, the U.S. is doing that. We're lowering 20%. Now what? Well, then all of a sudden that number wasn't, we shouldn't use that number. And do you see the problem? Now, you said there was a consensus. I asked you for your best information. You gave me the information. I never read that source. I had no idea how much the U.S. had reduced emissions. When I looked it up, the U.S. is meeting the standard you set. Yet you're saying we need to radically change our politics. Right, now it's COVID. And it's always something. Isn't it odd that the solution's always basically just to unquestioningly give your rights away and allow the government to have this massive power? Always. And it always benefits the wealthy and screws over the working class. Every time. Oh, there's a catastrophe. We need to take your rights away. You need to make sacrifices. Not us, not our corporate friends. Of course, there's certainly, you're absolutely right, dumbass. There is certainly articles that Trump made us energy independent. Absolutely. It's one of the greatest achievements under Trump. He made us energy independent, which is awesome, and emissions lowered. Now, maybe they didn't lower enough. Maybe we need to lower more, but it's exponential. As technology comes that's more affordable, the emissions will fall exponentially, just like they grew exponentially until they peaked, and now they're declining. No, but listen, Will, we started off the argument discussing the existence of the issue, but the existence that we were talking about was, what is the consensus? Right? Like, if no one ever disagreed, I don't know who you were chatting with, but me and you didn't disagree on the premise of the climate is changing and humans are causing it. Yet we were having a discussion. So what was the discussion? Well, the discussion was, what is the consensus beyond that? So the question of, does the problem exist, is not the question of, is the climate changing and do humans cause it? It's a question of, how catastrophic will the impacts be and how much must we reduce to avoid those impacts? That's the problem. The problem doesn't exist if the status quo is already meeting those obligations to avoid that impact from occurring. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a complicated issue. And look, I'm not unconcerned about the environment. I'm open to hearing questions of climate change, but I see how it's easily exploited. Which again, it was something I talked about earlier in the show, like hour one. The ability to not leave a crisis go to waste. And so we have to be very diligent, even when we isolate a serious problem that needs solved, to not allow the usurpation of our rights for things that have nothing to do with it being necessary to solve the problem we've isolated. But so often what we see is people say, there's a problem. Everyone agrees this is a problem. Here's my solution. And if you disagree with it, then you don't agree there's a problem. Or you don't care about the problem. No. Tom, technically you're right. Not acknowledging the issue is not the same as saying this is a problem, but the U.S. is doing its job now without government intervention. But then would you agree with me that the Joe Biden team hasn't stated how they'll solve the problem of an asteroid hitting the United States? Now, they haven't talked about it because they don't see that that impact is likely to occur in the near future. So it's not something that they feel necessary to say, oh, well, that's kind of true. I agree. If you say the latter, if you say there's a problem, but we're solving it, you're demonstrating global leadership. But the question is then, see you, dumbass. Great name, by the way. Yeah, there's a very small percent chance. I get what you're saying, Tom, and don't get me wrong, the Republicans could be doing better on this. All I could do is give my take on it, and this is my take. By the way, we subsidize the fossil fuel industry in many places, and that is ridiculous. And by ending that subsidization of fossil fuel industry, it would go further to making renewables generally competitive. So that's something I can agree with the left on. But again, I see the issue as being a red herring. I see that, like, they want you to, again, it's like all this stuff on the left. They want you to acknowledge that there's a problem. They won't acknowledge, like, once you acknowledge it, let me give you an example. Did Brett Kavanaugh, this is going to be way out there, but hear me out. Did Brett Kavanaugh lie when he said that he never blacked out drunk? Yeah, probably. He probably lied. I would say he lied. But do you know why he lied? Because he knew if he admitted the truth that we all knew, that it put him in an impossible situation. Because the other side controlled the narrative. Right? So if Kavanaugh said, yeah, 5 or 6 times in my life I got so drunk that I passed out. So you could have raped her. That's it. Now what do you say? No, I know I didn't. But you could have. You admitted that you've been passed out. You've admitted it. So you could have raped her. That's all we need. It could have happened. Climate change is like that. Now, I'm articulate enough that I could give my honest opinion and defend myself and it would be fine. But if you're the average person in the GOP, it's like, if I admit that potentially, even though I think that these claims of climate change are blown way out of proportion and that we're solving this in the status quo, but if I admit, yes, it's a problem, then the next argument is, it's a problem. You admit that it's a problem that could cause the end of the earth, therefore we need to do everything possible to be able to stop it. Right, B-Gub, that's exactly the point. He says you got to be careful when you're pushing zero carbon emissions. Exactly. Look, the Green New Deal itself, literally, and I was told that I was a liar by Vosh until I actually read the Green New Deal portion to him, literally suggests retrofitting every building in the United States to lower emissions, a bunch of other things, and I'm quoting now, for comfort. That's $100 trillion? But what's the other options, Will Snyder? You say the Green New Deal is not an option. What's the other? So other than the Green New Deal, what would you say is the preeminent policy or agreement to address climate change? What would be if not the Green New Deal, what would you say is the most famous agreement out there to address climate change? I think I know the answer. Talking climate change, you're talking Green New Deal? Paris Climate Accord, right? We're meeting the Paris Climate Accord agreements, and none of the other more left-wing countries that signed on are meeting it. And the two of the biggest polluters, China and India, they're not meeting it. And that's the other thing. What are you going to do with China and India? You got to be careful about this rhetoric. I don't disagree with what Tom's saying. By the way, Tom, let me give you a better example. Tom, do you remember when we were debating Morrison? The court case Morrison v. I forget. Let me know if you're still there, Tom. You could just say yeah or no. It don't matter. Tom and me were debate partners one year, and the topics, I think it was me and Tom. It could have been me and my other partner. The topic was you had to overrule one of these 5 court decisions. Thank you, Ramon. I hope I do grow an audience. Thank you so much. But the topic was you should overturn one of these 5 court decisions. And this particular debate, the team was arguing to overturn Morrison. Okay. But you remember that topic, Morrison. So correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. The court case Morrison it had to do, the teams that were running this were running the Violence Against Women Act, VAWA. And Morrison's case was something like this. This woman, she was raped and she worked, I believe she was a professor, she worked on a college campus. And so they convicted the rapist, I believe, and she was able to litigate against the rapist as well financially. However, she argued, and her lawyers argued, that she should also be able to sue the university for violation of the Interstate Commerce Clause, because universities accept students that cross state boundaries. Therefore, her being physically attacked like that made her incapable to provide the product to these interstate consumers, which meant that her attack was a violation of the Interstate Commerce Clause. Does that sound familiar, Tom? I'm pretty sure that's what the case was. I could look it up. Forget it. No one cares. But, okay. Now, the people advocating to overturn this, I think that it's a pretty cut and dry case. Happy New Year, Jim. Room Raiders. All right, man. Thank you. Look at that. Thanks so much for the raid. Whoever raided, thanks. Appreciate it. But anyways, so here, what's up, Mac? What's up, everyone? So we're talking about climate change here, and we're talking about the problem of Monty. Thank you so much. We're talking about the problem of, wow, I have 230 viewers. Great. Well, let me talk about something more interesting. But real quick, just this case, Morrison, it had to do with whether or not if you get raped as a professor, if you should be able to sue in the Interstate Commerce Clause. Now, me and my partner at the time, who Tom was a coach and a judge on our team, he's my friend that's in the chat right now. We argue that the reason to overturn this, they argued, was because women are raped and we live in a rape culture and it's a terrible thing, right? So part of the argument that we made was we acknowledge even one rape's too much, rape's horrible, but we think things are getting better. And if you look at a chart, you can actually see that this was 2006. So not only were rapes decreasing, but all violence, in particular violence against women, were decreasing, and it was getting more so every year. Now, that's not to say that any woman who's raped doesn't deserve justice. Of course not. The problem was we lost the round because you're saying that rape's okay? No, that's not what we're saying. You acknowledge rape's a problem, but we're saying that your plan causes more negative impacts, and in the fact that we're trending in the right direction already shows that we shouldn't take some drastic action that cause all these unforeseen negative, or not even unforeseen. The same's true with climate change. If we could see that we're already meeting the obligations under the Paris Climate Accord, and we're already meeting obligations that a lot of these climate industries say, oh, well, we need to reduce emissions by this much, why would we then give massive socialist control to this organization or to the Democrats and the establishment that say, oh, we need to retroactively refit every house, we need to make sure that people of color are on certain CEO positions, blah, 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 blah. So it's very... It becomes a very questionable thing. So, wow, thank you so much. I have 197 people watching on YouTube. Let me ask you this. What is the consensus that people would like to hear me talk about before I go to bed here, since I have a bigger audience than I normally have? Let's talk about COVID. That transitions easily from the climate change stuff. It is my contention that it is obvious by the actions that we see the people that are in charge of this country taking, that whether it comes to climate change or COVID, the decisions do not make sense that they're offering if you look at it in the context of they're trying to fight climate change or they're trying to keep us alive. The problem is so many times we look at these policies and we say, well, this doesn't seem to make sense. I'll give you an example. In my state of Pennsylvania, our governor, Tom Wolf, forced nursing homes to accept COVID patients. Now, I've done this over and over, so I won't go through the whole thing here. But let me ask you this. If I ask people what their jobs were in the chat right now, probably very few of them would say epidemiologist. Thanks, Maswan. I appreciate any donation. Really appreciate it. Right? So if I asked, hardly anyone would say they're an epidemiologist. But I bet if I asked you this, I said, hey, there's going to be a new virus coming next year. Who do you think will be most susceptible to that virus? I'm betting if I ask that question to the people of the chat, you're not epidemiologists, but I bet if I asked you that, you'd say, thank you, Sam. The Rational Male audiobook by Rollo Thomas. He stops male suicide after breakup or divorce. Thanks so much. The people most likely be affected, I guarantee the chat would say something like this. They would say, the elderly, the very young, people with health conditions. Yep, we all know that, right? Every one of us in the chat know that. We're not epidemiologists, but we know if there's a virus that's going to be bad, that the most likely people affected by it will be people with health conditions and the elderly. So let me ask you this. If you were an epidemiologist, like the one in Pennsylvania, Health Secretary Levine, how would you come to the conclusion that it was a good strategy to force nursing homes to accept COVID patients? So she does two things simultaneously. One, she says lock down the young, healthy population. And the reason for that, why did we lock down? We locked down because we don't want grandma to die. Isn't that what they told us? You're against lockdowns. Well, you don't care if grandma dies? That's what they told us, right? At the same time they were telling us that, what were they doing? Putting COVID patients in with grandma. Now, you can't convince me if all of us who aren't epidemiologists understood that it was a bad idea to put people with this virus in with elderly people locked indoors in nursing homes. We all knew that was a bad idea. So how does it make any sense that someone who studies medicine and pandemics didn't understand that? That's right, Steve. Control. That's exactly what it was. All of these decisions, none of them make sense. Let me tell you, I don't have it up here. I don't need the thing for the demonstration. Let me give you another example, right? I take it from the majority of the people on here probably are skeptical of masks, skeptical of vaccines and things like that. But when we're arguing, we're not necessarily trying to convince other people of positions we know that they're going to be skeptical of. So, for example, there are a lot of people on the left that say, no, I trust masks, I trust masks. So how can we convince them that the very doctors they're telling us that we should listen to are making incredibly contradictory statements and behaviors? So for a moment, come with me on a journey for a moment. Let's pretend that we assume masks work. In fact, let's go beyond that. Let's pretend that Dr. Fauci believes masks work and always has, as he's told us, and he has our best interest at heart. I don't believe Dr. Fauci does have our best interest at heart. I believe that this is about celebrity for Dr. Fauci and about control, and that he's being a propagandist just like we see with the media in order to get this establishment more control, to crush the middle class, because this is about ushering in an era of globalism. And the biggest impediment to globalism is the working class in the United States. And so they seek to crush that by making the working class dependent on the government. In other words, they don't want you to be self-sufficient. They don't want you to go create a business. They want you to be reliant on government handouts. That's what they want. So, let's go back to this. So we're going to pretend that Dr. Fauci means well and that he thinks masks always work. Now, if you remember back in March, Dr. Fauci and the head of the CDC and a bunch of other people said that were involved in this said, don't wear masks. Dr. Fauci's statement was even more striking. I'll see if I could find it. One second. I don't know if I bookmarked it, unfortunately. But we forget what Dr. Fauci said was basically, oh yeah, don't wear a mask. If you think a mask will help, it won't. And it leads to people touching their face and stuff like that and spreading blah, 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 blah. So it wasn't just that he said, mask won't help. He actually gave argument as to why getting a mask could potentially be wrong. He said this, right? So this is in March. He says, the mask, if you think that a mask will protect you, it won't. And it leads to unintended consequences like people touching their face and stuff. That's what Dr. Fauci said, okay? Everybody got that? Now, back to our experiment. We're assuming Dr. Fauci means well and that he believes what he's saying will help people. He came out in March and said, don't get masked. Then he later retracted that. He didn't come out and say, my bad, I was wrong on masks. Sorry. Now, if you were a scientist actually interested in helping people, that's what you would have said. I was wrong. Sorry, now we have more evidence. We think masks work. I could have accepted that even if I disagreed with it. That is not what he said. Okay. Thanks so much, Ramon. You can't see your kids, Grandma, because they might infect you. COVID, you might die. By the way, here's your new roommate, and she has COVID. Exactly. All right. So someone's claiming that's not what Fauci said. A post made October 2nd featuring this old video is visible here. In the clip, Dr. Fauci says, quote, there is no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little better. It might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face. The chat might be going a little fast for me, but Tiny Red Giants, I will accept your apology. You were wrong. He said exactly what I claimed he said, as is usually the case. So yes, he didn't just say, I don't think a mask could help. He said there are unintended consequences like you're touching your face and things like that. That's what he said. And of course, as usual, someone says I'm wrong and they're wrong. Anyways, just to finish up with this. So Dr. Fauci could have said I was wrong, but he didn't. He said, no, we knew all along masks were effective, but we had to lie to people. Or we were worried. He didn't use the words we had to lie. He said we were worried that if we didn't say something like that, people would have rushed out and bought masks. Oh, Reefer Man, I can do better than that, right? So listen, thanks, Marcel. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. So let's think about this position. Are you starting to see the illogical nature of what Dr. Fauci said? Oh, I didn't give the third part yet. Now what are we told about masks? Do you need an N95 mask? No, that's not what Dr. Fauci says. That's not what the CDC say, right? They don't say you have to go out and buy the specialized N95 mask. What do they say? Cloth masks work just as well. You don't need to go buy the specialized mask. You make your own mask at home, right? That's what they tell us. So I humbly would like to ask you this. If Dr. Fauci is telling the truth, and if Dr. Fauci is interested in the well-being of all of us, why in God's name, if we're to believe Dr. Fauci's claim in March that he was aware that masks work, but was afraid that people would run out and buy masks, and therefore nurses couldn't get them, why in God's name was this not what Dr. Fauci said? Hi, this is Dr. Fauci. We heard that a lot of people are stocking up on toilet paper and that a lot of people are running out and trying to buy protective equipment like masks. You don't have to run out and buy a mask because actually cloth masks are just as effective. You could take an old t-shirt and cut it and wear that around your face and that'll protect you. No need to go buy one. End scene. Why didn't he say that? Now we have the CDC saying masks are probably more important than the vaccine. So the official narrative is we knew masks work, we know cloth masks work, but we were afraid you would go buy masks. So we intentionally told you not only not to buy masks, but masks could have unintended consequences. Instead of just saying, hey, make your own mask. Right. Tiny Red Giant says the PPE was used for healthcare workers. you're proving my point, Tiny Red Giants. It wasn't said that cloth masks are just as effective as N95 masks. It was said to wear cloth masks for everyday citizens because they're better than no mask. Exactly. So why didn't they say that in March? Any explanation? Literally what you just typed right there, Tiny Red Giants. Why didn't Dr. Fauci say that in March? Hey, cloth mask is better than no mask. You don't need to run out and buy an N95 mask. Just make your own. That's not what Dr. Fauci said. Dr. Fauci didn't say we didn't have the information. Dr. Fauci said we had to mislead people because we were afraid they would buy N95 masks. Do you see the discrepancy? You know why, Dr. Fauci? Why did Health Secretary Levine predictably send, or why did she send COVID patients to nursing homes knowing predictably that would cause deaths? Why did Dr. Fauci lie about masks, which he claims even the cloth mask would be able to save people's lives? Why did he lie about it? Why are so many leaders endorsing locking down schools when every credible health organization around the country is saying that, even the head of the CDC, that locking down schools is killing more kids than COVID? Why is the CDC saying the vaccine will save lives, but we're intentionally going to give it to a population that will result in more people dying, but that's okay because the people that will die are disproportionately white? Why, if they had our interest, why would all of this happen? It doesn't make sense, does it? But you know how it all makes perfect sense? If it was never about keeping us safe at all. Why? There's more examples. Why, if we need to lock down, did 1,500 health professionals sign a document saying COVID's bad, you can't go to work, you can't visit your family in the nursing home, but you could march for Black Lives Matter because white supremacy is worse? Why did a town in Oregon that told us that masks are so important to save lives say, oh, unless you're black, then you don't have to wear a mask because people will profile you if you have a mask? So what, black people's lives weren't worth saving? How does any of that make sense if they're interested in saving lives? Because they weren't interested in saving lives. Well, the vaccine, there's tons of questions with that. Right? By the way, anyone show me any proof? Anyone show me any proof that lockdowns have saved any lives? Anyone? We know predictably that it's killed people and it has led to a lower quality of life. And by the way, not just now, it will proceed to do so we're just at the beginning of what an economic collapse looks like as a result of this lockdown. We're at the beginning stages. It will get worse over the next years. I did not hear about that, about the university that said only whites have to get the vaccine. The vaccine, I've done debates on this, all right? So here's a question with the vaccine. I had all these people on the left saying, if you don't get the vaccine, you should not be allowed to attend a public school. You shouldn't be allowed to own public property, public transportation, blah, 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 if you don't get the vaccine. I said, okay, let me ask you this. If I do get the vaccine, do I still have to wear a mask and social distance? And they said, yes. And I said, and if I get the vaccine, but then I go out in large crowds, should I still be kept from public transportation and public school because I'm jeopardizing people? Yes. Absolutely. Even if you get the vaccine, you have to keep following the rules. And if not, you shouldn't be allowed on public transportation and public schools. And I said, okay, so I assume every one of you agreed that everyone who's attended a Black Lives Matter rally since March should no longer be allowed to attend public school or be on public property, right? Because they're violating the orders, right? You can hear crickets. Well, I don't want to talk about that, of course. See, it's just like gun laws. The gun laws, they're not meant to actually be equally enforced. The gun laws are meant to be enforced on people that those creating the gun laws don't like, that they don't want to have guns. The most recent numbers, I think, were 2018 that I could find, but there was something like 112,000 cases of felons trying to illegally purchase firearms. You know how many the FBI prosecuted? 4. So instead of prosecuting the laws on the books to keep guns out of the most violent felons' hands, they want to make new laws that only law-abiding people will follow. It's the same with these COVID restrictions. All of these people, it's all about control. They'll tell you that you're a horrible person if you question masks or if you question the lockdowns, and then they'll immediately violate the lockdown to go march with Black Lives Matter. See, when they do, and that's the real truth here. Left or right, whatever. Here's the real truth. It was never about people arbitrarily saying, or people objectively saying, I want to ensure that my community is doing the right thing to fight this virus. It was always about everyone else should have to do what I think keeps me safe, but I can do whatever the hell I want. Now, my criteria is similar. My criteria is this. You want to go march with Black Lives Matter? You want to violate my Governor Tom Wolf's order? Come to my town and march for Black Lives Matter? Let's say you're going to be peaceful. You don't riot. You don't commit any violence. I don't like Black Lives Matter. I think that it's basically a communist terrorist organization. But if you're not engaged in violence, am I going to say you should be punished for violating social distance orders? You're spreading COVID. Nope. You know what I'm going to do to protect myself from it? This is mind-blowing. You ready for this? Black Lives Matter and rally in my town. I'm worried about COVID, so I'm not going to go to the Black Lives Matter rally. What? Can you do that? Wow. Maybe you're on the left and you say, I don't like the fact that that restaurant stayed open. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You ready? You ready for what you could do? Don't go to that restaurant. What? That simple? Yep. That's it. And I'll leave you with just give you some examples of this. So you see all the, leaders that are hypocrites and things like that. Tiny Red Giant says, the issue is people can't avoid work, grocery store, gas stations, pharmacy. Sure they can. To an overwhelming extent. And so what? First off, Tiny Red Giants, there is not a person in this country that is quarantined to the maximum effect, unless they die, they were already bedridden or something like that. Exactly. Several hundred people walking around Walmart, Target, but mom and pop shops are closed. No, not just so what, that's my defense. I'm getting to it, all right? So, for example, you Tiny Red Giants, have you gone to any large gatherings? Have you wore a mask every time you were out? Let's assume the answer is yes, because it's hard for you to type to keep up with me. So even if the answer is yes, the truth is for the majority of people, even those complaining about masks and gatherings, that's not true. For example, we know everyone who attended a Black Lives Matter rally is full of it. They violated social distance orders. They didn't give a crap. But even those that did, okay, good. That's what I assumed you'd say. Have you gone shopping? Did you go get groceries? Did you make an extra trip to the store that you didn't need? There's a Walmart in my town. It's basically the only game in town now because all the mom and pop grocery stores around here closed. So I got Dollar General, Walmart. That's basically my choices. I can call Walmart, have them pack up an order, drive into a slot at a certain specified time. They put the order in the back of my car without me even having to sign anything. So yes, you could have avoided Walmart. You could have. How many people that are complaining about, oh, well, I can't let you go to the restaurant because you might go to the restaurant, then go shopping at Walmart, and then I run in you at Walmart. How many of those people made extra trips to Walmart that they didn't need? I really don't need chocolate milk, but I'll stop in and get some. You're just getting the bare necessities, fruits, vegetables, breads, proteins, that's it? You didn't spend an extra 3 minutes looking at the candy aisle? Everyone could have done more. That's the point. And so when we say, no. You can't do what you want in your personal life because if you do, there's a chance I bump into you in a mutual place and I contract the virus from you. Well, what if I'm more sick than you? Why can't I make the more extreme position? I don't think you should be allowed to go to Walmart more than once a month. Because my immune system's compromised even more than yours. And the fact you went out twice, you knew the fact you went twice that month, your chances of contracting the disease were even more. Therefore, when I was only going out once a month, you bumped into me and you gave me the disease. Yeah, you could, right. There are apps you can get in your phone pretty much anywhere that will have food delivery to you. Don't go to Walmart. Send someone else. Even if you can't go, call a neighbor. Here's my order. Please go to Walmart. I'm deathly afraid of COVID. Please go. I bet there are so many people that are so willing to virtue signal. You could have posted on social media. I'm deathly afraid of COVID. Please, someone come to my home. Pick up this grocery list. Here's the money. Go to Walmart. Pick it up. Drop it off on my porch. You could have did that. This isn't even getting into the science that we know asymptomatic spreads are less than 1% of actually spreading the illness. That stopping 10 people from eating in a mom and pop restaurant doesn't do crap if you have 200 people walking around Walmart. We're going to make a big deal about shutting down that restaurant, but not Walmart? It makes no sense. And these people that just want to say, oh, it's all about their personal feels. I want to be able to do every single person. I've had this happen. For example, good friend of mine posted on Facebook. I live in a small town, Clarion County, Pennsylvania. Good friend of mine posted on Facebook. We had county fairs are big around here. So it's a rural area. A lot of kids raise livestock. They get to sell it in the summer at the county fair. A lot of food vendors and stuff. They make their living going fair to fair every weekend or every week selling, like Strombolis or candy apples, things like that, right? It's a big part of the economy around here. It is. There's a festival in Clarion called the Autumn Leaf Festival. It's like 500,000 people or something like that come into this little town over the course of a week. And it literally drives these local businesses. It's like a boost for them that gets them through half the year. It was canceled, right? All of this stuff was canceled. Clarion County decided they were going to have their county fair. So they did. And at the county fair, the big event, just to let you know how rural and rednecky we are, which I say is a badge of honor, is the Demolition Derby. So I'm guessing maybe 1,000, 1,500 people could fit in the stands where they do the Demolition Derby. So pictures started to circulate online of the local Demolition Derby. And virtue signaler after virtue signaler came out and said, I've never been so ashamed to live in Clarion County. Look at these people. Look at them jeopardizing all of our health. Don't go. And I know those people could do online shopping at Walmart. So you don't even have to see them at Walmart. Stay home. They're jeopardizing us all. So a good friend of mine put a post up that led to thousands of responses. I've never been more ashamed to live in Clarion County. They violated these orders. How dare they? Check 3 posts back on Facebook from him. He says, I'm proud today to have been at the Black Lives Matter rally in Clarion. Hundreds of us showed up He violates the orders one day, and then a couple days later, he's saying he's never been more ashamed than the people. His personal feelings of what he wanted to do, that was important to him. That was very important to him. And I don't give a shit. He wanted to go to Black Lives Matter. Go, man. Good for you. Don't care. Those people wanted to go to the demo derby. Good for them. Don't care. Why is his cause to virtue signal about the death of a man states over that he never met? That cause is important, but the people selling livestock and food that are going bankrupt to actually have 1 week where they can actually make some of the money they lost all summer back, that was considered frivolous. Why is that? Why is your ability to LARP and virtue signal about how much you care about people of color, but you don't actually do anything for them in your real life? You're just virtue signaling right now. How about instead of going to the rally, why don't you go find some people of color and actually benefit them in some way? Maybe they need some money. Maybe they need help around the house. Maybe they're infirmed or they're locked down. But no, you're going to go virtue signal in a large crowd instead. The mom and pop shop needs to be shut down. 100 people could be in Walmart, shoulder to shoulder. You can go march for Black Lives Matter. But don't you dare go get a bite at a diner. That's spreading COVID. It's garbage, and we all know it. And the truth is, people that are complaining about it are hypocrites, and they don't, not everyone, but almost all of them, they didn't do everything they could to stop the spread of the virus either. They took extra trips out to the store. You know, I saw just a few more examples, just in my personal life. Saw a person tweeting the other, I talked about this earlier, tweeted on, or Facebook posted, after you get the vaccine, you still have to stay inside until they tell you can come out and blah, blah, blah. You need to lock down and blah, 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 blah. Then literally half an hour later puts a post, here's me and my family at the beach today. What happened to staying home? Oh, he meant you, not him. That's what he meant. I could do what I want. I don't want you jeopardizing me. I don't look at it like I'm jeopardized. When I'd ask that person, I'd say, wait a minute, you were out at the beach. He'd say, I was safe. We open air and... Oh, yes, special provision. And you all saw it recently in the debate I just did. Person says gym owner that opened up is a dumbass. Then he proceeds to go to Black Lives Matter rally. And I said, do you think you're a dumbass? No, it's different. My favorite, though, was this. I had a friend on Facebook post this. I went to this was before the restaurants were locked down. He's like, I went to this restaurant and the woman serving the food didn't have a mask on. And so I told her that she was spreading the virus and we got in this big argument and blah, 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 blah. And, I took the food and I told her this was unhealthy and blah, blah, blah. Okay, bad enough. If I walked in and I was worried that the person preparing my food didn't have a mask on, you know what I would do? No thanks, I'm going to leave. You keep the food. Right? I'm not going to sit there and argue with her. She don't have a mask on. If you're worrying that someone not wearing a mask is going to have spittle come out and infect you with COVID, why would you be in an argument with them? You see all these videos on YouTube. You're not wearing a mask, you're endangering me as I'm right in your face and we're yelling at each other. So this person says that, oh, the person preparing my food was, so that's bad enough. You know what the last sentence was? This is the third time I've showed up and she did this. So wait a minute. You showed up once, she didn't have a mask, you were worried she spread COVID to you because she prepared your food. Then you went home and ate it. Then you showed up again, got in the same argument, and went home and ate. And then you did it again. It almost sounds like you weren't really concerned about COVID. You were concerned about virtue signaling and complaining online. That's what it sounds like. I want to address. Tiny Red Giant says, there are no shutdowns in South Dakota. We are free to infect anyone. And those who need protection are screwed. My mother's friend across the street just died of COVID. I had a friend that died because they couldn't get health care because fear of COVID, right? So is that your ideology's fault? You see how dumb this is? Tiny Red Giants, show me one example that lockdowns have prevented COVID in a place. Show me an example. They should give the 2,000, Jesse, but they both suck. The problem's the pork, not the amount that they gave. That's the problem. People just say, I know someone who died, therefore lockdown. Okay? A lawyer screwed over my aunt, so lock up every lawyer. What sense? Where's the proof that would do anything? Oh, you don't care about my aunt? What? It makes no sense. Where is the proof that the lockdowns work? Again, New York City lockdown in dining. Their own numbers showed that 6% of transmissions occurred in restaurants, bars, gyms, places like that. So they shut them down, which then predictably drove people into, drumroll, people's houses. 80% of the people, they predict, got the virus inside people's houses. Huh. So you kick people out of the place where there was less spread and put them back in the place where there was more spread. Tiny Red Giant says, I'm on mobile and you understand that proving someone is alive for not catching a disease is impossible. Right. What we call that is, what's the word? It's too late at night. Non-falsifiable. So let's say in March, I was governor of Pennsylvania and I said this. We have to lock down everything for a month. No one could leave their house because of this virus. All right? Let's say I did that. And then, in scenario 1, 100,000 people in the next 3 months die of COVID. Would I come out and say, wow, my bad, the lockdowns didn't work, 100,000 people just died? Nope. You know what I'd say? See, look how many people died. Proves we needed the lockdowns. Now, scenario 2, I say the same thing. We need to lock down for the next month. I do it. One person dies of COVID. Would I come out and say, the lockdown wasn't necessary, only one person died? Nope. I would say, see, we protected everyone from the virus by the lockdowns. I was right to do it. So yes, your claim, I can't prove this, is absolutely true. You can't. You can't prove it. You can't prove it at all. %8 catch the disease from outside the home. Then they bring it to the home and they spread it there. Hence, the percentage of people getting infected are higher at home. Right? Makes sense. Absolutely. And people aren't just, what you're failing to assume is people aren't just staying at their home if they can't go outdoor dining. They're going and visiting family and friends and things like that. Also indoors, also in places that don't have the protections and the mandates that places like dining establishments had. Your interpretation of a lockdown preventing us from disease would make sense if it was a total lockdown, but it's not. The virus was here to some extent. People are still congregating at Walmart, 150 people at a time, if not more. It's going to spread. The lockdown actually caused pain and caused things. It actually led to the rationale for sending COVID patients into nursing homes. So if you said, well, fine, I don't think people should have been allowed to go to Walmart. Now how are people going to eat? How many more people do you think would have died? Because they no longer had access to food. What is the logistical scenario that you think we should have a total lockdown that implies we couldn't be able to go to places like Walmart and get food? What is the mental health cost of not being able to see your family? What is the economic cost for this lockdown? How long would this lockdown have to last? Now, Can you point to me? Let's see. "160 countries and 850,000 COVID-19 deaths were studied in excruciating detail. Age and obesity associated with more deaths. But nothing governments did, principally lockdown or other restrictions, made any difference to deaths. Deviation from the vertical axis indicates extent to which labeled factor was associated with the change in COVID-19 death rates. As can be seen, lockdowns and other restrictions were not linked to reduced death rates. This paper does not give a measure," and here's the chart. Oh boy, you can barely see that, sorry. "It doesn't give negative impacts as there is no evident benefit from lockdown. There are no gains to use to offset the appalling negative effects of the measures, which our government has imposed upon us. A few things are clear. Governments persist in damaging the country in every way, despite not only evidence of no benefit of such restrictions, but worse, active evidence they're useless. No responsible government can continue to do what they're doing. We, the people, must use the emerging evidence that lockdown saves no one but kills many, as well as destroying the economy. On top of that, the national... we don't have to read the rest. Am I reading Facebook post? No. Frontier Public Health, 19 November 2020. Institute for Research in Biomedicine and Epidemiology of Sport, Paris, France. Center for Research de la Cognition de Animal, the Biologique Integrave, University of Toulouse. The human development territories have been, let's just go to results. Higher COVID death rates are observed in the 25 to 65 latitude and in the negative 35 to negative 125 longitude range. The national criteria most associated with death rate are life expectancy and its slowdown, public health context, metabolic and non-communicable disease burden versus infectious disease prevalence, economy, growing national product, financial support, and environment. Stringency of the measures settled to fight pandemia, including lockdown, did not appear to be linked with the death rate. Conclusion. Countries that already experienced a stagnation or regression of life expectancy with high income and NCD rates had the highest price to pay. This burden was not alleviated by more stringent public decisions. Inherent factors have predetermined COVID-19 mortality. Understanding them may improve prevention strategies by increasing population resilience through better physical fitness and immunity. It's all right. So give me any example. Cite me your proof. Cite me the article that said lockdowns work. Give me the example. You might say, well, clearly they work. Really? Why is it the states that had greater lockdowns, like New York, have higher death rates and more cases of COVID? Why is it that countries that had more stringent lockdowns had about commensurate rates of COVID with countries that had almost no lockdowns, like Sweden? Screwed up here. I'll post the link. So it's just garbage. The lockdowns are all about control. That's what it was. All right. I do have to probably hit the old dusty trail here. I do appreciate that I have some more viewers than normal. Please consider liking and subscribing. You can find me on Normal America with Rob Noah on YouTube, Normal America on DLive, and Normal America with Rob Noah on Twitch. I would like to stay longer, but it's past 2 a.m. where I'm at, so I'm going to get to bed. I will probably have a lull in streaming if you're new here. I usually try to stream every weekday. That's great. I'm glad you said that. Look at South Korea, New Zealand, Vietnam, Australia, and Japan. These countries that have practiced and hygiene, mask wearing, and the threat of highly transmissible disease are doing better. Yeah, Happy New Year to you. But again, so I went through this. I'm not going to be able to pull up the article now. But I went through this. For example, New Zealand, I read an article that said New Zealand's doing fantastic. What are the things that they did that we should emulate that were effective? Well, first off, New Zealand's an island. Japan's an island. Vietnam's very small. It's heavily isolated, as is South Korea. You think it's any coincidence that almost every one of the places you listed was an island? You think that's a coincidence? But anyways, this article in New Zealand gave 3 things that New Zealand's health officials said that they did. Now, this was from months ago, mind you. But the 3 things they cited were as follows. Number 3, testing and rapid testing. I agree. I think the United States, and you could blame Congress and Trump or whoever you want to blame for this, or Dr. Fauci or the medical experts. I don't know. But there should have been a better push for rapid testing that was cheap and affordable that could have been done at home by itself. I have stories, I had COVID, as people that watch me know, me and my wife had COVID. I don't have health insurance, and so it would have cost me $189 to get the test. My wife's insurance covered hers. We had to drive about 50 minutes to find a place that did a rapid test. Because she was 8 months pregnant, we needed a rapid test because her doctor needed to know right away whether or not she had it. So our town that we live in, you could get tested, but not rapid, and you have to have a doctor's note to be able to get tested. So we had to drive and get this rapid test. But I know other people that got tested at Katanning Hospital, and the test results were lost. So 2 weeks later, they're like, where are my results? Oh, sorry, we lost everyone's from that day. So those are blunders. But I could see how more effective testing would have been good. Okay, fine, great. That's number 3 that New Zealand did. Number 2, avoided large gatherings. Not indoor dining, large gatherings. To which I asked, do you think New Zealand had thousands of health officials that said, go ahead and go march for Black Lives Matter? I bet they didn't. Seems like that was a mistake, huh? Number 1, you know what the number 1 thing New Zealand credited? You ready? What do you think it is? Any guesses? What's the number 1 thing that New Zealand's health officials say was the reason that they were able to effectively contain COVID? Does anyone have a guess? For how long will we talk about COVID daily? It'll continue until they decide to switch to a new virus or climate change or something like that we can't see. Wasn't the lockdown. Nope. Wasn't because they're all white. Nope. I think Lazarum is kind of on the... The question is, New Zealand's health officials, what was the number 1 thing that they said they credited with helping contain the virus? The thing they did. Someone was close when they said flights. They stopped travel from outside the country. What did our health experts say about that? What did the World Health Organization say about that? What did Joe Biden and them say about that? They said it was xenophobic. So I find it ironic when people cite a place like New Zealand and say, we should have did what they did. And Trump's a loser. I'm not saying you're saying that, Tiny Red Giant. But Trump's fault because he's bad. He was a bad leader. We should have did what they did. And literally 2 of the top things they did were undermined by the left in this country. Large gatherings. Like the doctor said, Black Lives Matter, that's perfectly cool. And calling it xenophobic when Trump, before pretty much anyone, said, hey, we should ban travel from China, and then the UK. And let me say this to you, Tiny Red Giants, by the way, you seem like a reasonable person even if we disagree. Well, no, because even in New Zealand, they targeted. That totally makes sense. That doesn't make it xenophobic. Like, literally, there are countries in Europe right now that are banning travel from the UK because there's said to be a new strain coming from the UK. That doesn't mean they're xenophobic against the UK. It means, right or wrong, they isolate that that's a hot spot for spreading the virus. And so they're saying, we're not going to take our chances. It's not xenophobic. The place this originated was China. Stopping travel from China seems like a no-brainer. That's not xenophobic. Repeat the quote you said the doctor said about Black Lives Matter being okay with that. Okay. Over 1,000 health professionals sign a letter saying don't shut down protests using coronavirus as an excuse. And this was common knowledge. And just Google search, or don't Google, DuckDuckGo search, racism, COVID, white supremacy. Now, so Tiny Red Giant and BF, right? Like you're saying, isn't it about masks? Let's say for a second that's true. Let me give you my opinion on masks. I think there is credible people that I've seen on both sides that talk about the efficacy of masks. My gut feeling is that masks probably work somewhat, but there are dangers with it, right? This is just my layman gut feeling. And if you don't believe me, go back in March when Dr. Fauci said, don't get a mask. I literally said on my show, they seem to know next to nothing about this virus. So telling people not to wear a mask is something so stupid only an expert would say. So, and I've wore a mask pretty much everywhere, but I was in the healthcare field. I had to with my work. It's been my choice. I also respect people that don't want to wear masks. That's it. What I don't respect is, and I don't care if this pisses you off, if you're not wearing a mask and you walk into a Walmart and the girl making $9 an hour says, hey, you got to put a mask on, don't sit there and yell at her. Just leave. If the business doesn't want you there without a mask, say, fine, I'll take my business elsewhere. If you're someone who believes everyone should wear a mask and you're in a store and it's clear that the people running the store aren't enforcing the mask policy, you're just being a dick if you're going up to people saying, you should have your mask on. Shut your mouth. If you don't like it, leave. That's it. Don't hassle people. I think that's stupid. Anyways, so I wore a mask, but here's my gut feeling, and then I'll get to the science behind it. My gut feeling is this. It probably prevents, even though I understand that the virus itself is smaller than the mask particles, right, so it could get through them, it travels on water droplets, and so I think that it probably somewhat stops the spread. So if you cough or something like that or sneeze, instead of spreading this much, it maybe only spreads this much, which means it's less likely for people to contract it marginally, right? However, there are clear dangers with wearing masks too that have to be weighed to be offset. One, there is the danger of the people advocating for the mask are hypocrites, and so it's about control, not about keeping you safe from the virus. And so it is giving even them a small victory. I could see how people wouldn't want to do that. But disregarding that argument for now, second, there are actual dangers to wearing a mask too long. For example, my wife, who's pregnant, who's due to have a baby any day now, she works at a bank. So she was required to wear this mask. She started getting nosebleeds really bad. Now, she thought this was just a sign of pregnancy, but her doctors told her, are you wearing a mask all day? You can't do that because your blood's kind of thinned out or something when you're pregnant. And so she has to take her mask off like every 15 minutes. So there are people that are suffering other consequences because they're wearing a mask. Second, and more important, we see tons of people, I debate them all the time, that claim because they're wearing a mask, they could violate the other social distance orders. So they'll say things like this. Oh, yeah, I went to Black Lives Matter and there was 100,000 of us, but we all had masks on. One, that's a lie. Not all of you did. But second, so you were so confident that that mask was so foolproof that you violated the other orders. And that's not what any of the science says. So there is a danger in pushing the mask thing that people then violate other orders that arguably are just as important, if not more important. And third, and I haven't heard people talk about this, but just logically, this makes sense to me. Someone tell me if I'm wrong here. I would love to have a doctor be able to, right? I would love to have a doctor on here to maybe be able to explain this. Let's say I'm walking and a virus comes. It's COVID or it's flu or whatever, right? And I breathe in particle of this virus. You can tell I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But this is just me thinking through this. You breathe in a particle of this virus. Walking, particle of this virus. My guess is that doesn't guarantee an infection of you. Just because you come into contact with the virus doesn't guarantee that you get infected. And even if you get infected, it doesn't guarantee that you show symptoms, right? So would anyone disagree with this statement? I think this is a reasonable statement to make. The more contact you have with the virus, the higher the chances of you getting the virus. In other words, it's not just like if you hit one particle of the virus, all of a sudden you're sick. You could get sick, but maybe not. Maybe it only has a 1% chance of every particle you come in contact with infecting you. I don't know. I know I'm not using the correct scientific words here, so bear with me. If that's the case, is there not a significant chance that wearing a mask, let's say you breathe that virus in, and now you're expelling it, you're breathing it out. It didn't infect you, but you breathe it out, and it got nowhere to go. It's on the mask. So then you breathe it in again. And you're literally breathing in and out that same virus. Now, some of that virus is escaping around the sides of the mask and the bottom, but some of it you're rebreathing in. So there's a chance that wearing that mask, and then particularly, and I know I'm guilty of this, certainly, I've seen studies that show that actually wearing a reused mask that hasn't been washed is actually worse than wearing no mask. Because they get moisture in them, which is festering illness. But then a dumbass like me is just like, oh yeah, I got to put my mask on. So you put it back on. This isn't an opinion necessarily, though, if you're talking to me. Like, all I'm saying, that's my intuition. Now, when we look at the research, there are people that say, like that article I just read, this study, it says the policies that countries had. Nope. It had more to do with the general health of the population and the geographical location more than it had to do with the policies that were instituted. There are other studies I've seen that say masks don't work. I've seen studies that say masks do work. I chose to wear one. But there's science on both sides of it. And I got to finish up here. It's getting late. It's been almost 6 hours. But here's the point. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. It doesn't matter if any of you listening. Well, and that's the question, Tiny Red Giant. Like, the same's true of a vaccine, right? Like, every vaccine has negative side effects. Every medication does. It's just, is the average of you suffering, is the potential benefit outweigh the potential harm? Yes, usually. That's what we should be asking with masks. When you say it's safer to wear one overall, and wash it daily. Don't touch it without washing your hands after. Yeah, most people don't do that, though, is the problem. I don't. I'll fully admit I don't. Fully admit. I wore the same damn mask like 2 weeks in a row. Most of the time, I got the doctor-looking mask, and then you throw it away and get another. But I certainly wore, like, at least one time I wore, like, this cloth camo mask I had for, like, 2 weeks. Put it in my pocket. That's where I put it. I'll bet most people, and that's a tragedy in its own right, that where the hell are the doctors and the guidelines out there saying this is exactly how you should wear this mask? Exactly. It's an educational issue. But bear with me. So here's the point I'm trying to make here. There are credible scientists that are arguing both sides of this. I'm not someone who just says masks don't work. I'm not saying that. I don't know. And I will say this. You could go back and watch thousands of hours of my videos. I have never once given medical advice. First off, I'm a fat schlub, so who the hell is going to take medical advice from me? It's like, hey, Tubby, why don't you lose some weight before you tell me how to live my life? Fair enough. But I'll just say, this is what I'm reading. Here's the personal choice I made. My personal choice was to wear the mask. That's it. Almost everywhere I did. But like you're saying, I didn't do it in the right way necessarily. Right? So, yeah, some people's studies have said N95 masks are the only ones that come close to work. I've seen that as well. But here's what matters. The debate of whether or not masks work is actually an irrelevant one, because the real question is, are people going to believe masks work? Same with lockdowns. So let's arguably say that lockdown and masks work. And if everyone would have bought into it, then we would be done with COVID. I don't believe that's the case, but let's say it was true. How can you convince a population of 350 million plus people to make sacrifices like lockdowns and tell them they have to wear a mask everywhere? How can you convince them? How are you going to enforce that? Wait, you're getting to the point, Tiny Red Giants. How can you enforce it? Police? There aren't enough police even remotely in this country to enforce that 350 million people wear a mask and social distance. It's not going to happen. There's only one way it can be accomplished, and that is by convincing people that they need to do this. Bipartisan leadership rallying Americans, maybe. But that would maybe help. But it's more than that. I ask you to make a set. I'm governor of Pennsylvania. I say, tough times ahead. This virus is going to be bad. We need you to make some sacrifices. You know what the number one thing that leader could do to convince people to make that sacrifice? What do you think it is? Hypocrite Rob Noor loves citations, yet can't cite a single article where about to go to bed means 2 hours later plus. Damn. Yeah, that's true. I was halfway through that and I was getting pissed. I'm like, what is he talking? Oh, yeah, you're right. Definitely, you're definitely right. That's right, Tiny Red Giant. You nailed it. That is exactly it. If a leader asks you to make a sacrifice, the single biggest thing they could do to make you buy into that sacrifice is to follow their own advice or make that sacrifice themselves. Yes. And over and over and over, we've seen it's the exact opposite. The governors and the health experts that are most vocal about the sacrifices you need to make oftentimes are caught refusing to make even the smallest sacrifice themselves. Dr. Birx tells you you can't spend time with your family. She travels across state to see hers. The mayor of, what's her name? The mayor of Detroit or the mayor of Chicago, Lightfoot, tells women that they can't go to hair salons. She goes to a hair salon herself. Nancy Pelosi tells you you can't go to businesses. She goes to a hair salon. over and over and over. They tell you you can't go to work, but you can go to the liquor store. They tell you you can't go to church, but you could go to the casino. They tell you that you can't go visit your grandparents, you can't go to their funeral, but they're all at John Lewis's funeral. They tell you that you can't afford to provide your family anymore because your job's non-essential, but you could go ahead and go out for Black Lives Matter. That's it. Yeah, I don't care. Let's be honest. The majority of the hypocrisy is on the left. I don't know, BF. Why do you keep listening to the same stuff? But the difference is this. It is clearly coming more for the left, saying you have to lock down, you have to social distance, you have to wear a mask. That rhetoric is coming more from the left. Do I believe that politicians on the right are equally likely to disobey those orders as ones on the left? Yep, I believe that. But it's the ones on the left predominantly that are making the claim that morally you have to follow these orders. For example, Ron DeSantis, right-winger, he's saying, I don't give a shit, open it up. Kristi Noem, I don't care, open it up. Those are right-wing people. Mayor Beetlejuice. Right. She actually said, it was one of the most stunning things. With all of the crazy stuff that's happened with COVID and the hypocrisy and stuff, I don't know why this one stuck out to me, but it was the sheer arrogance of what she said. So she gets called out and she's like, they're like, yeah, you closed down beauty parlors, but then you were at one. And she said something to this effect. She was like, yeah, I'm kind of the face of this city during this pandemic, so I have to look good. Hygiene's important to me. Who said I said there weren't Republican-run states and cities on lockdown? You said I'm not being truthful, so quote me saying that. Did anybody hear me say that there are no Republican cities locked down? Did I make that claim? Can anyone prove that BF 108 says I made that claim? Yeah, I know he's weird. He's going to talk about white people more, I guess. Show me where I made that claim. Oh, you're lying. Okay, moving on. The vast bulk of people that are being the bulk of the people that are being most vocal about the needs for lockdowns and things like that are on the left. That's true. And that's where the majority of the hypocrisy is coming from. Right. Left places being on lockdown. Yes, absolutely. That's right. Show me an example of a right-wing governor that has a lockdown going on that's been caught violating the lockdown. I'll call him out right now. Show it to me. Show me an example of a right-wing mayor in a city that's embracing lockdowns in his city that has violated it. Go ahead. I'll call it out right now. Post the example. Right. You say there are some. Let's see it. Post the link. Right. Gotcha, BF. Post the link. Show me the right-wing mayor or governor that's endorsing lockdowns that got caught violating their own lockdown. That politician in Canada just got caught. He was in the right-wing party. We're talking about people that were hypocrites. Not everywhere is lockdown. Is Florida locked down? Nope, it's not locked down. Thanks, totally not Gorse. I appreciate it. Anyways, I'm going to stop dealing with BF. It is beyond dispute. The point is this. It is majoritarily from the left or from people, the medical experts that the left tell us that we need to listen to, that have engaged in this hypocrisy. And the point I'm trying to say is simply this. That is what destroyed credibility in the very solutions that they say are necessary to save us. If the people telling you you need to make sacrifices are unwilling to make sacrifices themselves, then the people aren't going to trust them. And so if those sacrifices were necessary, there's no one to blame but the leadership. That's that. I don't care if you're right wing or left wing. It is evident that the majority of this came from the left and from medical experts that the left told us we had to listen to. For example, 1,500 medical professionals that said it's okay to go out and march for Black Lives Matter. BF, you're just wrong. The entire country's not on lockdown. Florida's not. North Dakota isn't. There's many other states that have varying degrees. When the CDC came, we're told we have to do everything possible to save as many lives as possible, even if that means devastating us economically. And then the CDC gives their recommendations for how to give out the vaccine. And they admit, oh, we didn't prioritize saving lives. Under our policy, more people will die than a different policy. But we prioritize getting the vaccine to groups that have people of color in it. And the majority of the elderly that'll die are disproportionately white, so it's okay. Why would I trust the CDC? When the CDC and Dr. Fauci admits to me, now twice Dr. Fauci's admitted, yeah, I lied to you. I had to lie to you. Why would I trust them now? And that's the problem. Lastly, my governor, Tom Wolf, I did a video on this. There's a difference, right? Tiny Red Giants, I agree with you more than I disagree. The issue is class, not party. The upper class wants to divide us along political lines. They're using this disease to do it. The CDC's caught in the middle. The upper class want the elders to die. It's more money and coffee. I agree with all of that. I absolutely agree. The face of it is the establishment Democratic Party. It is. But there are certainly people on the right that would be equally as eager to do so. It was just harder for them to do so because they can't publicly come out and criticize Donald Trump. But the establishment didn't like Trump, right? And so they sent out the Democrats to be like, COVID, COVID, COVID. We need to control your life. And look, Donald Trump made your life a living hell. So they intentionally made things as hard as possible on people and wanted to obtain power. So it was like worked double beneficial. It allowed them to consolidate power. And we've heard people like Justin Trudeau, people at the UN and others say it's, oh, we could institute a bunch of policies now. It's a great chance for us to institute a bunch of policies we wanted anyways as a reaction to COVID. And it got to smear Donald Trump, which was important to them, regardless of what you think about Trump. Right? So, but yeah, it's more than party. I totally get that. I totally agree. I don't give a shit if it was left wing or right wing. It just so happens the states that were the worst, the 5 states that were worst, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and I forget what the 5th one was, but those 4 that, sent COVID patients to California, that sent COVID patients to nursing homes, those were all Democrat mayors and almost our governors, and almost all of those administrations, like Newsom, have had people engaged in hypocrisy. But yeah, I don't disagree with that statement. Did North Dakota and South Dakota also send COVID patients to nursing homes? If that's what you're saying, that it's horrible. I don't care who it is. Oh, totally. Look, the claim. This is a claim that frustrates me, and I got to go to bed. I got to be in bed by 3. Here's a claim that frustrates me, though. The idea that Democrats are leftists. Okay. I get what you're saying. Oh, yeah. But in South Dakota, did they force COVID nursing homes to accept COVID patients? That's the question I had. idea that the Democrats aren't left-wing. Let me say I agree with what you're saying, and I will say that the Republicans are not right-wing. Would you agree with that? It comes down to how we define left-wing versus right-wing. Like on the right, you would think it would be things like fiscal conservatism. Is the Republican Party that? No. I define, when I look at the left versus right, I look at it in the terms that, BF, you're so confrontational, which I don't mind, but it would help if you had any intelligence to back it up. You have this arrogant, confident tone, and yet you never say anything of substance. It's very humorous. But yes, I'll define it. So I think the best definition that I've heard comes from Jordan Peterson. And it's something like this. There are hierarchies that exist. Hierarchies are inevitable, right? All a hierarchy is when human beings place value on something, there will be some people that are better at that thing of value than others. So for example, imagine this when we're fledgling humans living in caves, hunters and gatherers. We put a value on obtaining food. So we would have a hierarchy. People really good at obtaining food, people not so good at obtaining food. That's a very simplistic one. And there's all of these hierarchies all over the place. All sorts of things. We have hierarchies and things, and they could shift of how important each hierarchy is. But anything we place value of, we'll have people that are really good at it or that are favored in it and people that aren't, right? Those hierarchies exist. That's basically what life is. A complex organization of hierarchies. Right-wingers look at those hierarchies and say, these are inevitable, and it's good. Because we want systems when those that are the most competent. Now, the ideal system is one in which all of us can find a hierarchy we're good at. So I might be terrible at athletics, which some people are really high up in the hierarchy, but I'm good at something else. So that's ideal, what you want. But there will always be hierarchies. The right acknowledges that's inevitable and says it's a good thing. The left says, but wait a minute, we have to constantly challenge the hierarchy, or else it won't be decided by competence, it'll be decided by corruption. And we should make sure that we're taking care of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy. Is it ideal to be in a hierarchy? It's an irrelevant question. It's inevitable. That's like saying, is it ideal to breathe oxygen? I don't know. Theoretically, you could create a life form that breathes something different or didn't need to breathe, but I don't know how you would answer that question. Hierarchies are inevitable. As soon as you place a value on something, there is a hierarchy. So in that sense, both the right and the left are necessary. That's the best way I've heard of the right or the left described. So that was how you could understand a lot of people on the left are concerned, like, what about poor people? Like Medicare for all, that would make sense. You're like, oh, they see there's a hierarchy when it comes to people getting health care, and they're saying, look, there's something wrong with this hierarchy, and we have to make sure that these people at the bottom of this hierarchy are taken care of. Whereas the right would be saying, but look, it's inevitable, we have to have the hierarchy. There's going to be a hierarchy if we're going to have competent medical care. And so that's what life is. That's what politics are. Both sides are right. But there needs to be that yin and yang. Right. The right is accepting the hierarchy. Right. That's basically it. And it's not that one side's right and the other side's wrong. Both are necessary. It's inevitable, and hierarchies are good. You want that, right? Like, it makes sense. You definitely want a hierarchy. If you're a community, right, and let's say medical care. We have a hierarchy of people that are good at giving medical care. You don't want it to be arbitrary, just like, okay, everybody pick a job out of a hat. Okay, Rob, you're a doctor. Well, I don't know nothing about medical care. Get in there, buddy. It's surgery time. You don't want that. You want the person that's the most competent, doing the surgery. So we have a hierarchy, and we pay them more, and they get more prestige based on that within that profession. In that hierarchy, they're high up on it. But the left's also right that you have to constantly question it, because otherwise you might end up with a system. We're not getting the most competent doctors. Those aren't the ones being put to the top. We're getting people who had the parents that had legacy at the correct college that were able to get in there. That's not competency, that's corruption. And just because there's a hierarchy, we need to make sure that we're saying there are people at the bottom of this hierarchy and they need to be provided for too. Like that's... Yes, the left, in a way, accepts the hierarchy, but it challenges it. But they accept it. Most. But not everyone on the left's doing what you're saying. Oh, no. Many do. Many seek to try to dismantle the hierarchies. And it's not possible. So... that's how I define left and right. But I always just think it's funny. Like, this is an argument that the left makes all the time, which I don't think you're a bad person for making, which is just like, I don't think the Democratic Party represents the left. I don't think the Republican Party represents the right. I think that they're both sort of oligarchical. They're hegemonic. They believe they're not ideological. I don't think that the establishment Republican and Democratic Party are ideologically left or right. They exist for the purpose of obtaining more power. Now, you could say both of that is symptomatic of the right, because that's unquestioning the hierarchy, and then they're in charge because of corruption and instead of competency. But there's also parts of the left that you could see on them. Like, they play up the discrepancy in the hierarchy in order to obtain power. That's why there's a focus on race politics and things like this. So I don't know. Like, when it comes, the labels are a problem. I'll admit that. Oftentimes I say left when I mean Democrat, or I say right when I mean Republican. Oftentimes I'll label something as left or right when it's far more complicated than that. I get it. But labels are inevitable in communication, and they're very complicated. And so sometimes I'll say something that's clumsy or inaccurate, and I should be called out for that. I don't have a problem with that. But you know, I think there is a problem with all of us tend to massage those definite, and I'm guilty of this as well, massage that definition in order to make the point we want. So if I want to make the left look bad, I say, oh, the left this. If I want to make the right look bad, I say, oh, the right this. When it's like, technically, maybe not. But having said all that, if you're one of my right-leaning friends here, I am right-leaning. And I do blame the left more than the right, but that's just who I am. I think objectively, though, we could see, I don't like this, I don't like this milquetoast, well, both sides do it on everything. I don't like that, right? Like, for example, you know, rioting that's occurred in the last 4 years. I agree, there's been right-wingers that riot, but let's not kid ourselves. It was majoritarily people that would self-identify with the left that were doing the riots. Right? But there's things on the right that I could say. For example, there used to be this huge Schadenfreude moment where you would have like preachers, or very religious people that would speak out against homosexuality. And then you would find out oftentimes, guess what? They're getting male hookers and stuff like that. I think that was way more common on the right than on the left. Right? Looting of communities by the rich. But again, there's a difference, right? To demonize the rich just for being rich seems to be a mistake as well. Right? Like, I'll give you an example. I'm from rural Pennsylvania. I've lived here my whole life. I went into policy debate at the universities. I debated Harvard, Yale. Like, there's no division. So I'm little old Clarion University debating Harvard, West Point, Naval Academy, Northwestern. Almost everyone involved in the activity of debate probably had a lot more money than me. I was near the lower end of the economic scale of the people that participated in the game of debate, to put it mildly. I was also rare in that I was rural. I think overwhelmingly it was urban to suburban. So my culture was incredibly different than the vast majority of the people around me. And I initially despised them. Because I said, you look down on me, and you look down on people like me, and where I come from, and you think I'm dumb, and I'm going to kick your ass in this round. And then you'll see. But then I started to realize something like, who am I to criticize them for prejudging me if I'm doing the same thing to them? Now, a lot of times I was right. They did treat me with contempt or scorn or pity, which is the worst. But maybe not. And so who am I to prejudge? The same is true when we're looking at the rich. Just because someone's rich doesn't mean they're unethical. Again, it's the problem of the hierarchy. Maybe that person's rich because they busted their ass and they provided a service or a product that people really wanted. Maybe they're rich because of corruption. It is undoubtable that we see so many corporate interests that have an undue influence in our government. And that should be dealt with. How to deal with it's a different problem. But I don't believe in demonizing all of the rich. I'm not saying you're doing that. Yeah, pity is the worst. I'd rather someone hate me than pity me. But many rich people are rich because they actually really benefited society. Which is true. Or like, for example, an athlete, like an NFL player, like LeBron James. I have no love for LeBron James. Politically, I think he's a hypocrite, you know. But as far as his wealth, does he deserve to basically be a billionaire just for playing basketball? Probably not, but why is he a billionaire? Because people like me watch basketball. That's why. And we buy jerseys and sneakers and go to games. So we've made the choice. So I'm not going to complain because people, you know, I hear people say this all the time. Paid $5 million to catch football? Jesus. I can't believe they get paid that much. We should pay our teachers more. Okay, stop going to football games. Stop buying jerseys. Buy a shirt with the teacher's name on it and she gets the royalties too. That's your choice, you know? Oh, the Federal Reserve Act. Don't even get me started. So there's value to that. People want it. No problem. Now, there are people that, like, again, these corporations and stuff that are like having undue influence on our political system that then cause our political system to benefit them at the expense of the people. That's garbage. Or, you know, that are doing unethical practices like we saw with Goldman Sachs and the banking crisis and things like that. That's garbage. So, yeah, I mean, it certainly happens. But I hesitate to demonize all rich people. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't. I get pissed off when I see the identity politics played on all white people bad. They're all fragile. They're, you know, blah, blah, blah. Or all men are bad and toxic masculinity. So who would I be if I'm like, oh, but all rich people are bad? No. Even though I'm poor and I'll probably never be rich, and I despise a lot of rich people that I think are contributing to ruining this country, I still have to take a step back and say there are plenty of rich people that aren't involved in that. There are plenty of rich people that have just busted their hump and provided a service to people or a product or whatever, a thing of value. So, you know, people will fail for the bread and circuses, right? Nike slave labor. Yeah, that's different. That's a totally different thing, right? That's literal exploitive practice by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. There are definitely bad people that have perverted the USA. So, all right, I got to go. It's 3 a.m., so you guys are the best. If you're new here, please consider liking and subscribing. Follow me on DLive at Normal America or Twitch and YouTube with Normal America with Rob Noor. I don't know how long I'll be on YouTube because of their ability to just cancel people that they want. So, yeah, thanks for the people that called in. I went way later than I should, as always. I'll be dragging tomorrow, but that's okay. You guys are the best. If you're new, I try to stream pretty regularly, once every weekday. The time format's going to vary, but please forgive me. My wife our due date for our first baby is January 6th, but we're ready to go at any minute. So once I have the baby, I assume you won't see me for a week or two. I'll probably pop on at some point to say, I had a baby. I'm ecstatic, but I'm not really thinking in the mood are in the mindset to do videos right now. So I will definitely keep everyone updated on that. But if you don't see me for a couple days, don't think like, oh, something happened to Rob, he's discouraged, or I'm probably just super pumped hanging out with my baby. So thank you guys so much. Thank you to everyone new here. Thank you Aftershock for calling in. Thank you Vega for calling in. Carlos for calling in. Did I have another call? I don't remember. Even those that disagreed with me, thank you so much for being on. I appreciate that even one person would like to listen to me, so it means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you all so much. Sorry, who was it? The guy that said that I always talk about the same stuff. But thanks for still watching. It's great. So, all right. We'll talk to you all soon. Have a happy new year. It's the second now, though. So, as always, have a good one.